The reigning defending champion is here. The two-time ring winner is here. The 2017 champion is here. The runner-up from that year is here. Brent Hanks is here. I just figured since we went to black, it kind of ruined my whole intro. But welcome to Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. Jake Schindler has the chip lead going in to our final table. 7 are left. 5 are paid. So Brent, before we can award a ring, before we can award $3.2 million, we've got to get through quite the bubble.
Jeff, 2 of these folks here today will take home $0. Nothing but pain and agony. Oh, I can't stand bubbles, but yet I love them.
We kind of like the pain.
Yeah.
Kind of weird like that. Addamo, Vogelsang, Schindler, Mulder, Adams, Imsirovic with shades today.
What is this new look for Ali Imsirovic? Awfully dapper. So, what is this?
Yeah, look at this.
What is he up to?
With the
seashells around the wrist? He's been spending time on the beach.
I guess so, in northern Cyprus. We're at Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. Blue chips worth $5K a piece, white chips $25K each. $15K, $25K with a $25K big blind ante to kick things off. 1 hour levels. There's Christoph Vogelsang. Suit up.
Yeah, put it up. Christoph, get the tusks out. Cover everything. Little known fact, he actually never left yesterday. He has been in this chair the entire time. It's part of his master plan. Get comfortable. Well, we saw him nodding off throughout the duration of yesterday's stream. Very alert today.
It's our chip leader, Jake Schindler. Looks down at ace-8. I'm going to bump it up to 90K. Vogelsang out of the way.
Yeah, see if he derobes. No, going to keep the turtleneck hoodie tusk.
Jake Schindler finished runner-up to Vogelsang in 2017 at the Super High Roller Bowl in Las Vegas. Looking for his first ring. Timothy Adams looking for his 3rd ring for his 4th straight Super High Roller Bowl cash.
Insane.
That is
Tim
remarkable.
Adams, the prince of poultry. It's one of those guys, just flies under the radar. Mainly in the U.S., right? We don't see much of him because he is Canadian, does not play our owned and operated majors inside the Poker Go studio, but an absolute legend of the game, online, live. Much like this dangerous dingo here, Addamo.
Makes it 50K with the 10-8 of clubs in the cutoff. There's Teun Mulder, who won the 100K Triton event at the beginning of the series in Cyprus.
I think he also won a little turbo, if I saw it correctly, on the side. I could be wrong, Jeff, but Mulder's putting on a heck of a show. A group of young lads from the Netherlands came over to participate in this series. The most beautiful man in Europe, Tom Vogelsang, one of them.
Mulder did finish 5th in a 25K turbo here. Checks to Addamo on the ace-queen 3. Nothing doing for anybody really, but advantage Addamo in this kind of a spot.
Exactly right, Jeff. The pre-flop aggressor, raised from late position. Range advantage, Addamo, nothing but 10 high, and suspect we just get this one through. Mulder, absolutely nothing.
Welcome everybody in, checking us out on YouTube. Thank you all again for hitting 250,000 subscribers on the Poker Go YouTube channel.
Well, let's get 250,000 more today. If you're just tuning in, subscribe now. Click that thumbs up button. Little like button. The support goes a long ways for us. Well, it gives Jeff and I some work. And we'd like to keep doing that, so go ahead. Show your support. We'll bring you more free content.
I wonder what it would take for us to get 250,000 subscribers in a day.
What it would take?
It'd be quite an epic final table.
Well, I think we would need a much larger audience, but I don't really understand the ins and outs and algorithms of YouTube. I'd say we're a pretty big dog there.
Mulder has 2 aces in the small blind after Schindler opened on the button. Three bet us to 180,000. Schindler quickly out of the way. Mulder shows the goods.
Schindler didn't even smirk.
Yeah.
He's all business
down
today,
to business is Jake Schindler. Teun Mulder looking for his first career Super High Roller Bowl cash, as is Paul Phua. Grant in the chat asked, what time is it in Europe? It's 4 a.m. in Cali. Jose says it's 1 p.m. in Europe. Darla says it's 6 a.m. in Texas. Mania says it's midday in England. So thank you guys for the
got a worldwide
report.
audience,
Yeah.
huh, from all different time zones. It's confirmed a little after 4 a.m. here in Las Vegas. Jeff pulled an all-nighter.
That I did not do.
Pretty close, though, right? You had a little late evening?
Went to dinner, but it was a
late dinner.
Calm dinner.
Calm?
I just had one cocktail.
Delicious bite to eat, Jeff. What
yeah,
was your
Javier's.
Yeah,
Javier's at Aria.
Did you get the salad?
I did. The Brent Hanks model.
Wow, model.
Really trying to follow your nutrition plan and the guidelines.
Certainly been called a model before.
Yep.
Putting in a lot of work on the glutes these days.
That's nice.
Adams, small blind, small pair.
All of it with the fives.
It's always just this little feeling, right, when you know you have to do it. One of the shorter stacks, vulnerable. Fives play terribly post-flop. We just need to grip and rip, expect buttons to be opening rather wide.
See, we have viewers from Scotland, Germany, Thailand, Baltimore, India, Holland, Norway, Georgia, Sydney. Let's throw it all out there. Let us know where you're watching us from. Appreciate you guys tuning in. The final table is Super High Roller Bowl Europe. The Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Cyprus. StormX, PokerGo's exclusive cryptocurrency partner, proud partner and presenter of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. That's what they say.
Yet to have a position, Jeff, StormX.
No.
Waiting for the right time to enter the crypto market.
Good luck finding that.
Yeah.
You can read where the people are watching us from if you want.
Wow, Vienna, South Korea. Iceland. Up in Iceland. Santa Barbara for Grant. Denmark. Colorado for Michael Johnson. Austria, that's the home of Matthias Eibinger. There's the Netherlands. Must be Remco Rinkuma's cousin. Connecticut for the All In Poker podcast. There's a
Vegas, baby, Vegas.
Yeah, another Vegas early morning riser. That's an all-nighter for sure right there.
Yeah.
Not early morning.
No question about it. Well, and then we have...
How about South Africa?
Yeah, California native currently living in Thailand due to the upcoming collapse of America. Well, thanks for letting us know.
Look at that. Is that really?
Yeah, you got to get out of here.
I mean, I just saw the Twitter thing, but I didn't realize. Wow.
Argentina,
we're going down, huh?
India, Germany, Poland, Hawaii, Mexico, Ireland, India, thank you all for tuning in.
I love Poland, Jeff.
Yeah.
You know, little known fact, I am 50% Polish. That is a true story.
Yeah.
I am half Polish. I love duck soup.
Do you really?
Not really. It's my least favorite Polish dish.
I'm sure you make the Poles proud.
I hear that a lot. I get that a lot. A lot of folks call
You're
me
big in Poland.
Hankski.
Hankski.
Yeah.
Hankski. The new look, Imsirovic opens with the ace-3 of hearts. Addamo defends with the 8-6.
Oh.
And it just comes 10-9-7. Addamo flops the straight. One heart on this flop. These two battled plenty yesterday. Could easily make an argument that these are the two best tournament players in the world. Goes check, check. King of diamonds on the turn.
Horrific texture. Clearly for Ali. Nice little check back. Note to self. If I raise button, have backdoor on this sort of board with ace wheel suited. Knuckle. You're just burning money. Smashes the big blind's calling range. Also doesn't help to be up against the Dominator. It's going to make you earn every inch.
Addamo fling in a time bank for 30 seconds. More to act. Ooh, the overbet lead on the turn.
Ali doesn't
Spicy
go for
one,
it.
and
Yeah.
just nothing doing for Imsirovic.
Addamo hoping that Ali somehow connected or picked up a little equity from that king on the flop.
Michael Addamo, the reigning defending champion, won Super High Roller Bowl 6 in Las Vegas, beating Justin Bonomo heads up. Timothy Adams drifting off. He's up.
Oh, Adams fell asleep now.
Yeah, he was.
Really?
Eyes closed.
I think he's more of a meditator.
Yeah, I think so too. Mulder with 2 jacks.
Thus far, not a single word spoken at the table. Not one peep out of a player.
Even when Mulder showed the aces when he
Nothing.
had him, nobody said anything.
Nothing. It's intense here on the bubble.
It's a $560,000 bubble.
Oh, Vogelsang, big lick. Gonna defend as soon as he wakes up. He may just pass, Jeff. You don't have to defend them all, but this seems like the sort of holding, facing them in. It connects just fine post-flop. Obviously, we can see here that he would be in a lot of trouble if he makes just one single pair.
Ace King 4, he does not. Some questions about time banks. 6 additional time banks will be delivered to our final 6.
Well, that's great. Yeah, give him a little more time.
Right, right.
That's
I knew you'd love that. You'd love to hear that.
Great rules in place, really.
Mulder checks back.
Concerning texture for just a couple of jacks on this board. Fortunately, he's not up against any sort of hand that's picked up a smidgen of equity. Vogelsang is just content to not put a single chip in the pot, not going to burn money. Uncertain if he'd get anything through. Mulder also very likely content. Just let's get the showdown. Maybe the one river, Jeff, that Vogelsang could consider getting slightly out of line. Having that 6 in his hand, as we can see, the 5-6 would be the straight. Mulder's hand looks like it's sort of well written on his forehead. Now Vogelsang says, I don't think so. I'm not going to even attempt it.
Mulder happy to check back, show down the jacks. Take down the spot. You want to hear the voice of Brent Hanks some more, all you got to do is download Poker Go Hold'em. It's available in both the Android store and the App Store. Free to play. Online poker. Play against Helmuth, Negreanu, Esfandiari, Maria Ho. All on the app.
You can play against me right now. I'm logging in right now, Jeff. I'm going to get in there. Hungry Hanks.
Just please no hand history.
And we're going to talk all about this game.
No.
I'm going to click on the Friday night poker tables.
Oh, that's cool.
That was our show,
That
Jeff.
was. Are you going to bring that back? You're director of programming.
Yeah, well, I
just worked that into the mix.
I have absolutely zero power whatsoever. Yeah, no, everything I've ever wanted to do has been a big no. Can't quite understand it, but we're working on it, Jeff.
Vogelsang is Christoph.
Yeah, he's
on you.
Hello. Hey. Jake needs to get something to just tap him with, you know, a little poking stick.
Just Christoph.
He's completely out cold.
This is unfortunate.
100%.
For so much money.
Look at his neck drift. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Schindler with King Jack.
This time just knuckles.
Yeah.
Last time Ace 80 did kick it up. King Jack remaining balanced.
10-5 deuce. Vogelsang flops top pair. Turn is a jack. Schindler retakes the lead.
He's falling asleep again.
He's
Jeff.
out again?
Yeah,
this
it's
is
amazing.
Ridiculous.
It's,
I mean, you feel bad for the guy.
You do. It
keeps nodding off during a massive final table.
It could be a condition, right? People have sort of not. Is it insomnia, narcolepsy? What is it? What is it?
Narcolepsy.
Narcolepsy. Yeah.
Imagine how good he would be if he didn't fall asleep at times.
If only he could stay awake. Which explains the resume, perhaps, right? The astounding stat that this guy has 25 million plus in career earnings, and yet only 2 career titles.
Every time you say that, I'm astounded. 7 on the river, 10s and 7s for Vogelsang. Quickly checks.
Oh, this is trouble for Schindler. He's absolutely going to eke out a little bit of value here. King Jack should certainly be the best hand. And the Vogues has got a beautiful check raising opportunity. Unless Schindler just gives him 8-9 specifically, but that would be awfully ridiculous.
Like you said, Schindler looking for value in his mind. Firing 125,000. Beautiful ticket, as you would say, for Christoph Vogelsang.
Yeah, really just a beautiful display of post-flop maneuvering by Vogelsang. The check on the river, looking to check raise Schindler and put him in a world of hurt. "27 minutes later, we have arrived here at this river play."
Reaches. There is that check raise to 375,000.
Succulent sizing as well. Schindler thinking, what just happened? Does this guy really have some sort of two pair? And he's completely out cold now. Vogelsang has drifted off into the land of languish. He is gone, Jeff. He has departed.
Dreaming about a call from Schindler here.
Perhaps both players now. Oh yeah, Vogelsang completely out cold. I can hear, if you listen carefully, you can hear the snoring.
Can Schindler somehow find a fold here?
That would be heroic. Diamonds have bricked. What hands could he be turning into bluffs as a check raise? This would be awfully thin, I believe, to even find bluffs here for Vogelsang.
Yeah.
It's clear that Schindler was value betting on the river. But this guy really try and bluff me, Schindler thinking. What could he possibly have that he's bluffing with? He never has a worse jack. Big decision, clearly, for Schindler.
Burn through a couple time banks.
It just feels like he's beat at this point.
Does fling in the call. We'll see the bad news. As Vogelsang wakes up and reveals his hand.
And there's a big smile and a grin for the now awake Christoph Vogelsang. I believe he muttered something like, "It's my hand." 10-7.
Did he?
Perhaps
is that what he won Super High Roller Bowl with?
I think it is. I think it's the hand he beat Jake Schindler with heads up in 2017. These two have history. Playing for the title. Christoph's biggest career score, and a bit of a blow to Schindler's stack. 32% of his chips down the drain.
It was indeed the 10-7 for Christoph Vogelsang, and it was two pair in the final hand of the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl.
I think Paul Phua getting a little kick out of Vogelsang's antics at this table.
Vogelsang, the chip leader now.
King 8 suited, possible hand. He may consider 3-betting this Paul Phua open as the chip leader that you mentioned, Jeff, able to apply pressure in position. Well, how about a little flat? Let's just get busy. Let's get active.
Mulder with deuces.
And this is just beautiful. Look down at a couple of ducklings,
You're
a little
laying right
baby
here.
pair. Do some mining for Mulder. Just hoping that we can connect with a little duck.
Queen 6-3.
Pretty
No duck, but the deuces are ahead.
Yeah, pretty abysmal board for all. Paul Phua does have backdoor hearts. That ace high. It's a dry flop. If you wanted to take the bull by the horns right now, we certainly could. You're worried about Vogelsang on the button. And this is quite a spot now for Vogelsang. You can see not a single shovel on board. We can't make a flush. We can't really make a straight. Just nothing but king high. The power of the button, though, Jeff.
Checks around, jack on the turn. Deuce is still best.
Mulder hoping somehow, some way, do we just get to the river with deuces?
King on the river. Vogelsang takes the lead. Goes from worst to first.
On the button, Paul Phua doesn't have a pair. Mulder just with a couple of ducklings. At some point along the way, you have to, what does Vogelsang have? What did he call with pre? Check every street, and now all of a sudden, the presence of 3 Broadway cards, King, Queen, Jack, show up. They've arrived. Phua's going to step right into it, says, well, I raised pre. I can absolutely bet this board. And I don't mind it, Jeff. I really don't. I think this should be a lot of Phua. Just unfortunate for him that Vogelsang has a king somehow. I think Paul Phua hoping he's got maybe a couple of 7s, maybe 8s, although we have an 8 in our hand. Just taking a shot.
There's the call by Vogelsang. Another nice pot for him.
No 8.
Christoph Vogelsang looking for his 4th super high roller bowl cash. Got about a quarter of the chips in play. Won the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl, finished 5th the next year, finished 2nd at Super High Roller Bowl Russia to Timothy Adams, who is also at this final table.
Truly a great, great player, the Tractor, Vogelsang. More than $25 million in earnings. Plays at an elite level, world class. Every player here knows that about him. Could it be his day to find victory number 3?
Bump it up here with the ace deuce of clubs. Adams with ace-8. And our top two from Super High Roller Bowl Russia will tango. Ooh, ace-5-3. Adams' aces are best. Vogelsang does have the wheel draw.
See if Vogelsang, what sort of line he elects to go with. We can remain under-repped while controlling the size of the pot with ace-deuce. Now, top pair, how many aces does Adams have that he's simply just defending with? Maybe a couple, right? Ace-7, ace-8, ace-9, maybe ace-10, rather than 3-betting and moving it all in pre. Even for the times that we are up against those set aces, Vogelsang has equity, right? We have the deuce, we have the 4. Assumedly range advantage Vogelsang, but as we can see at home, Tim Adams is a 60% favorite.
Check call.
Yeah, and I think Vogelsang, right, for the times that he would just be betting air, give a hand like queen jack offsuit that he could have been opening. He'd be c-betting small on this sort of board.
How about a 4 on the turn and the wheel for Christoph Vogelsang? It's his day early.
Yeah, the tractor just plowing right now. Not an ideal ticket for Adams. Would not expect him to even fold here on another barrel from Vogelsang. Let's go back to those sorts of hands he could have been opening. Even if one of those semi-bluffs contained a diamond, could try and put one through here. It is difficult to pull off on a one-liner board, right? Ace-5-3-4, the deuce makes the straight. Even more confusing for Adams. If Vogelsang does, in fact, bet his straight, it's like, how do you have a deuce?
Right.
The only deuce you can have would be ace-deuce suited, maybe king-deuce suited.
And I have an ace.
There is the presence of those diamonds. Would he have bet a flush draw? And then comes with a second barrel with a flush. It's an interesting spot. There's a variety of hands where he would just take the equity right to the dome as well after being called on the flop, and that's what he's sort of setting up here, representing that he could have a non-paired hand with a diamond, such as the queen jack with some sort of diamond. Perhaps 5-6 that would have been a pair and an open ender. This is beautiful, almost guaranteeing himself one more street of value in the event that Adams likely tries to pot control here, whether it be a blocker bet or simply a check call.
$230K in the pot. There's that blocker bet you mentioned. 45,000.
Yeah, this is music to Vogelsang's ears. If Adams had a flush, he would certainly be sizing it up in this spot. Oh, this is going to be a problem for Adams. I suspect a raise is coming. Here it comes, the tractor. He's going to count it out and put Adams in a horrible spot.
Makes it 250,000. The glance over from Adams.
Not a diamond in Adams' hand. All we can beat now is some sort of semi-bluff from Vogelsang. Adams knows it's either ace-deuce suited, some sort of suited deuce, right? King-deuce suited makes sense, or it's a flush. That's it. It could be nothing else. Maybe because of the blocker sizing, it could be ace-queen.
Adams finds the fold.
Really nice fold by Adams. Took a little bit of time. That's beautiful.
Vogelsang the first to crack 2 million.
Like 2 million here today. Paul had over 2 million yesterday, no, right?
Tricky,
Oh, did he?
So, yeah.
Tricky, tricky.
And Juanis in the chat, how can Vogelsang only have 2 first places in his entire career? It's insane. I think it's the most bizarre stat out there amongst the high rollers. It's not like these are massive fields, right? These are small fields with huge buy-ins, and they play a ton of them. 25 million plus in earnings and only 2 career titles. It's just remarkable.
Phua opens here at the Queen Jack of Hearts. Addamo looks down at the Queen Jack of Diamonds. Addamo with the 3-bet to 125,000.
And on the smaller side at that, this is interesting by Addamo, just sort of taking control, hoping to get it heads up against Phua in position. Phua can be raised folding. Unlikely with the Queen Jack of Hearts. It's a beautiful hand. Wow.
Oh, and just lets it go.
Lets it go. Nice. Nice play by Addamo. I think Phua, just ICM sort of concern, decides to throw it into the muck. We don't want to play a large pot against this absolute animal, Addamo.
Seven players remain. 5 will make the money. That's a $560,000 bubble, which will be one of the biggest of the year. Queen 7 suited for Vogelsang into the muck. Adams the ace-4 suited. Is our short stack, but still plenty comfortable, about 25 bigs. Ball with king 8. Phua defense. And sees an 8 in the window as it comes 10-8-7. Check, check. Now trip 8s for Phua. He'll lead here on the turn to the tune of 40,000. Miss folds. Paul takes that one down, looking for his first Super High Roller Bowl cash. Cash would also move him past the $22 million mark in career live tournament earnings. LFK in the chat says, most tourney pros are dependent on selling their action. No one is bankrolled for these high rollers, really. That is not the case.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
I got into it with a couple folks in the chat the other day. They just simply don't believe it, and they don't understand. The majority of these guys have the majority of their own action. Do swaps happen? Of course they do.
Sure,
yes.
Absolutely.
They're going to swap out, but
lessen the variance a little bit.
People don't realize how well off these players are from poker, from business, crypto, you name it. They're the top 1% in the game for a reason, because they have all the money, and they play fantastic.
How much is dollar? $9.75.
I can tell you one thing right now. This guy, Addamo, he has 100% of himself in everything he plays, and plays insane, aggro, just high variance, all the money. Doesn't miss a spot, attacks, everything.
And we'll defend here, Addamo versus Imsirovic. Queen, Jack 5, Addamo flops best again. Not my check calls. Kings and 5s now for Addamo.
Yeah, this is trouble, I think, for Ali. Mainly because he has that 9, the ace-9 combo, right? 9-10 is blocked, ace-10 is blocked. If he bets here, he's absolutely targeting some sort of jack or 5 in his mind. Perhaps even a queen. We can apply a ton of pressure. There it comes. I can see the reaching.
Trouble could be brewing for Ali. Bets 130,000 here. Addamo using that time extension for 30 seconds more to act.
And this is the collision I've been waiting for. Addamo, Ali.
1 and 2 on the PGT leaderboard in 2021. Another time bank used. And Addamo just check jams here on the turn. Good start to the day for Michael Addamo. Entered the final day of this tournament with about 700K in chips. He's up to 1.2 million.
Yeah, he's been locked in. Yesterday, towards the later stage of the day, he dipped down to 135,000 chips. Absolute roller coaster of an event. He went from chip leader at 1.6 million down to 135,000, all on day 2, and now here again he's accumulated up to now 1.2 million. At some point along the way, I think it was said that when he had 1.6 million, he's got a top easily a average stack with 5 remaining once they reach the money, but that is not Addamo's style to simply just sit on chips.
Same can be said for Imsirovic, who opens here at the Queen 10. Vogelsang with the Jack 8 in the big blind. He'll defend. $9.85, so the overs in the gutter for Imsirovic, the pair of 8s for Vogelsang. Check, check. Another 8 on the turn for Christoph. He's running pretty hot today.
I think the same could be said for Ali, however, of the opposite effect, not running so hot early on. But ideal hands to open. Continuation a moment ago with ace-9, now here with the queen 10. Not at all a misstep, just a frustrating turn for Ali. Got to get that Dragon Ball Z sweatshirt out immediately.
Maybe,
Jeff.
yeah, you got to go back to the old school route.
You had reached out to him about that, huh?
I did. I said, why no more Dragon Ball Z hoodies? You know, conscious decision. What's going on here? Didn't respond.
Really?
Yeah, just no response.
Oh, just focus, dial in.
Well, yeah, he
off
is
the
locked
gram,
in.
huh?
Yeah.
Was it a text or you reached out to him? It was a DM.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you got a text. It might be on an Instagram ban.
He doesn't want to give me his number. Like, Ali, what'd you think about us playing the South Point Nightly? Raised it up with the ace-4. Anyway, Ali continuing here. Calling the 210K bet on the turn.
And stone dead at that.
As the Jack would have ended his day, most certainly. Instead, it's the 3 of hearts on the river. $570,000 in the middle, Ali with 480K behind.
And an optimistic perhaps questionable call on the turn for that percentage of his stack. Did he have a plan if this street were to ever go check-check and turning queen 10 high into a bluff? Realizing that Vogelsang was probably pretty capped, and my gosh, does he think that queen 10 high could ever be the best hand here? Yes, we're beating jack 10. We're beating the 10-7. I mean, this would be a disastrous hero call if Ali were to make it with just queen 10 high.
All in.
Does lay it down. Guy's messing with Vogelsang. He takes down another pot.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Ali had a plan for multiple river cards.
I think so, yeah. It's a rough start for Ali. He was in straight takeover mode at the end of the day on day 2 and has hit an absolute stone wall. Just cannot get it going. Now our very visible and notable short stack amongst these 7 players. Remember, 6th and 7th place here today. Take home $0.
And Ali stone bubbled Super High Roller Bowl Europe last year.
If he does it again, I don't think he's coming back to Cyprus.
It's haunted.
Might be it.
He's had solid results here, an 8th, a 5th, a 4th, and a 2nd throughout the Triton and Super High Roller Series events.
And I think we've got the Vogelsang Schindler round 3 matchup.
We do
now.
indeed. Vogelsang limps in for the 3rd time. Schindler raised the first time with ace-8, checked the 2nd time with king-jack. Now with the jack-5. You mentioned balance earlier, and he's going to be balanced in his raises.
He does it with the good and the bad. Jack 5. Just a note at home, this is a terrible hand. It has nothing to do with the hand strength and everything to do with remaining balanced with your range. Vogelsang getting everything he wants out of Schindler right now. Has him completely dominated, ace-5 to jack-5. But it's all about the flop. Schindler in position. He's going to be able to continue on various boards. Whereas Vogelsang will be check folding a decent amount.
Nine, 6 deuce, 2 clubs. I guess the 5 clubs.
Even for Vogelsang too, the limp with the ace-5 and then seeing the 85K raise, I thought maybe we were limp raising this sort of hand. He takes the passive under-repped ace-high approach. There will be spots where he will limp, re-raise, and apply max pressure against Schindler. Whenever we just call, we don't open up the door where Schindler could 4-bet all in. The times he actually has it.
Just going to get rid of the ace-5. Well done, Jake Schindler.
Yeah, that's a great example
Nice
of
pickup.
how good Schindler is. How effective that raise is with just jack-5 off and the sort of textures that he's just going to consistently be able to win.
Jake Schindler, 14th on the all-time money list, would pass the $30 million mark in career live tournament earnings with a cash today. Move up to 11th on the all-time money list with a win.
Brosel says it should be illegal in super high rollers like this to look like Vogues does. Pathetic, makes it less enjoyable to play for the rich wrecks who make these things run. Now listen, I don't care what anyone wears. I don't think it has anything to do with the outfit.
Right.
That is not at all the case. I think what really is an annoyance for some of the wealthy folks that like to travel around recreationally and take part in these high roller events is the pace of play.
Trouble continues to brew for Imsirovic as he opens here with the ace-10 suited. Addamo is ace-queen. Ali starting this hand with a little bit less than 20 bigs. There's a small 3-bet by Addamo.
Just an absolute disaster for Ali Imsirovic. He's got maybe the bottom of his range with ace-10 suited against Addamo, who just looks to attack relentlessly in these spots. This could be it for Ali. Still a fighting chance, but yeah,
and he does rip it in there. Addamo makes the call, and here we go. Ali Imsirovic all in and at risk, with the ace-10 suited up against Michael Addamo's ace-queen. Frustrating day for Imsirovic. This would drastically turn it around, though, if he found a way. With more than 1 million in the middle. King 8-7. Backdoor straight draws. But for now, Imsirovic looking for a 10. Can he find it on the turn? He cannot. And now only a 10 will save Ali's tournament life. River card. It's
oh
the 10!
My gosh! Ali!
That could turn things around.
2 out. Ali.
My goodness, he floats like a butterfly, and he rivers like a bee? I don't know about that,
Well,
Jeff. Yeah, we're going to go with it.
What a dagger to Addamo. What a spike from Imsirovic. Game on. As Paul mentioned, he folded a 10. Not a problem for the leader in the PGT standings.
That's going to zap a little life into you. He's going to be feeling it now. Bit of an adrenaline rush for Imsirovic. And Addamo, time to rebuild. Still has plenty of chips.
We're still left wondering how a bee rivers.
I don't know.
Adams with ace-jack here in the big blind. Starting the hand with a little more than 20 bigs. 1 hour levels at Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
Another uncomfortable one for Adams, right? I think it's ace-jack off. Consider maybe going with it, but here we keep worse aces in. Preserve our tournament life at the moment. Try and take a flop out of position against Paul Phua.
That flop comes 5 deuce juice with 1 diamond. Paul will bet 40K.
see Adams glancing up. Is the clock right above them?
Perhaps.
It must
That
be.
would make sense. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Flush draw for Phua.
He's trying to get anything he can off of Phua. This is a great opportunity to apply a ton of pressure for Phua, picking up the backdoor diamonds. Even if Phua thinks he could be up against a 5 or a stubborn sort of ace-high holding, you don't really care, right? You've got a couple overs to that. You've got the power of position and leverage.
Goes half pot here, 110,000. And Adams just gets rid of the ace high. Well done, Paul Phua. That'll take us into our first break of the day. Before we go to break, let's take a look at the leaderboard for Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Still 7 remain. What a roller coaster ride for Ali Imsirovic. It's back to over 1 million in chips. Vogelsang, the chip leader. Timothy Adams, the short stack. Back with more from Northern Cyprus after this.
One of the richest poker tournaments of all time. One of the toughest fields ever assembled. $500,000 to enter. No tournament has ever changed the landscape of poker overnight. Until now.
I like tough competition and lots of money.
You're really getting only the best of the best.
You're forced to play at a high level.
That's going to be awesome for the game of poker.
The 2015 Super High Roller Bowl. Game on.
It's time to see more fireworks.
That's what it is. I'm not certain.
10,000, 20,000 with a 2,000 ante. Scott Seaver with ace-queen offsuit under the gun, and he raises it up.
More play.
Negreanu next act has jacks. He could play this a couple ways. He decides to just call, which is very in tune with his style.
This is the famous Negreanu small ball.
Absolutely. Anytime he's not quite sure where he's at, he loves to call, and then he'll play after the flop. He's very comfortable playing after the flop, and he has position here, so he's got a lot of good reasons to just call.
It passes over to Kim in the big blind. Ace-7 offsuit. And we've seen him defend this sort of hand here before.
Yeah, he keeps getting great prices out of the big blind. He has hands that have some equity, and he's making good defends. Unfortunately here, he's dominated in a bad way, but normally this would be a pretty standard call.
Ace-6 queen. Top pair for Kim, but top 2 for Seaver.
This is a bit of a tricky flop for Dong.
Scott bets 65,000. And a laydown by Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, terrible flop for pocket jacks, and because he just called pre-flop, Daniel lost the absolute minimum there. And this is going to be a call here for Dong. There's no way he can fold a hand of this strength. And he'll reassess on the turn.
Oh, well, the 7 on the turn is a great card for Scott, as Kim now has a worse 2 pair than him. Kim checks.
Yeah, that's an absolutely terrible card for Dong. He's going to be putting a lot of chips in the pot now.
Scott is really good at finding the right bet size. He bets 175,000.
Yeah, it's a good size. And now Dong has to decide whether he's just going to call or if he's going to raise on the turn. Obviously, his hand is very strong and he's ahead of a lot of hands. He has to worry that if he does raise, he folds out hands the Seaver could have, like ace-jack or ace-10 that he's beating. So I think what he wants to do is just call, and then if he does raise, it would be on the river.
Kim calls. And the river is the 10 of clubs. Kim checks, and it's over to Scott Seaver, who now has to find the right bet size to get the maximum value here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what size he goes with. That'll probably be dictated by what he thinks of Dong's range. And for Dong, this is going to be a really tough spot. He has one of the stronger hands that he can get to the river with, but at the same time, Scott has a lot of value hands that beat him here when he bets. Scott can have ace-queen, he can have queens, he can have aces, he can have sixes. If he had a backdoor flush draw, he would have gotten there.
And even King-Jack made it on the river, so there are a ton of hands in Scott's range that actually beat aces and sevens here.
Scott makes it 375,000.
Call.
And a really quick call from Kim.
Huh. I guess Dong just decided that his hand was too strong to possibly fold.
Jason is one of those players who works really hard on keeping a good poker life balance. He spends a lot of time outdoors, he works out, and you might not know this, but he is actually a really solid country swing dancer. But back to his poker moves. He has Queen Jack of Diamonds on the button and is facing a raise from Brandon Stephen with Queen 10 of Hearts. He calls.
Yeah, great hand to call with. He's got position. He can hit flops really hard with this hand.
And it's over now to Max Altergott in the big blind. 8-10 offsuit, and he also calls. This is the first time we've seen Max here on the Super High Roller Bowl so far.
And it looks like first time's the charm. He flops a straight, Jason flops top two, and Brandon flops top pair in a straight draw and is somehow way behind. And Brandon checks his hand despite having the pre-flop initiative. And I like this check with this particular hand a lot.
Action on Jason Cohn. He's picking up chips.
Yeah, Jason's going to want to bet, and he's going to want to bet big. He has a very strong hand, but it's vulnerable to a lot of draws, and he wants to protect it. Unfortunately for him, Max has already made this straight, and it's going to be very difficult to get away from this.
How much did you start to have?
I think 650.
Max is reaching for chips, and he raises it to 230,000. Action on Brandon Stephen.
Welcome back to the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Cyprus. It's the final table of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. 7 players are left. 5 will make the money. Christoph Vogelsang, the chip leader. Timothy Adams is the short stack as we welcome you back inside. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks in the broadcast booth. Vogelsang at $2.3 million. What a first hour was for him.
Yeah, the tractor got it going early. Imsirovic was out the door. If it wasn't for a lucky river card, a 10 saving his tournament life. You can see Adams now our short stack. Have to imagine, Jeff, when he went to break, perhaps regretting not moving all in pre-flop with ace-jack, that final hand. It was a close spot for him.
A look at the payouts presented by GG Poker. $560,000 guaranteed to our final 5. That means 6th and 7th receive a combined total of $0. Up top in this one, $3.2 million. Blinds have gone up, 15K, 30K, 30K big blind ante. Addamo back down to about what he started the day with.
Oh, there we go.
Suit up.
Christoph. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, wow,
all right.
God.
He was
Here
ready.
comes the hoodie after he raises. Yeah. Imsirovic with newfound life in the Jack 4 suited.
$180.
Oh,
Ooh,
boy.
the 3
Ali's
bet
back.
to 180,000.
And I think you'll see a mix of strategy from Ali with this particular hand in these moments. Oftentimes he'll call. Once in a while he mixes in these 3 bets from the big blind.
The hand with a little less than 35 bigs.
It just applies a ton of pressure to the chip leader, right? We know Vogelsang so ICM aware. Ali, of course, very similar.
All of it with the
Wow.
ace-4 suited.
Shuts it down.
Back and forth with Vogelsang and Imsirovic, and Vogelsang wins another one.
The tractor came to plow today, didn't
Yes,
he?
he
Look
did.
at this, 32% of the chips now, 2.5 million, dismantling everyone that gets in his way.
The winner of the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl. Biggest score of his career. That good for $6 million. Beating Jake Schindler heads up to win that tournament. Mulder with 10s. Phua with 9s.
Yikes for Paul Phua. He has Mulder slightly covered.
1.1.
Maybe we just take a flop, Paul. I'm not sure how he operates with this sort of holding, given these stack sizes.
All of it.
He goes with it. And he puts 10s in a really tough spot, believe it or not. Is it good enough? Maybe. Keep in mind, Tim Adams has the short stack right around 400,000 chips. Mulder has a couple of players covered, another being Ali. He and Addamo have similar stacks. This is an ICM nightmare for Mulder. Paul Phua, impressive, aggressive shove.
But with still 2 eliminations to go before the money. This 10's going to end up being too good.
I don't know, Jeff. This very well could be a fold. I don't have the ICM studies under my belt quite like these guys, but
Just
with those other short stacks, you may have to
but
just throw it in the muck.
Addamo still has 25 bigs.
He's got 1.2,
Adams has
right?
15.
Ali has 800. Adams has around 450, a little less.
Yeah.
And what does Paul shove? 9 has to be the stone bottom.
Would he shove 8s?
I don't think so.
Okay,
maybe.
well then
Maybe he would. 8s and 9s have to be at the bottom. Otherwise, you're flipping or you're just beat. It's a really sickening spot. Mulder knows it. There it
Folding
goes.
the 10s.
You call I'm dead.
Now he gets the bad news. Says,
Yeah.
you call, I'm dead, and just cackles.
Not to play portfolio.
It's that famous laugh. Muzz86 in the chat says, so happy to have the little guy from Horrible Bosses back commentating with Hanks.
That's good.
That's pretty good. Vogelsang opens here with the 7-8 suited. And ace king for Mulder.
Now it's his turn. He's in between a large 3-bet sizing or simply just grip and rip. Do you really want to open the door for Vogelsang to 4-bet all in if he were to have something like 8s or 9s? Maybe not. And I think here's the large 3-bet. Yeah, this extremely effective. Essentially forcing Vogelsang into an all-in or fold mode. And a nice little rebound from Mulder.
Sorry.
15K, 30K, 30K big blind ante. 7 players left, 5 cash. 32 entries, creating a prize pool of $8 million.
Jan Okasanen, apologies if I'm going to butcher that.
I'm
and
sure
I
you
am,
nailed that.
I am, yeah. Who has the biggest arms in poker? Jake Schindler has to be pretty close to the top. I'll tell you what, Schindler yoked, absolutely ripped, but I don't think anyone touches Jason Kuhn.
Well, Foxen does, just on pure size of arms.
How do I forget
it's
about the
muscle
Fox?
definition, maybe
Yeah.
Kuhn has Foxen by like a little bit.
I think all mass and pure size, you're right. Foxen is the absolute largest brick house in the entire game.
But Schindler, Soverall working their way up the ladder.
I don't think anyone would ever consider Soverall having the biggest arms. He's in great shape. He's very tall. Schindler's a big guy.
Schindler
like
and Soverall,
6'3", 6'4",
similar arm size.
Really?
Yeah.
I would go Schindler. Soverall's got the...
I'd say, I don't know, man.
Soverall's more tone, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I also agree with that, but I think it's close.
I mean, I think your arms are closer to Soverall's than Schindler's. No, I mean, Jeff, you know, just saying that Soverall's not exactly massive. Schindler's a big guy.
Both Soverall and Schindler have hit the weights hard over the last couple years. Oh yeah, Berkey. But Berkey doesn't count. He doesn't play. He's scared, I think, of this level of competition.
Yeah, very fearful. He has a 4th place in the Super High Roller Bowl. Maybe it was 5th. I don't know. Tricky spot here for Vogelsang, though. The tractor, right? Has to believe his 9 is live. Clearly, we can see that's wrong. Backdoor clubs. Feels pretty strongly about that. Has a clean 4. Knows the 4 is definitely good if we hit, unless, of course, Adams were to somehow have a set here. You got to peel, take one off. Lengthy one here, Jeff.
Yeah.
Two guys like to take a lot of time.
That's true.
A couple of nappers.
155.
155.
Adams bets, Adams wins. Fire off the banhammer.
Yeah, banhammer.
Yeah.
This guy's an idiot in the chat. Been mouthing off to people this entire stream.
See ya.
Take care.
Oh, let's tell you about
Oh, this is good. Let me load
the
this up.
newest
This is
stop
a
on the
breaking
BGT.
news. Yeah, Jeff, hit him.
May 26th to May 30th at Casino di Venezia.
You nailed it.
It's PGT Italy, presented by Luxon Pay. Hold that thought. Back to this in a second. Timothy Adams has 2 queens. And Michael Addamo as ace-king.
Oh, boy.
On a collision course here are Addamo and Adams.
Hands simply just too good not to get all in, despite the ICM implications in play. Here we go. This is critical.
155.
155.
The 3-bet to 155,000.
Sorry.
Time bank used by Adams.
On.
There's the all-in. There's the call. Here we go. Might have the exact same amount of chips. Adams with queens. Addamo with ace-king. A huge flip on the soft bubble of Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
Big flip to me.
Yeah, it's fair fight.
Big flip indeed. Here we go. 5 deuce deuce. Addamo does have the backdoor wheel draw. For now looking for an ace or a king. Doesn't find it on the turn. Will the queens hold for Tim Adams? Yes, they will.
You can confirm. It's like 650 over here.
I believe Adamo's day is done. We'll count it out to be sure.
645, right?
Yep.
645, and here
Addamo might have, what, 5,000 left? Or are they exactly even here?
45, 10 more. You are
645 exactly.
645 exactly.
They
That
were
is it,
indeed
yeah.
exactly even. And that means we say
Yeah,
good game to
exactly.
Michael Addamo. Out in 7th.
Super high rollerball specialist, man.
The Dominator. Day is done. Takes home $0 in 7th position. One of the most feared poker players on the planet. Just like that, Jeff. Now all of a sudden it's bubble time.
Yeah, and a guy who's going to be thrilled with how he played, right? Got the chips in good versus Ali, the ace-queen versus the ace-10. Got the chips in with the ace-king versus the queens. Could not find any magic. Could not win that flip. Out in 7th, and now 6 players remain. 5 are paid. Welcome to the bubble at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. And a $560,000 bubble at that as we take a look at the payouts presented by GG Poker. Up top, $3.2 million. Second place, more than $2 million. Third, almost 1.3. Fourth, $880,000. Fifth, $560K. Here we go.
And if Ali Imsirovic has been trying to avoid thinking about what happened last year, well, that just can't be the case anymore. He stone bubbled this very event 1 year ago. Now the short stack on the bubble again.
Vogelsang opens button. Mulder with ace-4 in the big blind. And as you might have seen, Brent will love this. At our final 6, more time banks are delivered.
That's great. Yeah, load them up. Just
6 more per player.
Sure.
Ace, queen, queen. Broadway draw for Vogelsang. Mulder with aces and queens.
Vogelsang is going to just pick up so much information here. I mean, what hands can Mulder really consider calling with? It's a queen and it's an ace, right? Didn't matter what the sizing was as far as the continuation bet was concerned. That little 30K bet them in, remarkably effective. Can also simply just win the pot. And now we pause. If it's an ace, can we really apply pressure and get folds? If it's a queen, well, we know we're pretty much dead. He's going to try and attack. Let me put ace-X
sizing up
in a rough spot.
Pot size bet by Vogelsang on the turn.
Keep in mind exactly, I believe, what he would do if he had a queen. He would bet small on the flop, size it up on the turn.
Mulder check calls. Four on the river. Mulder checks one more time.
Yeah, Vogelsang goes for it here. It would be heroic. Be repping a queen and a queen alone. Oh,
Reaching.
boy. Oh, my gosh. The tractor.
Here comes bullet number 3. Max pressure on the stone cold bubble.
975.
Not a fun spot to be in if you're Teun Mulder.
And this is just beautiful stuff from Vogelsang. His plan was to do exactly this no matter what happened.
What did he have? Straight.
Vogelsang bet small on the flop, sized up on the turn. Says all of it on the river.
He knows, Jeff. It's a queen or it's nothing.
This would be one incredible call when you consider all of the circumstances involved.
He's got a pile of
Yeah,
time
he's got
banks.
plenty
May
of
just
time
run right
banks.
through him. We could be here for a little bit.
It's a $560,000 bubble. No real significant short stack looming. Ali the shortest, but has more than 25 bigs.
Look at Vogelsang's chest. I mean, he is throbbing. You see that?
Yeah.
Deep breaths. Maybe Mulder picks up on that. He's finally starting to eye Vogelsang right now, getting a little physical.
Another time bank used by Mulder.
I mean, every player here knows exactly what Mulder has, right? He's got a decision for his tournament life with an ace. And the question is all about this guy, Vogues. Seems to have calmed down a little bit. That chest isn't pumping quite as hard.
If Mulder can find the call, he becomes the chip leader. It's a lot easier said than done.
For all the glory, all the pain. This hand epitomizes poker to a T. Beautiful stuff.
Lays it down. Vogelsang gets it through with jack high.
Yeah. Oh my God. This criminal.
The chip lead extended
I used so many times.
by the tractor. A third of the chips in play.
Such a pussy.
Well,
oh, that's a pretty brutal spot.
yeah.
To be in.
You just call him a pussy like that?
Schindler speaks for the first time this tournament.
I mean, that's the second spot, right, for Mulder. The first one with 10s.
Yeah.
Paul Phua just ripped it in and folded the best hand as a huge favorite there. We could see he folded the winner for the chip lead. It's just so brutal when you're in the seat, when you're actually in the moment. These decisions can be so difficult.
Blind versus blind. Mulder makes it 90K.
King, queen. Don't know. Got it, and you folded queen? You folded the queen? No. Okay. Ace 4. 3 pair? 3 pair.
3 pair. Eights for the chip leader. Schindler with the king queen. 33 bigs. Three bet here to 180. Vogelsang makes the call. And the two finalists in the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl will do battle once again here. Jack 10-6. And the 8s are good at the moment, but as you see on the bottom left corner of your screen, Schindler actually the favorite. With the overs in the open-ender.
Schindler has to imagine he's up against maybe 8s, 9s, 10s in this spot. sort of hands that Vogelsang likely would call 3-bets with. Takes that equity. Checking back with the open ender. Question I think that Vogelsang and many of us may be asking is, what would Schindler be doing if he had kings or queens on this sort of flop? Would he ever check back? Would he knuckle? Maybe. To remain under-repped. To try and get a little bit more value. King, queen, ace, queen, ace, king, clearly all make a lot of sense. And here we go. Here he's going to size it up now. Try and put pressure on exactly this sort of holding that Vogelsang has.
Betting $225,000 on the turn.
Really hoping that he can take the pot right here, right now. In the event that he is called, I would imagine he's going to be ripping all rivers.
And Vogelsang does lay down the 8s. It's the smirk from Schindler.
And again, if you're just tuning in, if you missed it, these two have a ton of history.
Yeah.
Dating back to 2017, they squared off heads up. Super high roller bowl. Vogelsang was the victor.
You know what's here?
Yeah.
Poker Go Hold'em.
Oh.
Free to play online poker, available on your favorite device, whether that device is an iPhone or an Android or a flip phone. I don't know.
Well, you can play on your desktop as well, Jeff.
You can
Go
play
to
on your desktop.
PokerGoHold'em.com.
Brent Hanks, the voice of the game.
This information is for the incoming last ever for the Super Roller Series. Will be a 50K short deck. So once again, registration are open. 300,000 starter chips with the 2 volts and the 20 minutes lines. For information will be 1K full rake and $500 if you register before the start of the bet. Once again, short deck 50K.
Sounds like a 50K short deck,
Yeah,
Jeff. I heard that correctly. So
Last event of Super High Roller Series 0.
Yeah. How to get unstuck? Well, you play the 50K short deck and
on the last day and hope
to bury the biscuits.
Hope for a spike. Six left, 5 paid. Super High Roller Bull, you're up a $560,000 bubble.
Button's good.
Jake Schindler entered the day as the chip leader. Vogelsang currently leads the way.
$725.
He's Jack of Spades now for Schindler, right back to work here.
Raise 70. Hold. 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 Hold.
Schindler thus far having his way with the bubble, accumulating nicely. nearing 1.5 million. Also, it has position on Vogelsang, right? That king-queen was a great example of keeping him in check. Able to still apply a ton of pressure to Vogelsang, despite the tractor thus far plowing.
Jacks for Phua. And tens for Vogelsang.
What a spot here for Paul Phua. Oh, look at Vogues. How does he do it?
Ooh, just calls out of the small blind with the tens.
Wow. Exemplifying pot control on this ICM situation with these two tens out of position against Paul Phua. Did not want to face an all-in in the event that he did 3-bets.
Comes king 9-8.
Say what you will about Vogelsang, and I know I have plenty. His antics, nodding off at the table, length of time per every decision, the get up entirely, the tusks hanging from the neck. But his play today, absolute toppest of shelves. He is showing us all why he is considered elite.
Check calls here. Turn is a queen. Got shots for both.
And for both, not exactly a friendly ticket. Paul Phua, mightily concerned about the king-queen. Vogues, very similar.
Pot checks. River's the 3.
Yeah, I think he's done it again here, Jeff.
Did he?
He's out.
Does he know it's on him,
No,
or is he just
not
out
yet?
cold?
Little shift there.
Yeah.
I think now he's
Little shimmy.
Yeah, he's up. Little blocker bet now. We've seen over and over again. Maybe effective too, despite the price Paul's being laid. He's wondering, what exactly am I beating that this guy called out of the small blind with? Could it just be a hand like King 10? He's going to pay him up. Very nice stuff by Paul Phua.
Those jacks are best.
Why not take that?
Always entertained.
Thì đấy giờ đi sập đó唔大啊，sập都唔 three bet 啊 pre flop 你哋，我冇打咗嘛嗰日，係啊，佢一 three bet 我諗咗㗎啦，推晒落去。
So if he 3-bets, I'm all in with the jacks.
I believe him. He doesn't care about this bubble, Paul. He might be the most dangerous man at the table.
In this situation,
Just
absolutely.
doesn't give a rip. Clearly wants to play well, wants to win the tournament, but give him jacks on the button. You 3-bet me out of the blinds. Well, boys, we're going in.
We're going in.
We're going to play. All of it. Kudos to Vogues for recognizing that.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Really was. Mulder. Another ace-X holding in the big blind. Last time got him in trouble, although he could have doubled up into the chip lead.
All right, guys, once again, we are almost ready to start with the 50K short deck. Once again, before the start, will be 50,500. After will be 51K. So
that's the call here.
Use the 81K. After the start and before
6-4-4.
So we will have one more player. We can start with the 50K, which will have 20 minutes line, 300,000 starting chips, 100 at the beginning, and 2 reloads.
Oh, somebody's watching us.
Yeah.
Appreciate the support. Make sure you subscribe.
Just do
like
it now.
The stream.
Yeah.
Yep. Whoever's
thumbs
watching,
up.
is that Ali or might be Paul Phua? If you guys could subscribe, that's appreciated. Schindler just gets away. After raising pre, the check fold.
It doesn't burn any money there,
Yeah.
right, Jeff? We don't connect, face some resistance. How's this guy betting this board? Just check fold, no king, no 5. Made life a little bit easier for Mulder, who's been up against it. This final table, big decision after big decision.
Not yours?
How you holding up, Jeff?
Great.
Kind of
How are
slouched.
you?
Well, you look very tired.
Posture's great.
Yeah.
I'm good. Good.
A little worn.
I mean, you're on what, day 8?
Day 8, but
of 3
you know
a.m.
I'm
wake
sort
ups?
of used to
Yeah, you wake
not
up
really
pretty
getting a lot of sleep
right
at this stage of my life. You, however, I mean, you
don't really have much going on. Can you
the
usually sleep
master
in?
of the Z's. How's Buddy?
Buddy's good.
We haven't
thank
talked
you,
about
yeah.
Buddy
No,
last
he's
couple of
good.
days.
He's
Dog's
good.
well?
Dog's well.
Yeah.
Loves the early morning wake-up calls.
Sure he does.
The 2 a.m. walks.
You get home, is he pissed all over the floor? Or you got to clean up
No,
a little
he's been
bit, or
pretty
has he
good
been
lately,
pretty?
as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Really well trained.
Good for both of you.
Yeah, it's great for both of us.
Adams. Again. Very lengthy decision to just grip and rip. Move along.
Says all of it, and we say next hand.
A lot of comments here in the chat about your Tinder
Yeah, I've seen
expertise.
that,
You're back
yeah.
on the grind?
Got to get back on the
You're back
grind.
on the grind, yeah.
Yeah.
It's going well?
Oh, great. Love the dating app scene. Very productive.
Now, when you say productive, in what way?
Well, I just mean, you know, you're laying on the couch swiping on Tinder, and then it's 3 hours later, and you're still laying on the couch.
Just swiping away?
on Tinder.
Now, how does it work for a guy that's never used such a thing?
That's right.
Is
You've
it
never been on the...
you swipe and they have to swipe back?
Exactly.
Is that, okay. So you keep swiping and they're not coming for you.
I didn't necessarily say that. I'm just saying, you swipe and then you're just on to the next one.
Is it the sort of grind where maybe you get started earlier in the day, it gives you a better outlook for the remainder of the evening, or do you?
Perhaps.
The analytics suggest that you should start around the dinner hour.
Analytics suggest that your response time is not going to be great, even if you do match with somebody fairly quickly. It doesn't move quickly in Las Vegas.
Mm.
So Paul raises to 65K with 6s. Vogelsang calls behind with the queen 10 suited. Mulder has 8s.
Oh boy, Mulder just continues to have these uncomfortable situations present themselves. If we weren't on the stone bubble for more than $500,000, it just seems like a simple let's just move it in, right? But we're concerned about the open. We're concerned about the flat. There's 205,000 out there in the middle. We know that Ali is our short stack.
The 3-bet to 205,000.
What an interesting line he has decided to take. Rather than just moving it in, he's going to look perhaps even stronger by 3-betting to 205. All the players know how sort of tight he's been, big laydowns he's made thus far. Does this look like a powerhouse of a hand coming from Mulder?
And that'll just get through.
Beautiful.
Nice pickup.
Is it a jack? Is it a jack?
No, I'm folding.
Jack have a mark.
I don't think so.
Why you call me? You don't call him. So much.
65,
in position.
You're gonna do jack, yeah?
I don't fully came out quite expensive.
Yeah. He said there's.
Yeah, better change.
For new deck, please.
Paul Phua says, let's get some new cards in there.
I'll tell you what, whatever he asks for, he's going to get. Jeff.
Probably
you
so,
don't, You don't tell that man no.
So we'll take a look at the leaderboard. Vogelsang on top. Pawn second. Adams right there. Jake Schindler entered the day with the chip lead. He's in 4th. Similar stacks. It's Teun Mulder. Imsirovic. He's the short stack, 22 bigs. He stone cold bubbled Super High Roller Bowl Europe last year.
So brutal. How is that? I mean, if I'm Ali, I don't know what I'm feeling. Sort of
gotta be thinking about
miserable,
it
and also telling myself, "Will not do that again. Will not do that again. Must cash. Do not bubble." Yet it's hard to feel bad for Ali, right?
That's true.
2021 Player of the Year, PGT Tour. Current leader of the 2022 PGT Tour, Phil Ivey, of course, in second. I don't feel bad for Ali.
Look
Jeff.
at the payouts presented by GG. 560K for 5th, 3.2 million for 1st.
He's got all the money.
Yes.
Today he's got the looks. Life is good for Ali. He doesn't have to use Tinder.
$2.9 million in earnings on the PGT in 2022.
Oh, do I pay my big line?
He did not use Tinder to meet his girlfriend, Kristen. He says they met at a bar in Florida.
The way it should be done, Jeff.
I agree with
the
that.
old-fashioned way.
Yeah,
You just
meeting
go out
somebody
to
in
the
person,
bar with
yeah.
the gang, grab a couple of pints. You know, you see someone that might catch your eye, and you move in. You
say, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah. Have you tried that?
The hey, what's up?
Just going out to the bar, you know, grab a beer with the boys.
Absolutely.
And
that's the dream route.
yeah.
Well, I don't have any friends, so I don't really go to the bar with
Simply
anybody.
not true,
Yeah.
Jeff. I mean, you and I have gone out on many occasions. You know, I'll be your wingman. I'd be
That's
a great
true.
wingman.
You're a good wingman.
The
Yeah.
one
Good
time
hype
I
man.
went to a bar and I actually unexpectedly ran into you there. You were on a Tinder date with a young lady.
That's right.
And then she left.
And then I left, and then I came back,
And then
we
you came
played
back
video
and we
poker.
played. Yeah, yeah.
Good date, though.
Was it really a good date? Yeah. Didn't go anywhere. I mean,
Well, it
maybe
got
it
me
did
to a
later.
video poker machine.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, served a purpose.
I think that was the first time both of us had been to that bar.
It was. First, I was buying my new house, and it was
so rich.
There was water leaking, so I had to wait until
Yeah, I remember that.
And that happened to be the only spot nearby, and I was posting up, waiting to get it fixed at like 9 at night. And there you are at the edge of town with a lady of the night.
Well, I don't think it was lady of the night.
I mean, it was
I
a
think
lady
the date would have
of
gone
the night.
differently.
I didn't mean it like that.
Oh,
it's the evening.
oh,
Late
oh,
is late
gotcha.
at night.
Yeah.
2 cards lower than a 10.
Nick says Hank's probably pulls some baddies. You know what a baddie is?
Not sure what
Who a
that
baddie
means.
is?
No. What is a baddie?
Baddie's good. Baddie. Hanks could pull some baddies.
What is a baddie?
You could pull some.
What does pulling baddies mean?
It's good. It's good. It's a compliment.
Somebody in the chat explain to me what that is. Jeff's just got a little smirk on his face, just giggling. Must mean something horrific.
No, I disagree. Good question by Ozzy in the chat. Anyone recall how Hanks got a drunk Negreanu to give him 2 bullets to a 5K at the WSOP?
Oh, I can recall.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, it's great. Like we went to the hockey game
Went
the
to
next
hockey
day.
Game.
Or no, it was the same
night
day.
of.
Yeah, we came from the hockey, absolutely hammered. 5K turbo. Get him in there. Get Hanks in there. Twice.
Twice? 2 bullets?
Didn't that kind of bubble? Sort of bubbled?
Did you make day 2?
Yeah.
Oh, then yeah.
Yeah,
probably,
I bubbled.
Yeah.
Oh.
You ran really well this series.
Not really, Jeff. It's not great. Did we win at the hockey game? I'm sure we bet.
No, me
and they
you,
lost.
We've been to what, 4 games?
Never won.
No, we'd never won. We always bet the home team. I don't think we've ever won.
Doesn't seem right.
How bad do we run?
Sports betting, yeah, not great.
Not
Hard to
great.
win. MN3 Gunner says, Jeff, did you ever take Veronica out? I forgot about
did
that.
not.
You guys had a little
remember
date.
we were setting that up during the Doug versus Daniel streams.
Well, now that
we're friends. We're cool.
You're back on the Tinder side. I mean, the dating opportunities are once again
Oh, they're
present.
plentiful. Yeah, just all over.
Oh, I'm dead. Forget that. I miscalculated. Almost 40 big blind. I think almost 30. It's 30,000 big blind. I divide by 4. Less than 30. 1.1. 40 cannot sharp. 30 can.
Jacks I would call.
You call jacks?
Yeah.
Yeah, I look like I have. Yeah, if you have jacks, I can have 9, 10.
Yeah.
I mean, not 9, 40 big blind, you would think 10s. After I shout, it's 40. Ooh, shoe.
It's a good bluff. It's a bluff. It really does. Not 9 all in. 12 10s, probably.
Meanwhile, as this hand is continuing to, well,
to thrill
us all. I'm trying to look us up on PGT.com live reporting. There is a 50K no limit event that ran yesterday.
Day 2's today.
Day 2 is today. The final 6 will get paid. 8 remain. It's $684,000 for first. But what I'm not seeing are any of the chip counts.
Oh, like who's left? Did you click chip counts?
I did, Jeff. There's nothing there. I can't find any information. And then I heard the tournament director also announce that today's final event is the 50K short deck, which is underway. And I do see live reporting going on there. So I'm uncertain what's going on in the no limit event. And in the 50K short deck, well, 7 remain of the 7 entrants. Phil Ivey is the chip leader, so there is a small field.
Well, keep us posted on that one.
All right.
Yeah, Liga.
Meanwhile, Vogelsang is river to flush.
Liga thing I dare not do anymore.
A big one.
Yep.
Oh, it's Brent, huh?
Yeah, it's Brent.
Oh.
It sounds like everyone's going to break. We might miss the break, considering the length of time this hand is taking. My God.
Well, Vogelsang will take the chip lead into that break. We won't be pulling up a replay of that hand anytime soon. 2.3 million for him. I'll lead the short stack, 725K battling. He'll be at a little less than 20 bigs when we come back. Stone cold bubble of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Stay with us.
Last year, Brian Rast outlasted a world-class field on his way to a Super High Roller Bowl title and $7.5 million in cash. This year, the Super High Roller Bowl tradition continues from Aria Resort and Casino.
This is a big pot.
Thought I had you crushed.
49 of the world's best and wealthiest poker players. A buy-in of $300,000 and a first-place prize of $5 million. 4 full days of live poker. The Super High Roller Bowl from start to finish gets underway right now. Do you ever find yourself opening up a little bit when you know guys are tired and a little bit less interested in competing toward the end of a day's play?
Absolutely. That's a really big part of tournaments, having the feel for those situations.
And recognizing also that people can be polarized when fatigued, where they either have it, because otherwise they wouldn't be out there stepping out, or they're just phoning it in.
Right. Taking a more conservative approach with their medium strength holdings.
Exactly. Because they don't want to think as much, and there's a lot of thought that has to go into those gray area type plays, as we see 3 players in a raise pot pre-flop, and the flop yield is Queen 7-6 with a couple of clubs.
Goes without saying, that's a nice flop for Budiga.
Yeah, top pair with a king kicker. Nothing much for Anthony Gregg, who's checked as well as Pertouche. And Rainer Kempe checks his 2 4s. Here comes the turn card. Kempe picks up the bottom end of an open-ended straight draw.
That is a nice turn for Kempe. However,
2 flush draws on board for Pertouche now. He's got top pair.
Budiga leads here. It really depends on how much, as far as Kempe's decision goes.
And Pertouche fires 20,000.
Don't see Gregg continuing.
He lays the 5s down.
And I don't think Kempe has quite enough to continue. If you know an 8 is good for sure, it changes things somewhat. But an 8 could be no good. Pertouche has some combos with a 9 in it. However, fours could be good at the moment.
Call.
This is reasonable.
Rayner makes the call. A 3, 4, and 8 would make his hand best. And it's a 3 on the end, giving him the 7 high straight. That is the perfect card for Rayner Kempe. A disastrous one for Pertush.
That's how you do it.
It's just that easy, boys. Look at Rayner sizing him up.
Kempe is a touch capped here. Can't really have 8-9. He can, of course. He could check 8-9 on the flop, but most of the time he would bet. So Pertush is kind of asking himself, what are his 4 combos, and thinking about trying to get some value from this king-queen, which is reasonable because Kempe could have checked back some 6x, some 7x, and doesn't really have 8-9, where Pertush does have some 8-9 here. So I don't mind Pertush's value bet, but it is ambitious.
1,000 is the bet.
And you could potentially get your guy to induce here by checking with some sort of busted draw on the end.
Sometimes, and I think Kempe may find a raise here just based on, I feel Pertush may have given away the strength of his hand a bit based on his mannerisms. That felt very value-y to me. And that's not to say he did anything wrong, and it's much easier to make reads when you can see somebody's hand.
Oh, wow, look at this. You're exactly right.
But we've seen a lot of flat calling on the end with not the nuts. But Kempe really felt like this straight was good. That's logical. Pertush really only has the 8-9 suited combos. He's not taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 off. He might not be taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 suited. So Kempe really believes this straight is good. It is, and it puts Pertush in a very awkward spot.
80K to call.
If you're going to make thin value bets, you have to be prepared to face these decisions.
Well, Pertush didn't find the auto fold. He's asking for a count here.
No, it's.
But could Kempe really be bluffing for his remaining stack in this situation with just 80K?
Great question, Ali. It's so hard to say. we can't get into Kempe's mind or know one of the beautiful things about poker.
Oh,
Pertush thinks he could be. Maybe Pertush thinks that
To turn these over.
And that's why you don't stand behind a horse. And Fedor.
And we come right back to a possibly curious Fedor holes, and I love when we only get to see the one card. I really do.
Yeah.
Because start to imagine, what do you think Fedor does with the jack of spades? How about a queen? Play along with Fedor. He knows that Helmuth has been splishy splashy, to say the least.
Yeah, and the deuce 4 offsuit here, 3-betting to 90K.
That's right. And it looks like Fedor is taking a flop. Excuse me.
Oh, it looks like he's going to charge him more to take a flop, isn't he?
52 raised to 235.
It's a 4-bet to 235,000.
And
it's like a soul read.
I think after a little bit of Hollywooding, Helmuth is probably going to let this go.
What's going on here? I 3-bet the kid twice in 4 hours, and he 4-bet me both times. Are you in a hurry? You got a death wish? What the hell is going on here? This is sick.
Helmuth.
Nice hand, Fedor.
He's not scared to just get in there and limp. He's not scared to sometimes 4x pre-flop.
Right.
Blinds are 20-40. I've seen Berkey do things like make it 200. And I promise you that confusing your opposition generally is good. Sometimes the cost of that is making a quote-unquote bad play. Being unpredictable, hard to read and hard to figure out.
Right.
These are all things that do aid you in the long run if you use those things to your advantage.
Kempe opening with Snowmen, the 110. And the cutoff. And the small blind of Dan Smith making the call in bad shape with the 2 6s. He'll be heads up and out of position.
We haven't seen too many vicious coolers this tournament, Ali, like 8-6 deuce or something crazy.
And
welcome back to the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in northern Cyprus. We are on the bubble at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. We're at our broadcast studios in Las Vegas. I welcome you in as we take a look at the leaderboard. Vogelsang, 2.3 million in chips. Pretty sizable chip lead over Phua, Adams, Mulder, Schindler. Imsirovic now under 20 bigs, looking to avoid back-to-back Super High Roller Bowl Europe bubbles.
It's gotta be on his mind. We keep referencing this bubble, Jeff, the stone bubble last year. All these stacks, though, middling, right?
Yeah.
No one running away with it. Yes, Vogelsang, the chip leader, but everyone else very tightly packed.
Blinds going up 20K, 40K, 40K big blind ante. So that tightly packed group has like 25 to 40-ish big blinds. This man leads the way with about 60 bigs. And he's just going to open here 9-7 off. Expect to see Vogelsang apply some pressure throughout.
Well, he has a great opportunity, Jeff, to do that, to apply pressure, open wide, accumulate during this bubble scenario. Everyone understandably playing oh so tight. Hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line, more than $500,000 to be exact. Ali, you saw just a moment ago, he folded ace-deuce suited pre-flop. That tells you how much his game has changed. Now 7-6 of hearts, just pretty hands and quick folds.
Mulder limps in blind versus blind with the king 4. Adams has the 10-6 off. Pair of kings to Mulder. Savik says, do you guys believe in the YouTube poker boom? Does that refer to like the vloggers sparking a boom?
I don't, I mean, these giant streams, I'm not sure. Clearly there's a large presence on YouTube. Poker Go, we just celebrated yesterday, acquiring our 250,000 subscriber mark.
So I don't really know if it's a boom, but it's good for the game overall, the overall YouTube interest. Got to be there on all the platforms, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. The site your cousin's on. Just kidding.
Wait a minute. Did you just drop a cousin reference? And what site is that?
I just said you have to be relevant on all platforms.
What platforms?
I said you got YouTube, Twitch, Facebook,
TikTok.
Kids
love TikTok.
Twitter.
I don't really get
Instagram. The site your cousin's on.
Why why do you point out my cousin?
I'm just saying you got to
Big
cover
following?
all platforms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kristen's very popular. How's she doing, by the way?
She's wonderful, Jeff.
That's great.
Just had a baby.
Good for
if you're
her.
wondering.
Congratulations
Yeah, right.
to the fam.
Beautiful stuff. Tim P., the speed of play has been painful. Agreed.
Fair.
Tim, I think most would agree. And, you know, no fault really to the players.
Absolutely
it's just
not.
Simply the rules. They are allowed to take this much time. That is.
And therefore, we can't blame them on a $560,000 bubble. But we agree with what you're saying and try to continue to look for ways to improve pace of play. I think Triton showed us a little bit at the beginning of the series with what you could do with the shot clock, and you have some ideas as well.
685.
We do have a shot clock for this event. It's a 30-second shot clock. 30 seconds pre-flop and on each street. Players are given time banks that act as 30-second extensions.
We could have a little development here. Adams, ace high. Blind versus blind against Ali, who is the short stack. There we go.
685.
Yeah. Nobody home for Ali.
Oh, I thought he was dropping off more time banks for a second. So the Poker Go Hold'em app is here. Free to play online poker on your Android, on your iPhone, on your computer.
You sound so excited about
Fire
it,
it
Jeff.
up.
Yeah.
Listen to Brent more. Yeah, it's good.
PokerGoHold'em.com. You can play it right now on your computer,
Right
Jeff.
now.
You should go to the website.
No, I'm very focused.
Log in.
Very locked in on the broadcast.
Get that account
Thank
going.
you.
I'm going to work on your custom avatar as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we sell it
I
off
don't
to the
even have
people.
one.
That'll be very popular.
Oh, yeah. Market.
Yeah,
Just
I'll get
buzzing.
a little piece.
Right. Sure.
About $4 after all the sales.
Jasper, Ali going with the Stu Unger look now. I can kind of see it. It's the
Little
different
bit,
style
yeah.
of shades.
The modern version of it, perhaps.
I am curious from the chat, who is everyone rooting for?
Good question.
I haven't really been able to pick up that vibe. Who's got the largest fan base here? Who do we want to take this thing home? Let us know.
And who would you guess is going to be the most popular answer?
My guess?
Yeah.
My guess would be Ali,
I think
but
so too, just based on
could be very wrong.
Name recognition. alone.
Yeah. I have a follow-up question once we receive the
we'll get
answers
some
here, who
answers.
everyone's rooting for.
Oh, Paul could be a popular pick, too.
Oh, yeah, Paul Phua. How do you not root for Paul Phua?
Do you have the stats department tallying up the results?
I'm just kind of looking. A lot of Mulder, a lot of Ali and Paul. Those are your top three. Few for Vogues. Haven't seen much love for Schindler. Here comes DC Chandler's rooting for Helmuth.
Aren't we all? Queens for Imsirovic on the button.
Oh, my. He's been waiting for a premium. He found it.
A little bit more than 15 bigs.
Uh-oh.
Vogelsang the Jack 4 suited.
You're 530 behind, right?
Yeah.
Vogelsang defends. Ten-9 deuce, 1 heart. Couple backdoor draws for Vogelsang. All these queens are best.
Ali sort of hoping that Vogues is connected in some way, shape, or form, defending reasonable texture to have those thoughts. Very curious about the sizing. Typically, big hands, we do size it up. Is there a world in which he decides to take a different route to try and induce?
All in.
Oh, wow. Yeah, size it up.
Sizing
indeed.
up, yes. It's not going to work here, but plenty of scenarios in which that does.
Yeah, 9 out of 10,
get
I
him the
think, would
full
just
double.
call, thinking, what does this guy have, really? Nice little shot of that bracelet that's going on. I can't quite make out what it is, but over under $100, Jeff, the cost of the
For
bracelet.
that one, I would say over. You?
I'd go over. Everything he's wearing today looks rich.
You're right. The watch, the shades. Ace 10 for Mulder. Luis asks, is this really live? Answer is yes.
Oh, yeah, we're here, Luis. Very live. Darius, such a bizarre all-in. He would only get called by better or some open-ended. So I
don't
disagree.
think so, yeah.
I mean, you trying to tell me top pair isn't calling? Even maybe a 9?
A 9 might call there. Ace 4 suited for Adams.
$90.
Mulder has been sticky from the blind situations. Most are, right? Here we let it go, the 6-5. Just pay your respects to the under the gun open from Adams. Again, we expect extremely tight play on this bubble situation that's worth more than $500,000. Next player out will take home 0.
Taylor says when the players aren't talking, it kind of sounds like Jeff on Tinder. A bunch of shuffling sounds and someone saying pass.
Astute observation and
pretty accurate.
Very accurate.
Pretty accurate.
By the sounds of it, Jeff, yeah.
Matt says, really appreciate you guys not including the pay structure in the video description or a link to it. Really great production you have. Well, thank you, Matt. Appreciate the support.
Yeah. You could also just head over to pgt.com to find all of that information, but who wants to bother doing that?
And just so you know, Matt, that's not really a production note.
Right.
That's more
Not
for the
how it
YouTube.
works.
Yeah, so we'll let that department know, but it's not really production. But thank you for the kind words. Seems like a slight overreaction, but you know.
Appreciate the donation, Gio. Future commentator here for the Stoned Ape community. Well, that sounds kind of fun.
Slark says 2 most overhated commentators in the poker world. What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't really ever really feel too much hate. But I'll take it.
Yeah, I think we take that. Unless he just meant to say overrated. And that's probably accurate, too.
Well, you're an award-winning commentator.
Oh, that's true. But that could lead to you believing I'm overrated, right?
No.
Schindler opens here with ace-jack. I'll leave with the jack-8 off. Says no thanks. Poker Idiot in the chat says, greetings from Slovenia. Loving the commentary. Keep it up. Thank you very much. And Slovenia, of course, the homeland of one Luka Doncic.
How is Luka?
Luka gets better. A little calf strain.
Bum leg. Guy's always hurt, Jeff. I got to tell you, Luka's soft.
Oh, boy.
Very mushy. They got a shot, though, right?
Got a shot. It would be a little bit better shot if Luka was able to go.
Jeff, he's okay. You know,
he's got a calf strain, man.
Calf
Those are
strain.
serious.
He's all right.
I would be surprised if he played tomorrow.
Alex says, I mean, I think it's more your tone of voice that makes you overrated, kind of dull sounding, but I guess you are quite interesting.
Talking to me or you?
I don't know. It's phenomenal.
That's pretty good, though.
Lee Grant, appreciate that. Yeah, that was a lot of fun having Jeff and Amanda take shots of Buffalo hot sauce. Go Bills. I think it was Maria that had to do the shot of hot sauce, right? Did Amanda do
Maria
one with
and
us?
Yeah,
I know you and Maria
yeah,
did.
I don't think we did.
Amanda and I would just get weird during Friday Night Poker.
Yes, you would. Hand says I got a calf strain getting out of bed. It's kind of like the guy to my left. Could see that happening. Brian says go Bills.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, go Buffalo. Can't wait. Is the NFL almost here?
No, not really.
Did you see Josh Allen and his girlfriend made TMZ yesterday?
I didn't. No, that's
first time I think ever that a Buffalo, other than OJ, the first time a Buffalo Bill has made. They were going to dinner and they just got
in
lit
LA
up
or
by
something?
yeah. TMZ nailed him, and he's got a bit of a smoke show girlfriend, so that was
I'm sure he does.
TMZ's all about that sort of thing.
Absolutely.
David points out the draft is next week. It is right here in Las Vegas. I might have to attend.
You're going to go?
I mean, why not? It's the closest I'll get to the Bills on the West Coast.
Don't you have a family wedding to attend?
No, it's the following weekend. Oh, sorry, it's in two. The draft is the weekend of the 28th, I believe.
Oh, I thought it was next week.
Very end of April.
Gotcha.
I do have a family wedding a week from today.
Gotcha.
If you want to attend, there might be some Hank's family members there that could be single.
Oh,
Jeff.
hello. It could be a part of the family.
Might be your sort of scene.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Cammy says, Jeff, I heard you're single. You can marry my sister if you're rich. Well, I hate to disappoint you, but...
You don't want to marry the sister?
No. I'm just the rich part. Gonna need some work.
Well. Now, if you ever do get married again,
well, I haven't been married
you were very
before.
close one time before,
I still haven't been married before.
Where was that wedding supposed to be?
Dallas.
In Dallas.
Yeah.
So if it ever happens, are you thinking maybe Dallas?
I don't. At this point, I don't really care.
How about just a little chapel here in
yeah,
Vegas?
Whatever,
you know?
Yeah.
I'd love to attend.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, baby.
Some action
Yes.
finally as Vogelsang opens on the button with the ace-queen. Jake Schindler has 2 10s in the small blind. A little less than 25 bigs to start the hand. In for most of it.
Wow. Folks might have enough of it to want to play for it all. This is a close spot, believe it or not, but the money may go in. Schindler could be flipping for his tournament life here. He's hoping just fold, man. Let me live.
The all-in and the call, and here we go. A massive flip on the stone-cold bubble. Schindler all in and at risk with 10s. Vogelsang with ace-queen. What a crucial flip this is.
I think you put my small one in. No.
10-8-8. It's just 10s full. It's just 10s full for Jake Schindler.
And a blow at the moment to Vogelsang's stack. We do have turn river to come.
But
it's
that
over.
will lock it up.
20-20. There's only 125 with chip in. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's right.
With that, now Schindler becomes our chip leader. Vogelsang, a little chunk out of the tractor. You think Ali Imsirovic was rooting for his buddy Jake on that one,
I'm
Jeff?
not sure on that
one. I
one.
don't know. He remains our short stack here. The bubble will continue.
Well, that's one way to win a flip, just have it come 10-8-8.
Made it look easy, didn't he?
Now a quarter of the chips in play belong to Jake Schindler, the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl runner-up to Christoph Vogelsang. Doubles through him here. Imsirovic at 680K, everybody else over a milli. Vogelsang the Queen Jack of Hearts.
Back to tending to the crops. Former farmer Vogelsang, known as the Tractor. Gonna make a little hay here, Jeff. Queen Jack suited.
Raise 90.
Adams with the 10-9. Just lets it go after looking over at Ali's stack. Play is going to be pretty tight in most spots on this bubble, a $560,000 bubble. Chin in the chat says just lost $20 on soccer. It's okay. It's a long day ahead to just get right back.
Well, that's what you get for betting on soccer.
Producer Aiden, how are we doing on our tennis fires?
Sure,
early this AM.
Soccer game was a high-scoring affair.
Oh, they haven't started yet, guys. So we haven't lost. Ali with threes. All of it. Gets through. Much needed chips
and
from Imsirovic.
He's thrilled that that was just a snap fold for Schindler.
Didn't have to sweat that one out for too long.
Thank you guys all for tuning in here.
Yes.
On our broadcast on Poker Go's YouTube channel. If you haven't done so already, just click on subscribe.
Yep.
Do it right now. We are continuously trying to grow this page. While you're at it, click that thumbs up or like button. It really means a great deal to us. We want to continue to provide free content here on our YouTube channel. The more support you show us, the more support we will show in return.
People in the chat, decent amount, say we should say football instead of soccer.
Yeah, football when referencing the Buffalo Bills or any NFL teams. Other than that, it's soccer.
Oh, boy. We have an international audience, and we're in Europe. I mean, you and I are not, but...
Yeah, but Jeff, I am the typical ignorant American.
That's,
here,
well,
right?
that's true.
I mean, this is to be expected.
Nobody's arguing that point.
Right. I don't mind soccer. When they, you know, I like the pre-match and post-match when they get in fights on the street, at the pubs.
It's a little intense. Yeah.
Sort of the Green Street
like
hooligans kind of thing.
Yeah. I think the U.S. probably wins the World Cup this year, don't you think?
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Pretty good. Qualified. We
really
made it. If we're in there, and we're probably, what, plus 200? Probably 2 to 1?
Got to be a big favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll be wonderful. Lexi Lawless still play?
Yeah. He's the star.
Tony Meal, is he the goalkeeper?
No, that's
who's our striker?
Tim Howard is the goalkeeper. Striker is Pusilic. How do you say his name, Aiden? Christian. Pulisic. Plays for Chelsea, so you know he's good when he doesn't bother playing. When he doesn't bother playing in the U.S., he's probably good for the U.S. to have.
Yeah. For the Chelsea. Big program.
Big program.
Don't get me I'm with this guy on baseball, by the way, with hairy skin back, which you should probably get that looked at. But you cannot argue sport with an American. They have their own baseball league and call the end of it the World Series. Yeah, that is silly. Kind of silly. I mean, there's a lot of tradition there, but baseball stinks now, right? We think poker can drag on and take forever, but baseball.
I mean, pace of play in
what
baseball.
have they done to the game? The great game of baseball.
They got to fix that.
Borderline unwatchable. They pulled that guy out the other day who was throwing a perfect game.
Oh, yeah. What was up with that?
What are we doing?
That's ridiculous.
What happened to the glory?
One of the only ways to bring people back to the game by those kind of monumental accomplishments. And it's just like, oh, 7 innings, good work. And just 80 pitches. Doesn't even sound like that many pitches.
Let the guy rock and fire.
Did you guys see the graphic like back in 1912? This guy who was pitching was hit by lightning. They revived him, and then he just finished the game.
That's real?
And we can't have more than 80
That's
pitches.
a real thing?
I mean, I saw it on Twitter. It must be real, right?
Doc Ellis was on LSD back in the 70s and threw a no-hitter. I mean, now those are the glory days of the game of baseball. You know, you got guys smoking cigarettes on the bench.
Having some cold beers.
Yeah, just a pile of chow in the mouth.
Tim P, can we get some poker fights? I mean, that would spice it up.
Wouldn't mind it. Could have some. Usually every year there's 1 or 2 conflicts, right? People slugging it out.
But then when they see each other in person, it usually dies down.
I think that's the one thing I like about hockey, by the way.
Yeah.
You can fight.
Yeah, I love that.
They let them fight. We need more of that in baseball. Charge the mound. You know, let them rip.
Down. And fair point by Panhalt, people watching poker complaining about soccer and baseball. Fair. Very fair with some pace issues.
Tell you what I'm excited for, Jeff. Poker related as we drift away from the boring sports that are baseball, soccer.
And we focus on the exciting poker action.
Yeah. Well, how about this? April 21st to the 23rd.
Oh, yes.
How about the
am
heads-up
excited for
showdown? 32 players committed, $25,000 buy-in. We're going to do a bracket reveal show, you and I,
yes,
on April 19th,
yes,
to see who is going to play who. I can throw some names out there of folks that are committed to play. This might be the first time this has been revealed.
Oh, don't
In
reveal
fact,
too much.
I'm texting back and forth. Well, I don't care. I'm
Okay.
texting back and forth with Sean Deeb at the moment. So you want
let's
table
go.
talk, you want slow rolls, you want a little controversy. Well, you got them. Sean Deeb will be in there. Phil Hellmuth in the mix. Maria Ho, Nick Schulman, not on the mic, but in the game. Chino Ream, Darren Elias Negreanu, Ali Imsirovic, Eric Seidel, Alex Fox, and Scott Seaver. And how about this guy? Ready for him? The dirty diaper himself,
Rigby!
Nicholas Rigby from the World Series of Poker this year. He'll be in the mix.
What a lineup.
It's going to be an absolute blast. Clearly there are others that will be joining us.
So that'll be Tuesday night on YouTube, our own version of Selection Sunday.
Yeah,
we'll reveal the bracket.
Yep.
And then we get going on Thursday with rounds 1 and 2.
I believe so, yeah.
I'll be on sidelines for that event. Looking forward to it.
Good structure, too. It's not going to be like the matches aren't going to be designed to last, you know, for an eternity, much like this
okay, so good
final
as in
table.
like an
but
exciting,
yeah, we're going to
structure.
get these things over and done with, I'd say, within a couple of hours. And
that's perfect.
Move on, yeah. Again, that'll be a $25,000 buy-in. First place will take home $400,000. This is very similar to what I shouldn't say we, but to what was formerly known as the NBC Heads Up Championship. This will be the Heads Up Showdown.
How many spots pay out?
Top 4.
Nice.
Will get paid. Ali will be thrilled to sneak this one home.
Every pot's very crucial for Mr.
Adam says
Imsirovic.
nothing. Becky Boop, is this a poker game I'm watching? Is there any reason no one is playing any pots? Yeah, Becky. We're on the Stone Cold bubble right now.
6 or left, 5 get paid.
You're going to see a lot of tight folds, tight play. Everyone trying to avoid going home with $0.
Good question by Frog. Is the draw random or is it seeded for the heads-up showdown?
Is it? Say it again?
Is the draw completely random or do you have
Oh,
players as
totally
seeds?
random.
Yep.
Yeah, totally random. In fact, we're going to have Paul Campbell from the ARIA join us for that, representing the ARIA, and we're going to do the whole drawing right then and there. We're using 4 types of brackets: spades, clubs, hearts, diamonds, and we're going to select for each one of those brackets to determine the matchups, the time of the matchups, and of course, you know, we can't feature every single one, but we'll select what are the best matchups, and that's what we're going to air.
But we will have, you know, something at the feature table and then outer feature table, and we'll have coverage all over the Poker Go studio. Dean asks what's the payout for top 3. First place, $3.2 million. Second place, a little more than $2 million. Third place, $1,280,000. Fourth place, $880K. Fifth place, $560,000. Sixth place, $0.00. Imsirovic bubbled this very tournament last year. He is the shortest stack. He does have the ace-9 suited on the button.
And Schindler, yeah, we're opening wide as the chip leader. Not necessarily too wide, right? Suited connectors would make sense. These sorts of Broadway holdings. This is a close one for Ali, ace-9 suited.
The non-all-in 3-bet to $200,000.
And you sort of wonder, would he ever 3-bet fold a hand as good as ace-9 suited? Oh my gosh, we are going to find out. Vogelsang wakes up with the Rockets.
Not just the ace of spades, the ace of clubs as well for Christoph Vogelsang. Here comes the cold 4. To $375,000. Two quick folds, frustrating for Ali.
I'll tell you what, Jeff, it is frustrating indeed, no doubt about it. However, credit to Ali for simply just finding the 3-bet to $200,000, not going all in with ace-9 of diamonds off of that relatively shorter stack. Allows himself to get away, understanding he was completely crushed. Vogelsang has 0, and I mean 0 bluffs in that spot.
So Ali down to less than 15 bigs. And now it's Vogelsang with queens.
No longer napping, continuously waking up. Back-to-back premiums. The tractor plowing ahead.
Just limps in here. Schindler with the jack-9.
We talked about how balanced these guys are. Vogelsang able to limp in. We've seen it with Dust time and time again. Now mixes in a premium.
It was king 9-5. Pair of 9s for Schindler. Queen on the turn. So the set of queens for Vogelsang, the gutter for Schindler.
Yeah. Always lovely making a set. Of course, Schindler's collected 4 more outs. Again, the way Vogelsang has pursued this hand, could we ever get any value? He's checking and hoping that Schindler has collected. Oh my gosh.
10 on the river. The straight comes in for Schindler.
Schindler just gets there in a tiny pot, considering all that we've seen. Vogelsang has not put an extra chip into the middle. Look at this. Just checking a set again on this one-liner.
Look for here.
It's a total one-liner. You know, Vogelsang certainly has a hand good enough where we have to call. If Schindler sizes this up, I'm not really sure. As played.
Hot size bet, 120K.
You just have to call with the set. Show me a winner. Maybe there's a world in which he thinks we can find a check raise, but seems silly considering the one-liner that's out there. Any jack, we're not getting that hand to fold.
Flings in the call. We'll pay Schindler off.
He kind of wants to show it, right?
Yeah, he
Just
does.
like,
You
look
can
what
tell.
I have. Yeah, look what I have this whole time.
Decides against it. Schindler fired up to extend his chip lead. Nima says Vogelsang even slow folding. Funny. Mucking the cards.
Vogs has been a bit of a polarizing character at this final table. People are loving him and hating him quite equally. I'll tell you what, he's one of the nicest, most genuine people you'll talk to. He really is. Family man. Very reserved. His antics at the table, yeah, they are awfully slow. Ali committed, Jeff.
In for most of it with the king-queen.
Looking to slide this one home, otherwise it's time to gamble.
And I believe he has.
You're allowed to be two things, right? You're allowed to be a remarkably nice human being.
Yep. Great poker
Extremely
player.
polite. Never going to have an issue, never behavior-wise. Will never say anything or get out of line. And you're also allowed to be terribly slow.
Yeah. He's 10 for only opens here.
All right, a little build, a little climb for Ali now, back up to near 800,000.
Almost 20 bigs.
740?
Yep. Good question by Pan. Who's ahead in the PGT standings? Last I knew, Ali and Phil were close. Ali Imsirovic is on top of the PGT 2022 leaderboard. About 115 points ahead of Phil Ivey. But a cash today would earn him at least 168 more points.
It would, but don't count out Phil Ivey.
That's
He's
true.
also in the hunt right now playing the outer short deck event. He and Jason Kuhn are top 2 in chips. I'd say it's a relatively small turnout, 7 players. So a single table sit and go. And those payouts and points will count towards the PGT leaderboard.
Or so. I see.
Bear with us.
Yeah, we might.
I don't. Are we gone too? Can you guys hear us in the chat?
You like how I did the F's in the chat? Like I'm kind of the young cool kid who knows to put F in the chat.
What does that mean?
Well, when
Freeze?
it goes down, you're supposed to F's in the chat.
F's in the chat. Well, I'm going to put out an F then.
Yeah, put out an F.
All right, F. Okay, they can hear us. All right, well, cool. Jeff, let's get back to talking about your personal life.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we're going to put up a slate and try and get this fixed. Okay, so you don't want to talk about yourself?
Nope, I'd rather put up a slate. All right, here we go. Welcome back. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Have it all resolved. Jeff Pine alongside Brent Hanks. Final table, Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Paul Phua opened here. Schindler thought about that one for a while. Ended up laying it down.
You think that was the same hand we left off on?
I don't know. I don't know where the big blind was. I haven't really paid attention much. You?
Not really with us, huh?
No. I'm here, baby.
680. You?
Oh, we heard Ali. He's got
1,030,000?
680. Boy, he has been putting up one heck of a fight. If you're not familiar with what happened 1 year ago, Ali Imsirovic was the stone bubble in this very event, trying to avoid a similar fate.
Got the chips in with the ace-deuce suited against Viktor Malinovsky's ace-king.
All the kids are doing it these days,
That's
Jeff.
true.
The ace
The 4-bet
wheel
shove.
card, yeah. Suited variety, and it's just all in.
Malinovsky went on to win the event. Ali's had to stew over that 500K bubble. King 9 suited for Mulder.
You got to give Mulder a lot of credit. There was a stage of this final table on this bubble where it looked like, man, the end was near for him. He made two huge laydowns, both incorrect. And still alive and thriving.
And flopping a 9 here.
Prince of Poultry, terrible texture. Big blind defense, seemingly range advantage Mulder. However, Adams is under the gun if he does bet. If he does bet repping strong, he knuckles back. What a beautiful sight to see on the turn.
Ace on the turn.
Employing pot control, Adams knuckling back that ace. Understanding the dynamics of this board where oh so slippery and wet. Perhaps now we try and eke out a little value with our holding. Can we get a call from a 9 or a 10? No, just stone pot control for Adams. And that is sort of the situation, right? This
Yeah.
ICM bubble scenario. Just happy to collect any pot. Notice Ali there, pocket fours right into the muck with that stack, and it looks like the last hand before break. Players heading for the hills, maybe the beach. Vogelsang. I don't know, Jeff, maybe not a beach guy.
No, but like we said yesterday, we could see him sitting out there for a little bit.
Well, in that exact outfit.
Yeah.
You know,
Toes in
taking
water.
a stroll. You roll up the pants a little bit, let
Absolutely
your
have to roll
feet hit
the
the water,
pants.
soak in some rays.
Yeah.
Just the nose.
But put some sunscreen on the nose.
Right.
Mulder, king queen in the small blind, about 30 bigs.
600.
3-bet to 600K. Fold, fold. A little momentum going into break for Teun Mulder. Well, we'll raise the blinds when we come back. The stacks will get a little bit shallower. The $560,000 bubble continues. You're watching Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Thanks so much for joining us. Stay with us.
It begins in this city, in this venue, at these tables. 56 players will enter this room, each with a singular goal, winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
I would say that the Super High Roller Bowl is the best tournament of the year, and I say that with confidence.
$300,000 gets you in. $6 million awaits the winner of the one event on Earth for the highest stakes with the toughest field for the biggest money. The 2017 Super High Roller Bowl. This is where it begins.
Let's play some poker, boys.
And back down to the fell.
This feels like last year.
Somewhat, perhaps. A suited connector is a nice hand to have in your small blind 3-betting range versus really any. Oh my goodness.
And what about is it nice when this happens? Because this is a classic.
Wow. I mean,
Top set against a straight.
A cooler like this early, involving Phil Hellmuth is really astounding.
What sort of run out can Hellmuth possibly get away from here other than 4 to a flush or a straight, perhaps?
The runouts that Hellmuth gets away from kind of slow down the action anyway, were it to be an 8 of clubs or jack of clubs. So,
Correct.
of course, that's nice for Phil. This, it goes without saying, is really problematic. And he does elect to raise the flop, and
oh boy.
Bottom, as random seemingly as Phil can be, when he raises 7, 9, 10 with 2 clubs and a 3-bet pot, it generally indicates strength of some sort. Whether it's...
What's the bottom end of that strength, though?
And Phil, most of the time, would call here on the flop with king, queen of clubs because he doesn't want to have to either get it in or simply incinerate that equity. And Addamo elects to call, which is...
And he picks up a flush draw to go with his 10 high straight on the turn. Not that he's concerned about being up against jack 8, of course.
Does Phil find that pot control-y check button somehow with 3 10s? I don't think so, although there are vulnerabilities to this hand. Sometimes...
And a lot of cards on the river you don't want to see.
You do want to protect against a lot of cards you don't want to see, but you have to think about the overall scenario in the tournament. Everything comes into play. There are some benefits to checking here, but it's very hard.
60,000.
Justin could easily check jam here, given that he could pick up a variety of draws. 7x of hearts. This is going to be, in all likelihood,
You may want to put the greens on the bottom.
an all-in from Justin, and
oh, I know.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, could king jack of clubs factor in here?
Wait, I'm giving too much information.
Certainly you fear king jack of clubs, or king jack in general, if you're in Phil's seat.
Although check
thing.
raising the flop with king jack in general, less likely, I would imagine, no?
Could happen. Same thing from Justin. You fear running into a straight. My God. There it is.
And it's all in the middle.
Oh my God. I escaped.
Oh man, it's going to be hard to pair the board.
Oh my God.
Hellmuth needs a 7-9 or queen here.
Wow. Fill him out. 30 minutes, go get that.
10 will work as well.
Oh, we'll go take your time.
15. I guess maybe I should have 3-bet before the flop. I knew you were going to 3-bet me light a lot today.
That's what I do.
I know. Wow, what a flop for you. That's amazing.
That depends on the river card.
No, I said what a flop for you.
Oh my God, wait till people get this update.
And the 3 on the river.
Guys,
Oh my God.
try to outplay me. The best player in the world. I'm just going to re-race Phil with 8-6. He's going to flop top set, and I'm going to flop the straight.
And the stack sizes begin to increase as the field condenses. I'm sure we'll see some even bigger pots.
Wake up cards.
Ace-10 suited for Czar Rast. That was his online handle.
It was. I've tussled with him many times, both online and live.
You were the takeover.
I still am the takeover.
You still
Ali.
are, okay. I haven't rumbled with you online in so long.
Yeah, I'm around from time to time when I duck out of the country and get that itch.
Of course, online poker no longer available except for specific states here in the U.S. We're talking New Jersey, Nevada.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
A little bit shocking. Certainly disappointing for the big fans of the game.
Everybody's suited here.
Nice guy.
And the board, 2 clubs. Queen 8-6. Rast with the nut flush draw. Heart with the flush draw and open-ended straight draw. And Katz with a pair of 8s.
Serious connection to the board via Rast and Hart. And given that Kevin is sporting a 20-some-odd BB stack, slightly more, I believe. Very likely to be going in here versus Rast.
I'm all in.
All in.
And sure enough.
Of course, the correct play for Kevin.
Call.
And Rast says, I have to call. He happens to have the best hand, and it's got
More
Kevin
like
in pretty rough shape.
A 2-to-1 dog for Kevin, and rough shape indeed.
Yeah, you still got a bunch of that.
Oh, I know I got out. I just didn't want to see that.
Yes, that's true.
It's-
You want to see ace queen?
Yeah. Don't forget about the red 9. We're the red 7.
9.
Just put it straight out there. Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Just anything with a club.
Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Got a wrap. A wrap of outs. The hold'em wrap. Minus the club. That's not my specialty. Not really mine anymore either. But used to be.
And here's the turn card. It's
He
a
does hit
5.
that straight, so now it is Brian over a 4-to-1 dog hunting for those clubs. Only 7 of
It's your
them.
lucky dealer. You good.
That's my girl. That's my girl, huh? Come on, Mad Dog.
And at least there's a...
Hold on, Mad Dog.
Here comes the river. It's a 7, and Kevin Hart.
Hart retains life.
Kicking that. Kicking that.
111.
Oh, boy.
I believe Vogelsang wakes up with
Can you
aces.
please be quiet? I'm
You
asking
can't.
very nicely.
I'm
You
allowed
can't
to
say
talk.
anything. Carrie, you can't.
Where's that in the rules?
Can
you call the floor,
Floor,
please?
you really can't
Floor.
even say a word.
That's not a rule in poker.
Yeah, it is.
What, talking?
You can't talk right now. Only heads up.
Everybody's getting a little testy, Ali.
Oh, listen. A lot of money hanging in the balance.
That's
man.
right.
Stress getting to folks.
Kernick and Kuhn are
Why
about
are
to
you allowed
throw
to talk during
down.
a hand? What's the rule?
You are allowed to talk. Even with three-handed, him left.
Absolutely. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can I have 30 extra
Stand
seconds? Because I've been trying to get him to stop talking. We've been calling him before. Absolutely, he should get extra time.
I've used the time. I spent 2
You
minutes
should have
trying
as
to
much time as you want.
1:15 when he called for the floor. It was at 1:15 when he called for the floor. I looked.
Multi-way pops, even if a player is all in, it's
Okay.
still considered a multi-way
Not a word.
pop.
My apologies. I was
So,
wrong.
How much time was left? So Justin's already used the time extension, so he has until 1 minute.
Here,
Can I say
I'll give him one of my banks. I'll forfeit it.
Can I say something? There was a bunch of talking, so he really should almost start over.
So a reasonable,
said that.
Well, let's not get carried away. How many time banks are we going to make up here? You know,
Yes. Justin, you
That's
agree
fine.
Reasonable? Okay, 30 seconds starts right now.
So it's 648 more to call, right?
648,000 more to call. Yes. Call. Call. You got aces?
Yeah.
You got aces. You wake up with aces there. All right. Just need a red queen, I guess. Damn, that's a good spot for aces, huh? This is my first all-in. All-in call.
So it's sixes against queens against aces for far and away the largest pot that we have seen thus far in this year's Super High Roller Bowl, with not one but two players at risk in Vogelsang and NLHE carry Katz.
The 648 or whatever it was that Addamo just called now, also close. I need some help from the players at home, the very experienced players in these situations. I'm just not sure. My knee-jerk reaction here is that Addamo did not even need to call that initial 20 bigs, but certainly it's okay.
Welcome back to Northern Cyprus, back to the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino, and back to Super High Roller Bowl Europe. We are back, and we are on the bubble. 6 players are left. 5 players will be paid. A look at the chip counts. Jake Schindler, almost 2.5 million in chips. Vogelsang and Mulder effectively tied for second. Adams and Phua effectively tied for fourth. That means our short stack is Ali Imsirovic, with the blinds going up as about 13.5 bigs. Look at the payouts presented by GG Poker. $560,000 is guaranteed to our final 5. However, 6th place leaves with absolutely nothing. Lines are up.
You know, Jeff, the
50K,
bubble
50K,
can't be that bad. Did you see the stunning landscape, this destination that is the Marriott Casino Royal Hotel in Northern Cyprus? That coastline.
It's beautiful.
My gosh.
Beautiful. I mean, is it $560,000 beautiful, though?
Oh, come on. It's only money.
That's true. We wouldn't know what that feels like.
We also wouldn't know what it's like being there. We're remote, obviously, Jeff.
Yep.
Every year we're trying to work on being on site. Maybe next year we can get out there. Yeah.
Thank you.
So Vogelsang limping in with the king-queen here. Schindler has ace-8.
This is a really interesting strategy adjustment by Vogelsang. He's adapted a limping range, which clearly we can see includes hands like king-queen offsuit. Curious to see if he has any other hands in his arsenal that maybe he would consider doing it with as well. All players sort of frozen. You saw Schindler with ace-8, Adams now with ace-8, thinking, what the heck is the tractor doing?
This taking place on Ali's big blind.
He's at 16, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Queen 10-9, a little bit there for everybody, but most notably Vogelsang.
Most notably indeed, an absolute gin texture for Vogelsang. Top pair with the gutter. And he happens to have the short stack, Ali, sitting there with middle pair. And you have no idea what's running through Ali's mind. What sorts of hands does he give credit to Vogelsang limping middle position? Would he do it with suited aces?
70.
Would he do it with king, queen, queen, jack? Could it be just baby pairs, 2s, 3s, 4s? I mean, it's endless, right? We just don't know.
And Ali just flings the 10 into the muck.
Snake? Yeah.
Oof.
He's probably got more.
I don't know. I have your hand.
Would you not have defended your hand?
So Vogelsang saying he meant to race.
So a misclick,
Yeah.
just call. All right, that makes more sense. Although it'd be kind of cool if he was trying to employ some sort of limping range.
Right. I thought that was the case with Ali at that 15-ish big blind stack as the big blind. But it's just a misclick.
Jake with a 3-bet.
It's like this guy's trying to see a flop right now.
Even the best in the world slip up. And it can even happen at a 250K final table. So don't feel bad about mistakes that you may make. Of course, that mistake was fine because he just won. And Ali Imsirovic finds 2 kings in the small blind.
125.
The small raise out of the small blind, and unfortunately for him, Phua just has 3 high.
Let's go to spin.
Did Paul just grab the hand and look at it?
I mean,
or did Ali sort of show
I
him?
think he did, but I'm kind of thinking based off the reaction of Ali, he said, okay, you know, take a look. Poker Go Hold'em's here. Yes, it is. It's free to play. Online. You can fire it up on your computer, pokergohold'em.com, or you can download the app on the Android store or in the App Store if you have an iPhone. Play with Negreanu, Helmuth, Maria Ho, Antonio Esfandiari. Listen to Hanks taking you through the game.
Yeah, not only can you play with these guys from time to time, but also the best shows in poker. Poker After Dark, High Stakes Poker, Friday Night Poker, the U.S. Poker Open.
You can get on the
Super
set.
High Roller Cash Game, High Stakes Duel, all of those shows included in the game for free. Download it right now.
We've been through a lot of cards. There's our chip leader, Jake Schindler.
What do you mean we've been through it? Replacing the decks?
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah,
what
we
you're
got
referring to?
Used a lot of decks.
Well,
There's
maybe
a
these
short
guys are
stack
bending
of-
the cards. They're all,
yeah.
they're angry.
First time we have seen Tim Adams eat something other than chicken, as he's enjoying a banana at the moment.
I
Right?
can't believe my eyes.
Yeah.
His name is the Prince of Poultry.
In the last 3 years, we haven't seen anything other than chicken.
Maybe he's gone with the all-fruit diet.
Perhaps.
You know? It's a thing.
Is it?
Yeah, a lot of...
Just eat fruit?
Well, I mean certain animals, birds.
Can you put those, the other stick?
Why not humans?
The other 25s, I couldn't see them.
Doesn't Negreanu only eat fruit?
No.
What does a vegan diet consist of?
More than fruit?
1.350.
But a lot of fruit, some veggies, tofu.
You tell me.
65.
I'm enjoying an omelet right now. It's quite nice.
Yeah, does yours have
no fruit in it?
Any fruit? No. Any meat in it?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Got some ham in it.
I love a nice ham. I'm going to make a ham this
You are,
weekend
for
in my
Easter
smoker.
weekend?
Yeah, to celebrate Easter.
Happy Easter to everyone out there. Happy Passover as well.
For me, it's just more about the ham and the smoker, Jeff.
Well, for me, it's more about Passover, okay? And the chocolate matzah.
Chocolate matzah.
Oh, yeah, chocolate
That sounds
matzah's
good.
It's good, yeah.
I'd like to do Passover. Do you have room at the Platt household this weekend?
You know, I'd have to check.
You want to call your dad right now?
Yeah, let's just...
Or do it right now on air.
We could.
Bring him into the show.
Invite, they'd love to have you.
Invite me for Passover.
Tim says it's also Ramadan. That much is true. Dale says, I went out for Italian a few hours ago. Well, hope it was a lovely meal, Dale. Chris, great question. How come Ali Najad got to go to this event? Hold that thought. Ali Imsirovic with kings again. And again, gets no action. Chris says, how come Ali Najad got to go to this event, but you guys are stuck in Vegas?
Yeah, well, I guess I don't know the answer. Ali and Rasty went out there for the Triton Series, and we are doing the Super High Roller Series here in Vegas. So, I don't know. Jeff and I are working on it every year. We want
to go.
Make that
Let's
trip.
go somewhere. Ball till we fall. Hanks, you can sit at the seat they saved for Platt's girlfriend that he never has to bring over.
That's a fair
good.
point, yeah.
That's pretty good. Jesse, I want to become a poker commentator. You guys have any tips on how to do so? Probably should do the opposite of whatever we do.
Yeah.
You might have a chance.
Just hit mute right now and start calling the action aloud.
Really
Tape
should.
yourself. Well, another blackout here. I'm sure the mics are hot, Jeff. Don't say anything terrible about other people. Okay?
We're back.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I told you not to spill that water on that box right there.
Well, you said maybe we could just be there, and then there wouldn't be any problems because we would just be there.
Yeah, Mulder's got the 9 and the 3. I saw that. He's got two pair. Now Adams has nothing. Now he has something, a little gutter ball. Apologies for the current blackouts. Happens from time to time.
Nima says taking the go all in the dark too far. Fair.
Yeah. Well, well played. What do you think the average length of time is per hand at the final table? I don't know the answer. I'm just curious.
28 and a half minutes.
28 and a half minutes per hand?
Average length. Are you including, the pre-flop opens where everybody folds? Because that's going to bring down the average time pretty drastically, right?
Okay, so let's only include the hands that
see a flop.
We see a flop.
Average time, maybe a minute, 58 seconds.
Wow, I would take the over.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
I'll take
what
the
do you
over.
guys in the chat think?
Curious. There's got to be a way we can figure that out, right? We'll get our stats department on it?
Yeah.
So much
So
table
Kansas,
talk here.
can anyone tell me how they know their hands before they see them? So Our players put the cards into a little box you see right there that Paul does. It's an RFID, and that just reads the cards have the technology embedded in them, and that's how we know their hands. Christopher Lord says, Jeff, what is the tennis bet you have going? Now, the tennis bet I've done a lot of scouting on. Aiden, just whisper to me what it is. What's the first leg? Zverev, I really like Zverev in leg 1, and Tsitsipas in the second leg.
Zverev and Tsitsipas.
Yeah, 2-leg parlay that I've been... Monte Carlo, I just feel like...
What do you mean 2 legs? Like there... Is there 1 leg at tennis?
2-match parlay. 2-match parlay.
Oh, 2-match.
Both,
I got you.
Yeah, both.
I thought you were talking about like the physical
both.
condition of players.
Raise and take it for Adams. Oh, and Chris says, let's go. I have the same 2 on the end of the 4-leg parlay, and the first 2 already hit. Good luck, good luck, good luck to you.
So, Jeff, the NBA, right? You've got your Mavs on Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are the games that I saw the last couple of days? Weren't those playoff games?
No, those were play-in games to get into the playoffs.
So if they lost, they're out.
It depends. If in that 7-8 game, the loser gets 1 more chance. They play the winner of the 9-10 game. You lose the 9-10 game, yeah, you're just out.
Okay, so the Nets then, the Brooklyn Nets, I watched that game.
That was the 7-8 game.
They're just in now.
They're in as the 7th seed.
Do they have to play another game, or they're just in?
Nope, they're just in. Their next game will be against Boston.
There we go.
I like this idea from Daniel Colpoys. When can I guest commentate and drill some Bud Heavies with you, Hanks?
If that is the real Colpoys, and I believe it is, and thank you for the $4.99.
Yeah, but we don't.
We have
know
no idea where it
goes,
goes, but we'll take it. I mean, come on over, man. Bring the Bud Heavies with you.
115.
You know Colpoys, right?
Oh yeah,
if that's him.
We had him on our Stairway to Millions.
Hilarious. Very vulgar.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Played a ton online. Used to. I remember the first time I played with him live. He's like, "Oh yeah, I used to bluff you all the time."
I'm
and
sure
would just
he
laugh
did.
right in my face.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Yeah. Very strong player.
Adams opens and Vogelsang defends. Ace, queen, deuce. Aces for Vogelsang. Queens for Adams. Backdoor straight draws exist for both.
Sort of situation where Adams turns him. I was just
Kings
about
and
to say
queens.
we lose inevitably a few chips, maybe a bet or two, but the tide has turned. Terrible card for Vogelsang, and he knows it.
Yeah.
Spades come home. The king-queen combo comes home. We could be behind a better ace as is. And, well, there we go.
Goes check, check again.
Adams has been really dialed in and focused on controlling the pot. Does not want to inflate this thing so much where he has to make a huge decision. In total control.
That is 160,000 from Vogelsang. A little bit more than half pot.
Yeah, trying to get called by a king or a queen. Obviously, Adams with the goods.
Snaps him off. Shows down the winner. Takes down the pot. Vogelsang continues to slide.
Nathaniel Che says, dang, been watching since breakfast at work this morning, and now it's lunchtime. I hear you. This might go all the way to dinner. You think I'm kidding?
No, I didn't. Donnie Peters in the chat says the YouTube donations probably go to Remco's new bike fund. You know, he does control the YouTube page, right?
Oh, you know what? And he just got a new bike. That's exactly what's been happening.
That's what it is.
All that
We
money went to
figured
his
this out.
bike. We've probably
And
had hundreds of dollars.
Lewis, thank you for the $5 donations. Very nice. Again, we don't know where the money goes, but he says enjoying the commentary, even with the occasional blackouts and technical difficulties. Sorry about those.
You're the man, Lewis. Thank you
Cheers from
very
Texas,
much.
he says. God bless Texas. The great state of Texas. I'll be there tomorrow. Or tonight if we get off in time.
Oh, you won't be there tonight, pal.
I'll be there tonight. Ali just kind of hanging around. Opens with the Queen 9 suited. Mulder 7-6. Good question from your pal Mal, and I'll direct it to Brent. What do you guys think about slow play with such tight ranges? Do you find it boring or just as interesting as any other type of play?
It's different. I mean, it is certainly boring,
Sure,
right?
sure.
It's anything that's slow and takes
Monotonous.
forever, and yeah, it's going to be boring. But it is, for a poker junkie and the hardcores, there are interesting scenarios that are going to inevitably unfold. And if you're trying to improve and get better, this is exactly what you want to watch.
Yeah.
You want to see how the best players in the world handle bubbles, play for all the money, run savage bluffs, get maximum value, stay balanced in small blind versus big blind confrontations. The intricacies are fascinating.
Jacks for Mulder.
600.
3 bets, wins. Simon in the chat asks, when do they talk?
Yeah, that doesn't
That's
happen.
fair.
Simon, there.
Fair question.
Yeah. Well, as the game continues to evolve from a strategy point of view and perspective, so often has I guess silence come along with that. Not all of today's players are necessarily quiet, but the game is certainly different than what it was in the early to mid-2000s. Animated play, non-stop characters.
After running into jacks, Schindler is going to run into queens here.
Adam's certainly one of the more methodical players on the PGT. He takes a ton of time, much like Vogues. And also like Vogues, extremely nice guy.
Takes that one down. And Denise, who would you say is the most talkative out of the new generation? I think Sean Perry is the only correct answer there.
Without question, Sean Perry, yeah.
If you haven't seen a final table yet with Perry, you got to go back and check him out on Poker Go. Worth the price of admission.
No, no.
Love him or hate him.
Could have 3-bet.
Me too. That sense.
No, I mean 3-bet call.
Yeah, me too. And before.
Oh. So, are you folding?
No, no.
Yeah, I know.
All right, fellas, tone it down. Can't have that much conversation.
Yeah, come on, boys. Having a little too much fun.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Are you? Yeah, like the same. I have 705. All
numbers would go up. Ali ripping it with the 9-5 suited, nothing doing for Phua.
So there's a, I assume that's just a pure jam. A 9-5 suited blind on blind with that stack size for Ali.
$25, $50K with a $50K big blind ante. Schindler opens here, Mulder has 7s. Vogelsang the Queen-4 suited in the big blind. He's slipped to just a little more than 20 bigs.
if we weren't on the stone bubble, Queen 4 suited was an absolute play defense sort of calling hand. This is where, you know, the idea that Greg Merson on Twitter put out the other day, Jeff, that you and I talked about, the NGNF High Roller Series, that would make things interesting. Put half the prize pool at the very top and watch how that changes the dynamic. Players would then be incentivized to go for it. You're not going to be playing so tight. You can't do it for clearly every major and every series.
It's worth trying.
People are going to go broke.
Jacks from Imsirovic. Nine of clubs for Schindler.
Very defendable. He knows that Ali is opening off an extremely tight range. Does not necessarily mean he's paired. I think we still have to peel. Take a look at some texture.
Does indeed defend.
Ooh.
And does flop a flush draw. It's a 6-4, 2 clubs.
It's still range advantage Ali. So, yeah, here we go. A little down bet, and it's just going to give Schindler an incredible price to peel for another puppy paw. Try and make that flush. There are also turn cards that can add a little straight equity. Imagine a 7 or a 5. Any pair becomes valuable for Schindler as well.
Schindler check calls. Turn is a 10.
That's one of those cards,
More
right?
outs.
And for Ali, it's sort of in no man's land now. Doesn't think Schindler has too many aces. Shouldn't. He still has the range advantage. He can absolutely have some sort of 6 or, again, a flush draw. 405 out there, 640 behind. Like eggshells. Now, how do we proceed? How do we walk?
Check, check. River's the Queen of Hearts. Schindler does not get there.
And I think maybe from Jake's perspective is what sort of holding would Ali bet flop and then check behind turn, given the presence of that flush draw? It seems like he'd want to deny equity if he had the toppest of pairs. Maybe Jake can put him solely on a pair of jacks in this spot. And he's not. He's not going to go for it. He's going to allow Ali to show this down.
Oh, he's happy to check back.
Yeah.
Ali continues to fight, continues to battle. Was so close to being eliminated. Got the chips in with ace-10 against Michael Addamo's ace-queen, 10-ball on the river to save his tournament life.
Well, yep, see there. Naps are officially happening. Adam's out cold. You think it's meditating or sleeping?
When Adams
when he does that at the table,
got to be more meditative, right?
I think so. Did I tell you about the time I walked by Eric Seidel inside the studio when we were doing a show?
Yes, but go ahead and tell the people.
We'll let Schindler just pile drive here. Queen 6 off, max pressure on Mulder. So you and I are doing the broadcast.
Right.
I think it was the U.S. Poker Open
right.
just recently. And Seidel was at a final table, 7-handed. And, of course, we're on delay, so we have no idea real-time what's been going on. Well, I think I had to step out and use the restroom, or I'm not sure exactly what the situation
was. Before
but
the stream started.
Maybe
so we're
it
just
was.
Kinda hanging
and
out.
I ran out for a moment. And Seidel is there in the little player lounge directly next to the commentators' sort of room. And I didn't see it or recognize it at first. I said, "Oh, hey, what's up, Eric?" And then as I'm talking, I'm realizing his eyes are completely shut while his legs are crossed and he's sitting upright, looking straight sort of ahead, but he had his hat on. And I think I woke him up from a little snooze. And he muttered back,
Maybe we'll try to bring Eric Seidel on later.
Yeah, we can talk to him about that. But that now seeing the Prince of Poultry here with his eyes closed at the table and knowing that Seidel is kind of close-knit with that group, I'm wondering, are these guys practicing meditation while at the table and away from the table? I don't know, Jeff. Maybe. You know what? I'm going to – hold on a minute. Just give me a moment. I'm going to meditate.
Well, we have
a little technical break. I'm going to –
Yeah, that's good.
I'm going to meditate. And for the folks at home –
meditate with us.
Maybe join us. Eyes closed.
Join us.
I'm picturing
it's
the
Super
ocean
High
there.
Roller Bowl Europe.
Cyprus, wind blowing.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target. Score!
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Dvoris just flat. Let's see 3. No reason to put in a 3-bet or get yourself in a rather unfortunate all-in a call situation.
Flops a flush draw here. Chan's ace-9 is best for now, but Dvoris the favorite in this hand.
Again, I expect Dvoris with the nut flush draw just to come along for the ride. Chan.
All right, welcome back.
Right in time,
Apologies for the delay. Schindler has put on a jacket and received pocket queen, so major developments.
What is that? Is that the same Jake Schindler that we had on before?
I do believe so. Just gearing up for the incoming rainstorm, perhaps. Phua defends.
He's gone full-blown the Fonz mode here.
Ace 5 deuce. Schindler bet Schindler wins. Frustration from Paul Phua, as I think he is now the short stack.
Oh, wow. Just dwindled down. I
think Ali has a little bit more.
It's a test of patience, right? Down to 625 and 13 bigs for the businessman. He's more of a professional poker player, in my opinion. Plays all of these events, much like El Jefe, Gary Katz.
Dab every day in this chat says, disgusting, the site charges so much money and have the production quality of an amateur. Well, this is a $0.
Yeah, Dab, how much did you pay for this?
Zero. Cost
Yeah.
$0.
Huh.
Our production quality is actually fantastic. It's internet issues in Cyprus.
I don't think this Dab guy has any idea what he's talking. Too many dabs every day, buddy. You got to lay off
the dab was years ago, man.
Go easy on that, man. You've lost your head.
Kiop says, love how commentators don't address my comments. Well, perhaps we've missed them.
Must have been a really riveting comment. What was it? I didn't see it.
What was it? We'll address. Ooh, good question by What's Right 22.
Really?
I would like Brent and Platt to discuss how furious Helmuth must be that Ali got praised for his Queen 5 shove, given how much Hanks crushed Helmuth for his Queen 4 call.
Interesting point. And I can also tell you that What's Right 22 is our very good friend Nick Wright from FS1. Stirring the pot here. And come on, Nick Wright, you're a poker player. You're a smart guy. Clearly, two different situations as Helmuth called it off with Queen 4 offsuit.
Ali 5-bet jam.
And Ali recognizing that Schindler, I think Schindler may have made a small error.
But Nick says the discussion is how furious is Phil Helmuth? Nick's not saying he doesn't understand it. Does Helmuth
okay.
get all
Well,
the heat?
you know what? Nick is brilliant. He would word it that way, of
Yeah.
course. Yeah, no, fair point. Probably is furious.
You can catch What's Right with Nick Wright, his new podcast, crushing it.
Man, check him out on YouTube. Go give him a follow. He and his son, they do a great job on that show. Have you tuned in yet?
Yep.
Fantastic.
You know I love all the Luca and Mavs love from Nick Wright.
Yeah. And I'm finally a fan of Nick Wright because he's done attacking Josh Allen. He's done with the bill. He's acknowledged that, okay, maybe Josh Allen is pretty good.
Says, nope, you just hate Phil. Exact same situation. Admit your bias.
That's typical Nick. Classic take. And classic power shove here by Schindler again on Mulder, just attacking.
Jake, what is that symbol on your shoulder?
I don't know, shiny bro.
Okay, question and answer. We're getting somewhere in the conversation department. And that'll do it. Phua with 7s as the short stack, now at 12 bigs. And that'll just get through.
$9.95.
Get a spoon. Get that. He's resident expert, but you're good too.
Ace Queen for Schindler.
100.
The fond's starting to separate himself a little bit,
Yep.
right, Jeff? Up to 2.7 million now. And this time he's actually got a premium. Ace Queen, happy to get in against Ali and Paul. Nobody home.
Schindler with more than a third of the chips in play.
Mitch Heck says, imagine if we could meet Hanks and Platt in person at the World Series. I'd pay $250 USD. Buddy,
Whoa, well, we'll make ourselves available.
I mean, if you're paying $250 to meet us, yeah, we'll even buy the beer.
Kiop was saying, do you think players won't talk because they don't like each other? Why is friendly banter out the window? No, I think all of these guys like each other. In fact, Schindler and Imsirovic are good friends.
I just think there's so much money on the line, right? A different
locked
approach here
in.
for Adams as well. He would be comfortable getting it in with Ace-King against, of course, Ali and Paul Phua, who are both relatively short. Yeah, Paul's maybe had enough, right? He's getting a right price, min race.
Does end up laying it down. $560,000 to fifth, $0 to sixth. On the Stone Cold Bubble at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Schindler opens with the 7-6 of hearts, ace-jack offsuit for Teun Mulder. Lays it down. Schindler really in a spot where he can run everybody over and accumulate.
He's getting close to where he can just start open shoving.
That's good.
Everyone is oh so short on this bubble. It's incredible it's taken this long, folks. We started with 7 players more than 4 hours ago. Only 5 get paid. We are still here, 6 remaining. Someone going to go home with $0. Michael Addamo bowed out in 7th place. He took some brutal beats, got an ace-queen versus Ali Imsirovic's ace-10, 10 on the river for the Phenom. The Bosnian Bandit strikes again, and then he lost a critical coin flip, ace-king versus this guy, the Prince of Poultry, Tim Adams, 2 queens, and that was all she wrote.
He opens here. Schindler's Jack-6 just flings it into the muck.
And while you're at it, if you're just joining us, make sure you subscribe right now to the Poker Go YouTube channel. Click that thumbs up, click that like button. Show us your support. And in return, we will show you our support, continuing to provide you with free content here on our YouTube channel, live streams from the Super High Roller Series, the Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
think for the third straight time in that scenario, Schindler just rips it blind versus blind.
Yeah, and Mulder knows it's coming. There's nothing he can do. And I'm not even sure, say he looks down at a hand like ace-8, ace-9, ace-7, if he can even call because of, because of Paul Phua and Ali. So advantageous in these ICM moments to have all the chips. Jake Schindler putting on a clinic right now. The Fonz looking good while doing it.
Adam asks, is this the largest bubble in Super High Roller Bowl history? Good question, but it is not. At Super High Roller Bowl 6, it was a $1 million bubble. Chris Brewer was eliminated in 4th. On the Stone Cold bubble with Ace Queen against Justin Bonomo's 10-4. The 10-4 got there all in pre. King 9 suited for Phua.
Oh, wow. And rather than moving it in, look at this. Is he going to leave himself an out if he doesn't slide it through? Going to try and steal off of just, my gosh, like a 6 blind stack. 12.
12.
Sorry.
What did you start with?
Schindler will call on the button. Adams says ace 10. Lays it down, heads up to this flop.
Oh,
King
my.
8-5 with 2 diamonds.
Lights, camera. We've got action, Jeff. Here we go.
Top pair for Paul, the ace-high flush draw for Schindler. Along with the backdoor straight draw. You can see Paul, the very slight favorite. Leads for 100,000. Has 400K behind. The min raise by Schindler to 200K.
And Paul knows that Jake is committed. Could he be getting trapped running through his mind? Can Jake somehow have aces? A better king? Or are we just up against this flush draw? It's a slight favorite if the money goes in. Essentially a coin flip. Sickening spot for Paul Phua.
All of it. The call, and here we go on the Stone Cold bubble. Phua all in and at risk.
Oh, oh, oh.
With the pair of kings. Needs to dodge an ace or a diamond at the moment. What a spot with $560,000 to 5th. 0 to 6th. Turn card is the 4, which opens up a couple more outs for Schindler. You see the 6s appear on the top of your screen. Jake looking for an ace, a 6, or a diamond to bust Phua. River card. is the 3 of clubs.
Paul
and
Phua.
Paul Phua has found the double up on the stone cold bubble of Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
He survives again to 1.3 million. See the table surrounded by all of his friends. What a sweat. Perhaps a case of too many outs syndrome, Jeff. This bubble may never burst.
You double.
15 outs on the river. None of them arrived. And Paul Phua goes from short stack to second place. Look at this leaderboard. Jake Schindler still comfortably ahead of the rest of the pack. Phua, Adams, Imsirovic, Mulder, Vogelsang rounding out our final 6. But there's some stacks lingering around that 20 big blind mark. Nobody's super sure.
Nothing changes for Schindler. His strategy remains the same. He's going to continue to build, continue to open, take advantage of this bubble. Premium tractor. Start plowing.
Adams with King Jack. And at this exact point in the tournament, just lays it down.
Sort of sense that Adams and Ali might be a little frustrated.
Absolutely.
Taking a little break,
Good
walking off
timing
Ellis.
for a break.
Yeah.
What a ride this has been as we remain on the stone cold bubble. This look at the payouts presented by GG Poker. You see $3.2 million up top. You see $560,000 to 5th. You see a blank spot. The payout for 6th. That's because 6 gets 0. We're back with more bubble coverage at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Stay with us.
One of poker's most exclusive tournaments. A $300,000 buy-in feeding a massive prize pool of over $14 million. 48 elite players came to test their skill in a 4-day battle of strategy, aggression, and endurance. This is the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl.
I don't think Chewy's ever been in a market.
Ace 9 in Ivy's hand this time. He makes it 6,000 here on the flop with top and bottom pair. Petrangelo sticking around as the third heart rolls off and gives him the flush. It was a dramatic pause that I put in there, as though it wasn't self-evident.
I think Petrangelo's considering leading as he defends the big blind here.
Yeah.
The 7 of hearts is rich with possibilities regarding Nick's range in form of the 8-10 and all the flushes and some 2-pair combinations. And the idea behind the lead here is that Ivy gets very pot control-y on turns with his ace-X, and we want to simply build the pot with our flushes and charge certain hands that have equity. And oh my, Ivy rivering 9s full of aces. Petrangelo's hand absolutely strong enough to lead here, and he will. And of course, Ivy will be raising either in the form of a shove. He goes so big that it looks like Ivy will shove this river. And Petrangelo is going to go into a tank, probably think aloud as he often does, and we will probably get some inner workings into his poker mind.
And he has
graces us
Ivy
with his thoughts.
well covered here.
He does.
Oh, and Ivy.
I like this.
Yeah.
Why not? You know. This is going to be a difficult laydown for Petrangelo. He might make it, but it's going to be tough. Is Ivy doing this with King of Hearts 10? Is he doing this with
the dry nut
Ace-7?
flush.
Does Ace-7 ever do this? Queen 8 with a, it's going to be really hard to get away. Hear what Nick has to say.
So far it was an F-bomb.
You do now have a bluff catcher, Ali. Phil never proudly does this with something like Ace-Jack, nor a straight.
What about trip nines?
No.
Never.
No,
Ever,
not
ever.
first that sizing. On the end, trip nines are happy to call or turn their hand into a bluff, but again, bluff catcher. I think having a flush here just, it makes it hard. Let's go through range. Ivy has nines full. He has other full houses given that Nick led turn. So he has the aces, jacks, sevens, all the nines full. That's a very healthy amount of hands. To counteract that, his bluffs are King of Hearts X, some straight draws that had one heart. There might not be enough. Ivy also has bigger flushes. Pietrangelo might find this fold. If you think he's under bluffing things like Ace-7 and King 10 with the King of Hearts, there is a chance Pietrangelo puts this hand in the muck. It's pretty reasonable, frankly. This is a dicey, tough situation.
It's hard for your opponent to have the hearts as well.
But they're out there.
Yeah, and
they're out there.
Is this the line that he takes?
I mean, he just calls a lot of his flushes on the end. Maybe the king high ones put it in, but his range is rich with full houses. There are some bigger fluffs and bigger flushes, and the problem is it's not that easy to find bluffs, but Ivy's very capable. King of Hearts Queen, King of Hearts 10. Just other stuff. I don't know, 7-10 with the 10 of Hearts. There's combos out there that you can find, but there are many full houses that loom here with all the combinations of the 9 in conjunction with the board. I think trips for the most part flat here. Not that easy to find a ton of bluffs, and pretty interesting to see if Pietrangelo finds this laydown. And when I say finds, I don't even mean he's finding the correct play versus range, or of course right now it's correct. I'm inclined to think probably this hand is okay folding here. Probably pretty safe. If we could sim this spot out a million times, this actual spot live, I don't think Ivy takes off here that often with King 10 bluffing. So.
Welcome back to the beautiful Northern Cyprus, to the beautiful Merit Resort Hotel and Casino for Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Come join us inside, everyone. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. And Brent,
I want to join him outside, Jeff. Put me out there, right by the water. Yeah.
Inside, we are still on the bubble.
Yeah, nobody wants to go home empty-handed. Everyone fighting for their tournament lives. A lot of drama. Ali Imsirovic, short stack, but really anyone's ball game. You can see how close these stacks are. Even Schindler, 2.3 at the top, though I do expect him to be the aggressor.
There you see the payouts presented by GG Poker. 3.2 million to first, more than 2 million a second. Almost 1.3 to third, 880K to fourth, $560,000 to fifth. But sixth place. Sixth place, how much?
That'd be $0.
That would be $0.
Jeff, yeah. I want to just head out into that ocean and never come back if he gets sixth.
30K, 60K. And the 60K big blind ante.
Someone going to be doing the walk of shame. Will it be the tractor? Maybe the Fonz. Prince of Poultry here, Mr. Tim Adams. Been really impressed with his patience, pot control, perseverance. All these players really just fighting, scrapping.
Just 133 bigs on the table.
Got to imagine once the bubble does burst, it could be a little brisk to determine a champion. Stacks are just so short. Oh, new chips in play. What do we got going on here? Cranberries?
Red-ish 100Ks. Ali with King 4 in the small blind. About 15 bigs behind. Make it 175K. Nothing doing for Paul on the big. Schindler, the chip leader. Pretty definitive one at that.
What's the next level blind?
It's gonna be 4080, right?
Yeah, 4080. 4080, yeah. Not 30.
That'll be the next level that they're talking about. It's 4080.
We just started 3060, didn't
right,
we?
Yeah. And they are 1 hour levels, so we got a little bit of time.
Have you confirmed that those are 500K chips, Jeff?
100K.
Or 100K, I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. In stacks of 5.
Yes.
Kangaroo says, what W2H is Ali wearing? I've been wondering that. Jeff and I have the some sort of bracelet. Who knows?
Just an overall different look for Ali than we usually see.
Sort of a seashell effect. Maybe it was given to him by a niece, nephew, girlfriend. Maybe he bought it at a designer store. I don't know. Maybe he got it at the beach. All these seashells, put it on a string this morning. It's
you could see that.
Symbolic and lucky. No clue.
Vogelsang, the King Queen suited in the small blind.
Might just be a pure shove spot, Jeff. I know there's ICM implications here, but King Queen suited is pretty good hand. Mulder doesn't necessarily have to be opening the top of his range. It is a gross spot. Maybe there's a world in which we could simply just call. Remember, we are playing the 30-60 level. You can tell how short these stacks are. Both players essentially 15 bigs. I think he's fallen asleep again, folks.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he has. There we go.
Spot.
Okay, he just woke up and look right in the
Wow,
muck.
just
Wow.
to fold the King Queen suited.
Holy cow. My goodness.
You a pussy, me a pussy.
I was a pussy, but I thought you were calling.
I don't think he was calling.
Hey, Ali. Ali is spot on there.
Didn't feel like it to me.
Are we allowed to clip that or no? A little
that
exchange.
One
no, you gotta let it go.
Doesn't make it, yeah.
That's been my favorite moment thus far.
No, I don't think that makes the TV shows. Now ace-3 and 15 bigs on the button.
So brutal, right? Just a crappy ace on this more than $500,000 bubble right in the muck. Don't even consider it. Stay out of the way, Jeff. You would have went broke there 6 times sideways.
Make it another shove in that small blind spot, and again, nothing Mulder can do.
You were sticking in the king-queen. You would have been all in pre with the king-9 of hearts. You know, are you the kind of guy like that's just playing for the win, or are you ICM aware?
Sure. No, I don't. Am I ICM aware? Kind of, yeah.
I mean, if you're in this spot, Jeff, I've seen you play in the double stack, that historic run where you bowed out in 5th place.
But fourth, it was fourth.
Place,
that nice intentional slip up there.
But you clearly didn't care about the ICM there. You
Not
made
with
some
2 tables left, but with like 6 players left.
You were conscious. Okay. You did tell me though when you were at the final table, you said you're playing for the win. You didn't really care about the jumps.
I still played pretty tight.
You didn't mean it. You were just feeling it in the moment, the adrenaline.
Know, when you say that, everybody's like, "Oh, cool, what a badass!"
Kind of flexing.
yeah,
right.
And then I looked at the pay jump, so I was like, "Okay,
maybe I care.
Maybe I'm going to fold."
Yeah. So imagine that, but times 250,000.
Yeah. It's pretty absurd.
Yeah.
5s for Schindler after the Paw Open. He's chosen to play a couple of these in position. Eight deuce with 2 hearts.
Fair fight.
Schindler's hand best at the moment. You see that Paw's a slight favorite. Leads for 100,000. Schindler makes the call. King of diamonds on the turn.
I don't think there's a lot of hands, maybe not any, that Schindler would even give up on a flop like this. Whether it would just be 2 overs where we're floating and peeling, trying to apply pressure on later streets. And, of course, we can see a little baby pair. Paul Phua, though, with that equity, is this a good ticket to consider 2-barreling? I think it is. He elects to do the same. He should have most of the kings here. Now, could Schindler defend button with a hand like king-queen, king-jack, king-10 suited? Certainly. Phua's going to use this card as leverage, trying to target these middling pairs Schindler can have, and he's a non-believer at the moment.
Schindler sensing something. A jack, though, on the river.
Interesting card at that. Clearly, Phua now may not want to bet and hopes it goes check, or he could maybe consider a check call. For Schindler, sort of a disaster facing another barrel from Phua. And I'm uncertain if Paul does shut down. I would imagine Jake does simply quickly check back in hopes that we're still beating a hand like ace-queen. But would he ever consider turning 5s into a bluff? Whenever Paul did have a hand like 2 9s or 2 10s.
I'll just check.
And I think that is the pause here for Schindler. Maybe it is better to simply bluff. Maybe it's not good to shut it down. Paul Phua inevitably did find a jack on the river with this particular holding. Ace Jack of Hearts, Jack 10 of Hearts, Queen Jack of Hearts.
Does decide to check back.
Or, yeah. One time back, right?
Important pickup for Paul Phua. Looking for his first super high roller bowl cash.
Yeah.
Almost 30 bigs for him, which is second place at the moment.
Yeah, and he's gotten the best of Schindler. A clean double up on the bubble not so long ago before break. That hand critical. The Fawn's beside himself. Okay, so maybe he's looked like that the entire final table. Is
not real drastic changes in emotion.
Schindler doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that's ever overly happy or overly angry.
Correct.
He's just this, what you're looking at.
Like 1.2, Tim?
Just a cool, calm customer.
A little less.
A little less, All in.
And now Schindler can just go Rip City. Blue chips worth 5K, white chips 25K, red chips 100K apiece. A bubble that's now lasted for hours.
Yeah, approaching 5 hours now on this bubble.
Whew.
Jeff, aren't you glad you stayed up until 1 in the morning last night
didn't stay
partying?
up, didn't do that. That would have been a disaster.
Late night on Tinder. Mulder now finally wakes up.
The ace queen of spades.
And it's he and Ali as our short stacks. I think Ali slightly less than Mulder.
500.
Says the hell with it. I'm going to commit. Oh, and he puts Adams right in jail. 2 8s, can't do anything. That's in the muck, Jeff.
Yeah. Ali had a pretty one, too, in the form of the King Jack of Hearts.
Schindler was getting it from every angle there. Didn't matter.
Tim Adams looking for his 4th straight super high roller bowl cash, which is pretty absurd. If he makes the top 5, he'd be the only player to cash both super high roller bowl Europe events.
Schindler's so dangerous. As you can see, he's opening a wide variety of hands, but now able to mix in a callable hand in the event that one of these shorter stacks did move it in. Looks like Vogelsang might want to be a customer.
The 10-6 of diamonds.
Plenty of playability here. The problem is we're short. We've got Ali, who's also shorter. He's going to stay right out of harm's way.
Nothing's good.
You want to play some online poker for free? Just go to pokergohold'em.com or go to the Android store or go to the App Store. You can listen to Brent Hanks take you through Poker Go Hold'em.
Yeah.
Play with Negrani, Helmuth, Esfandiari, Maria Ho.
You're going to get a lot of, if we use today's final table as an example, my voice would simply just say, fold, fold, fold. Oh, it's good to be king. Chip leader, Schindler, the Fonz. Getting walks, winning every pot.
$32 entries, $250,000 buy-in, a prize pool of $8 million. Spread out among our final 5. There are 6 left here. Sixes for Adams, just into the muck. Queen Jack for Phua. Schindler. With the King 10 off. And he's going to pounce out of the small blind. It's what Jake Schindler does.
So filthy. Remember, Paul went to showdown with Jack 10 suited not so long ago. He doubled up with King 9 suited opening. Jake recognizing that Paul Phua is coming into pots rather wide.
A little more active than the other players.
Right. So it makes this 3-bet a little bit easier to do. Understanding you're going to get more folds out of Paul.
Jake Schindler just under $30 million in career live tournament earnings. He's in 13th on the 2022 PGT leaderboard. He could move way up. With a win today, he would move into 3rd.
All time.
No, on the
on
PGT
the leaderboard. Oh,
yeah.
wow. I was going to say
With
that.
a win today on the all-time money list, he would move into 11th,
There
which
you
is
go.
a sizable
yeah.
jump on that list,
Seemed,
too.
Extreme. Is it 13 million for first? Oh, it's 3 million. Yeah.
It's 3.
Price 120 plus.
Just running the show here today.
Any 2 will do for the chip leader. This
8,
bubble situation now up to 2.8. Continues to climb.
Schindler finished in 3rd in the 100K Triton event 2 weeks ago here in Cyprus. Teun Mulder won that tournament. Schindler has 2 wins on his resume this year and won a 10K win high roller and won the 25K at Stairway to Millions.
Yeah.
Vogelsang again now. He's got another spot. Jack 10 suited almost always feels like a pure shove sort of scenario. But on this bubble, maybe we just pass once more. He's folded King Queen suited. 10-6 suited. And here it looks like he's going to come in maybe with a min raise, Jeff. A raise fold rather than stuffing it home. He might just get this through.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Pot's so important.
Well, we all know what's going to happen. It's going to be a cooler sort of scenario when the money does go in. Similar sort of holding now. Ace 4 suited. for the tractor. Once he wakes up, we'll see what his decision will be. Just a little cat nap.
Raise 130.
Bumps it up again.
Looks strong, right? Back-to-back hands. This guy just raised it a moment ago. He's coming with the heat once more. What's Paul doing? He just kind of looked at his. I thought he was throwing it in the muck,
Same,
and now,
but
yeah, and
you aren't
now
throwing
he's just
that
got a
one away.
customer, yeah.
It's like he expected to see a bad hand and then found the jack 10 of diamonds.
120.
Go, 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 go. Paul defends. Flops a jack.
Just a little stab by the tractor. One would think this texture would favor him as the early opener in this extremely tight ICM scenario, but he just learned the bad news. Paul has somehow connected with this board, whether it be a pair, some sort of draw.
Two pair now for Paul. Ten's full for Phua.
$250.
But 250.
Paul leads for 250K. Looking for a little value with the full house.
$50.
Wow.
Who's having a better time right now than Paul Phua?
Nobody.
Just loving life. Especially now that he's got chips. He would have been clearly angered to bubble. Paul, it's not really about the money. It's about the pride, the glory.
At this point, after how long it's been,
it would sting. You don't want to go home empty-handed.
Anybody, yeah. This is going to be a devastating one for anybody. This is day 3. We've been playing for 5 hours. So to leave this one with 0. One of the biggest bubbles of the year. Oof. Pain. That pain has not been administered quite yet. It's coming soon, you would think. I mean, 133 bigs on the table with 6 players left. 22, 23 big blind average stack. And 2 aces for Tim Adams. And 2 kings for Imsirovic.
No way.
Oh, my.
Oh, dear. We talked about the coolers. Here's the ultimate one.
Adams loves to see this. This is sickening.
760 to start.
One last look. Yeah, it's the birds.
Those are 2 aces. And those are 2 kings.
I thought that was what was happening. It's fucking weird.
Well, he had a bad feeling about it.
Not me.
And he is on the ropes here. Running right into it.
He tried to avoid going back to back. It's the stone bubble in this event. Here we go.
Jack, Jack 10. No help to Imsirovic. Queen on the turn. An ace would be no good, but a 9 would be good. 9 or a king. Oh, it's an 8. It's close. And for the 2nd straight year, Imsirovic has bubbled Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
You just got to feel for him, Jeff. I mean, that's
actually
so brutal.
This had a dent in it.
For Imsirovic to do it again and to go out in this fashion. The biggest cooler available, kings versus aces, and like that, we have now reached the money.
$560,000 now assured to our final 5. So we'll get set. Since we're in the money, they'll take a picture, we'll make it official, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Stay with us.
One of poker's most prestigious high roller tournaments is back. With a $300,000 price of admission and a $3.6 million first place prize, luring 36 of the game's elite to a 3-day fight on the felt. But only one will follow in the footsteps of Brian Rast
Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, and Justin Bonamo as the next champion. Their journey starts tonight at the 5th installment of the Super High Roller Bowl.
Is protect yourself at all times. I got to bet, yes.
That was grimy. And I feel like it's grimy in a cash game to say you got me or you got it or I can't call or any of these sorts of things.
If you look somebody in the eyes and you're like, you got me, and then you get a read and you're, no, you don't call. Yes, it's a little grimy, but at the same time, I wouldn't do it. I'm not advocating for angle shots, but it is protect yourself at all times.
So fair or
I would
foul?
always say foul in an icky moral way.
Fair in a technical way?
I don't know if it can be defined with just the fair and foul. It's gross, but it is protect yourself at all times. Make sure they fold if you're out there, if you're not sure.
Makita's not looking to protect himself as he has flatted Negreanu's 5K open with 2 9s, or perhaps it is in the interest of protecting himself, or his chips rather.
I can really do it.
Not looking to bloat it pre.
I was thinking like either bet in the dark or check in the dark, but none makes sense. Bet in the dark would be sick. Neither makes sense. Like throw out 15K, that'd be sick. Yeah, 15, just bet 5 in the dark? I don't know, man. I have to look, see what comes. Okay, we've got some to work with here, right? You and me. Let's go. We got 6s, we got 7s, we got 8s, we got straight draws, we got flush draws, we got all kinds. So what we got to do here is put 1 blue chip in. Go ahead.
5 9.
I can think of a card that would create some spiciness.
Or more. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Definitely.
And that, of course, the king of clubs.
Okay, I know. I'm not asking for advice.
And the next table to break.
Yeah, I did though. Yeah, he's a Oh man. You don't like that bet?
So,
I can't
our
ask
table's the next to break.
It is the next turn.
Okay.
In the event that we break it.
Against the rules. Rules.
Bads weighs his options.
You should. 16.
Comes with 16.
Fine. 16,000. This guy, I knew it. I knew this freaking flop.
Daniel calls. No, Daniel under the gun
don't do it
here.
to me, man.
Kind of
Come on,
repping
I got
a
good
pair.
cards.
He can have some of the stuff like this, but
Do we leave this feature on this
does have
break?
some big pairs here, given this line. And
Wow.
in she comes.
And Negreanu knuckles, by the way, turns the stone nuts, and it's going to look a lot like he's worried about the 4-liner here with his range.
Of course. Negreanu can have 10-10. He can have the Jack-10 suited.
Feel it. So good.
I think Bats bets this, Nick.
Right now. Oh.
It's a great hand.
10 seconds.
We see
Yeah, buddy.
it's a little under a 3-to-1 dog running
I love
into
a
the
good straight this time
absolute
of year.
disaster bazooka of the world.
You think he just checks back so he can call all bets on the end?
Aces, kings, and queens are now bowing out. We might be well served to check.
9s full on the
Well,
end
the
for
turn
Makita,
brought
who
it
knuckled
away.
the turn, and
The
how-
river brings it back in, and yeah, tough one for Daniel.
Switch it up now.
It's actually going to be tough for Daniel to give Makita credit for a boat. The nut straight is strong here.
Not that many boats, Ollie. Exactly right. It's very strong.
I played good cards.
That's true. You've had some very
Pretty good cards. Good cards.
60,000.
That's really bad news for me.
60?
Ooh, I was going to do it to you really, for real, on the turn.
Yep.
I was really going to do it to you on the turn. All right, I need a minute for this one.
If he folds this, Ollie,
And what did he bet on the flop?
I'll be pretty blown
16,
away.
16, 32. Well, none of that matters either.
And we are back. Still trying to recover from that brutal blow to Ali Imsirovic. Wonder how he feels. Kings into aces.
See that cliff right there?
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
ocean?
I do.
Yeah, well.
Oh. That's the second straight bubble at Super High Roller Bowl you're up for Imsirovic.
It's as painful as it gets, man. And to go out in that way, that fashion, brutal.
It opens the door for our final 5. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks at our broadcast studios in Las Vegas. Jake Schindler, the chip leader. Timothy Adams in the hunt for his 3rd Super High Roller Bowl ring. Now as his 4th straight Super High Roller Bowl cash. 1 Super High Roller Bowl Australia, 1 Super High Roller Bowl Russia. Finished in 4th in Super High Roller Bowl Europe last year and is in the money this year. Blind still 30K, 60K, with a 60K big blind ante.
You said 1.1, right?
Started with 1.1.
Adams opens. Mulder can more freely defend now that we're in the money. Case in point. Calls with the 6-3 of hearts. Flops 1 heart. Adams ace high is best.
Thank you.
$175.
We got to get Adams to Vegas for the super high roller bowls. I know he's Canadian and they have the tax implications.
Does he have any idea how good the chicken is here in Vegas? I mean,
he'd love it.
For the meal alone, it's worth it. There's got to be something you can do about the taxes, right? Don't you get it back in some way, shape, or form?
In a way, or some of it, or I don't know. In a year or two. Blind versus blind. Mulder raising out of the small blind with the queen 8. Adams makes the call. Heads up to a flop of ace 6 deuce.
Well, the floodgates seemingly are going to be open now. Just not a lot of chips on the table. Obviously a wider defense here from Mulder. Probably another one that won't make the broadcast, Jeff, as far as the, you know, yeah.
Started off with some potential. The raise out of the small blind.
Uh-huh. Well, I think it's prediction time, really, for the fans at home, everyone tuning in. We've made the money. We're Final Five. It's sort of even as far as anyone's ball game.
Yeah,
Adams, Schindler, who are we rooting for? We're all in the money. We've lost Ali, so now who?
Check, check.
Okay, Mulder. Got the 8.
Betting 130K.
Yeah. 7-8, of course, the purest of straights. Has one in his hand. Hoping to fold out smaller pairs, king-high types of holdings.
Old.
It works. Teun Mulder back to about 20 bigs.
What do you think? If the tractor gets king-queen suited, are we going to throw it in the muck?
Now I think we're playing that one.
We're going to play now? Yeah.
We're going to play ball.
I wanted to say this earlier. Someone in the chat had mentioned it, but perhaps a bit of an overstatement. We've mentioned the most absurd stat. Let's take a look at Schindler's Kings here, and I'll get back to this in just one moment. Who knows what could develop?
What with the 7-8 off?
Yeah, he likes to get frisky. Facing a little min race. 7-8.
We'll defend. And we'll see a 7 in the window as it comes ace-7-5. 2 clubs. Schindler, the kings, the backdoor flush draw. Plot of 7s, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Jack of clubs on the turn.
Oh, Paul. A lead here. Potential disaster. No, he's not going to do it. A little posturing for Paul. Schindler, again, that comfort club in his hand, the king of clubs.
Checks back.
Oh.
9 of clubs on the river, flush for both. Schindler with the nut flush.
It's guaranteed payday now
Yeah.
for Schindler. I don't know if Paul will value bet the 8 of clubs. I would not fault him for doing so. It might be a better check call type of holding for the times that Schindler would be turning hands into bluffs. It's a vulnerable club, no doubt. But you have to be suspect, too, of what Schindler's checking back on the turn. Did he have? Give him again, like a hand like king-queen with one of those clubs, right? Would he have just taken the equity to the dome, afraid that Paul might just have an ace?
Looking for 350K worth of value.
How much?
This would be a really big fold.
Absolutely.
I mean, if Paul makes it. I think he's got a little too much of a hand, but let's see. Paul Phua, instincts. Decades of experience playing poker. The highest stakes, the highest levels against the best players.
$350, right?
He said it.
Yeah. Although a couple time banks. Does make the call. Schindler gets paid off.
Oh. A perfection by Schindler. Max value. Betting the ace-high flop with 2 kings. Checking back turn, allowing his opponent to get there. Of course, a favorable run out for Schindler as well. And now look at this, 40% of the chips. Deep, 55 bigs. Absolutely printing right now. Schindler's starting to take over, run away with this thing. Real quick, back to Vogelsang. The king-queen suited hand on the bubble. The career stat where he only has 2 tournament victories despite $25 million in career earnings. Any chance that sort of these tight folds could be a reasoning for just not taking home a lot of titles? Are we trying to cash and move up ladders?
Which he is
more often than trying to win.
Well,
right, well, he's up. I mean, we know he's one of these guys that has, you know, a lot of himself and is extremely wealthy. But as far as collecting titles,
490.
Does that style hinder your ability to win? Right? It's, I don't know. Worth thinking about.
Adams just rips it in there on the button. Wins. Vogelsang in some trouble. This is his first cash of 2022.
Can't imagine he's played a lot.
Right, right.
Although he was here for the whole Triton series, I believe. So,
so he's gotten pretty crushed.
I could be wrong, but yeah, I mean, it could just be Brick City the entire series.
Ace Queen for Mulder.
Race 135, pass. Pass. Pass.
That's the level. Schindler, the king jack of diamonds.
On.
And Schindler shoves. Ace Queen, is it just too good here? With Vogelsang as a very short stack with a $320,000 pay jump from 5th to 4th. Time bank used for an additional 30 seconds to act.
Mulder, I mean, here, again, yeah, I know we have Vogelsang is the short stack, but Ace Queen, don't we just have to put it in?
Yeah, he does make the call. Here we go. Teun Mulder all in and at risk with ace queen up against Jake Schindler's king jack of diamonds. This could get Mulder
Jack
up to
and
more than 40 bigs.
Mulder or Mulder?
Mulder.
Sorry. Ooh.
Jack 8-4. Schindler flops
Jack.
top pair.
頭先輸咗一鋪40萬。
Turn is the 5 of clubs. Mulder needing an ace or a queen to stay alive. The river brings another jack. That does it for Teun Mulder, out in 5th. $560,000 in his first career Super High Roller Bowl cash.
Yeah, I know he's slightly disappointed with the finish. Got his money in good, faced some brutal situations on that bubble. But he made it, Jeff. Made the money. This guy, the tractor, how does he level? Look at 7 bigs. He's managed to ladder up another spot.
Just made $320,000.
Yeah.
Now we have the 2 shoulders. Very slim chance.
It's possible.
Double up, double up.
Look at the payouts presented by GG. It's Mulder out in 5th for $560K. The next pay jump is worth $400,000. Up top in this one, $3.2 million. Vogelsang, Schindler, Adams, Phua, the final 4. Vogelsang with ace-9 on the button.
Get up, get. 好了，那个东西。
Most of it.
You're safe. Safe. You're safe.
Gets there. Pumps his fists.
Yep. Yep.
Ace-7 for Schindler on the button.
Raise 120.
呢個嘢同我撳出嚟。
On the Jack 8 of diamonds.
And you can't fault Adams for not making any sort of play, call, being a part of this hand, right? We see how short Paul Phua is. We know about the tractor Vogelsang. He's down to 400,000. Just fold. You can make 6 figures in equity by avoiding pots.
Ooh, 8-7 deuce, 1 diamond. 8s for Phua, 7s for Schindler. Another deuce on the turn after it goes check, check.
Nice little bad here by Paul. Schindler might have too much of a hand, the best 7, to ever consider folding.
Let's make the call. River's a king.
Could certainly slow down Paul. King of clubs on the river. You have to be concerned about Schindler making a flush. And this sort of river card might save Jake a little bit of money. Have to imagine he would check behind with ace-7.
Check, check. Paul Phua, winner.
Hey, you try to chase, huh? Get near them.
A7. Huh? A7.
S7 again?
What happened to the tractor? He's taking everything off? The hood's
He's made
down.
the money. He's relaxed.
He slid the mask down
He's
below the
talking to
chin.
people.
So he's clearly using that as a, well, to cover his face, maybe for live tell reasons. I guess
Yes.
you're allowed to do that
yeah,
now?
Absolutely you are.
Putting the ante, it's like, what? Same as last door. 490. Yeah.
I'm not sure how I feel about that, but again, it's all a part of the rules, and you can do it.
Well, mask is back. COVID concerns.
Well, yeah,
are
he's
back.
in a hand. He doesn't want to show off
right.
anything. No facial expression. I think the hood comes up over the neck to cover the pulsating little nervous tell that you can have when you're bluffing or in a big pot.
Button's good.
Again, I'm not being critical. You're taking full advantage of the rules that are in play. This whole time I thought it was for his own health.
Four players left at Super High Roller Bowl. You're up. 4 straight, at least top 4 finishes at Super High Roller Bowls for Tim Adams. That's decent. Vogelsang in the small blind with the 7-8 of diamonds. Starting the hand with about 7 bigs. All of it. Nothing doing for Schindler. King Jack now for Vogelsang.
Fired up, Jeff. Tractor in first gear at the moment. About to rev it up.
Raise. 415 pass.
Raise and take another one.
Dinner break.
In 1 hour, I think.
Ah, okay. You like the break? Yeah, I mean.
I like breaks.
Yeah.
Now we jump in the next
Ah,
level,
sure.
and in the end we're gonna have a 1 hour.
Pass.
Schindler ace deuce of spades.
All in.
Says let's dance.
Pass.
Christoph, how much, yeah?
I have 700 exactly.
Schindler continues to
What do you do now?
accumulate.
Blind go up.
Blinds up and 48.
Where's the floor?
Blinds going up to 40K, 80K with an 80K big blind ante. A look at the leaderboard before they will end up taking a quick break. Jake Schindler, more than half the chips in play. Timothy Adams in second with 1.8 million. Paul Phua in third. Christoph Vogelsang is the short stack. He'll have less than 10 bigs when they do raise the blinds. Look at the payouts presented by GG Poker. 880K guaranteed to our final four. A $400,000 pay jump from fourth to third. Up top, 3.2 million. Forehand to play when we resume.
Champions is long.
Brian Rast is the first ever Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Christoph is our 2017 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
What a deserving victor. Ike Haxton, bravo.
Tonight, the best in the world try to add their name to that list to be a champion of one of the most prestigious events there is, the Super High Roller Bowl. A $300,000 buy-in 2021 edition is next.
And BK, 14 bigs, 7-7. Do we have fold equity? Let's see. Perhaps it goes in now, Ollie.
All in.
Yep.
Curious to see how Brewer handles this. Man, I think we have to action gamble, but oof.
Yeah, Klein's ace-10.
It's like 130, right? 138.
Disinterested.
After the prerequisite Hollywood of sorts from Solver, looks like he's out. What does Brewer do here against the 14 BB Jam? He's just in. We do what needs to be done. Heads, tails.
And we don't necessarily do it because we think King-Queen is in good shape, but we feel the price is right. And now Kenny will spin the wheel with an edge in equity. Best hand going to the flop. Can he hold?
Well, a massive situation for both men.
Yeah. Shortest and second shortest stack at the table.
The cruel nature of poker upon us, although these are short stacks who again have to gamble, but it is now up to the deck to decide.
Thank you.
Oh. Brutality.
I'll pair the board, dealer. A little sweat. Can we get a board pair?
King or a queen, perhaps, for opportunities.
Right, there you go.
Oh.
It's never easy with BK, but
There is the queen, and now 3 outs for Bryn Kenny. He needs a king and a king alone to chop it up here. Is it there?
Good game. Good game, guys.
No.
Good game, Brent.
Good game, sir, BK.
Our first casualty here at the final table. Meanwhile, Bill Klein is open to 45,000. Michael Addamo looks down at 2 queens, which have been somewhat omnipresent here.
35.
Up we go. I think within both Foxen and Bonomo's right, by the way, to take a bit of issue with the fact that at least 200,000 in chips were kind of hidden from view in the original configuration and Sean stack there.
Fair enough, the chips need to be visible. Awkward spot for Klein.
Adamo second in chips. Klein first.
Perhaps we respect the nature of the chip situation, although Klein might have big ideas. Ace-Jack off is a big ideas kind of hand as far as bluffing is concerned.
We will end at the end of the level, or we done the flop?
Look at this, Ollie.
Okay. Whichever comes first.
Bluff me?
295.
Kind of clickback territory?
I doubt you have
Or
much.
no, meatier than that, huh?
Meatier than a clickback, and for Addamo, we saw in a semi-similar spot, Bonomo went with the just call here. See what Mike comes with shortly.
This is a big flop for me.
Well, we watched Bonomo against Addamo flat a 4-bet in position with 2 queens and ultimately be forced to fold. Addamo also
maybe a 6-7.
going to flat.
That's a straight.
It's true.
Klein has now bloated this pot to 640,000.
You knew it was one of the two.
Thought you had a 6 in your hand. I was getting a 6-5.
And he's flopped a jack on the Jack 10-7 board, Nick. Trouble awaits.
Well, 640 out there. Let's just kind of see how this one plays out, Ollie.
Super savage if I called it. You show me a fucking 9. I'd be sad.
Probably can bet like king 5.
Maybe.
I believe that's 200K just south of third. Highly awkward territory for Addamo, but an overpair nonetheless. And as we touched on before,
Maybe
he's
not for that much.
been pushing Klein around a little bit, he might think.
This is not the time, though, in this spot, is it? Big stack against the second biggest stack.
No, I'm not saying that, but when we're trying to assess the relative strength of our queen-queen, some of the meta, a million out there, Ollie. What a situation this is, and the rest of the table should probably stop talking. Really tough card for Klein there.
Yeah, the 7 doesn't rate to be involved with Adamo's range. And now he has himself Jackson 7s with an ace kicker.
That's about the most brutal card in the world for Klein. It never hits Addamo and is something of a brick. Looks like he's counting out 300-ish, perhaps a stack counting of sorts.
$350, I believe.
I think you're right, Ollie. It is 350.
Third pot. Still developing.
Queens are concerned, Ollie. Adamo's concerned, but we're going to see a river worth just tons of actual money, EV-wise.
Now that Klein's been called pre-flop, on the flop, and on this turn, which puts 4 to a straight out there.
Oh, and he does put it in, Ollie. And
2 10s, 2 jacks, 2 kings, 2 aces.
Wow. You very well said, Ali. Kings and aces, we don't know if we're in Addamo's seats, but that's 6 combinations of boats. Another 12 combos of those over pairs that might not take this line.
What did Addamo ask?
Would
Do
you jam
aces?
aces here? And then he said probably. This is very intense. Time bank's coming.
Welcome to the blender.
Truer words never spoken, my friend. Ten seconds remain. Oh, and he does pay it off. And Addamo just continues to get it done. Wow.
Klein.
Oh my God.
Will live, but with the faintest of pulses. 3.4. Up top, along with the ring. 1-9 in second, and that $1 million membrane.
Oh, yeah.
Seemingly impregnable, but with Brewer sitting on 11 bigs, it could happen at any moment. Nick, blinds at 15 and 30,000.
My defense is impenetrable. My style is impregnable.
I agree, which is why I didn't
It's Iron
do it.
Mike, baby.
I mean, I didn't take 6.
Tyson?
Correct.
I'm just saying, like, in the steel,
The
it's
sweet
all the same.
science.
Gets
Never
no more
far from
intense.
Honestly, like, I could have
Gets
just
no
went
more
and
intense in this
probably
alley.
they wouldn't have got the cut in time.
No, I mean, it's fine. I just won't be in, like,
Blinds up to 30K now. Is Bonomo considering big boy moves right here? He
Well,
is
not
putting
just
them in
considering,
with the suited
executing.
10. So note the bubble application of
Break in.
pressure from Justin here with 10-4 suited.
Oh, and Brewer wakes
does
up with an
call.
ace
Here we
queen.
go, right away.
Flip of my life.
And a 10 in the muck already, narrowing Bonomo's
Can I win this one after the ace king?
winning prospects.
Well, as Brewer said, the biggest flip of his life. Winter with a massive sweat as well. 2-1 favorite on $1 million bubble, Ali. This is the real deal.
695 in the middle.
Ace, queen, queen.
Can't be
Not
too
to be
greedy out
greedy,
there,
yeah.
Chris, but
And the flop
Oh
is
my.
queen 5-7, top pair against the heart draw, and it's never easy, is it, Mr. Brewer?
no, I mean, just look at him, guys. He's squirming a little bit, but as is Winter pacing. Cleanliness is godliness. Fading a heart now, and that's all. 4-1 favorite for Mr. Brewer to double and slide into third. At least chip stack wise, and
The mantra now,
well,
no heart, no heart.
oh
King of hearts.
man.
It's hilarious, man. I lose ace king to 9-3 suited on the bubble, and then ace queen to 10-4 suited on the bubble. I'm the best.
I'm gonna buy you something nice.
I mean,
Did you like that?
I'm the best.
That was good for
Well,
you. I had 10-9 off, no heart, so I was happy with the flop because I guess you're more likely to hit a heart.
Palpable steam coming off of Chris Brewer, a consummate professional, but a disappointed one nonetheless, as he is left on the
Actually, you've been fucking
outside
money on the final
of this
table.
bubble as it bursts, courtesy of his elimination.
Welcome back to Cyprus, where we have reached our final four at the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in northern Cyprus. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks in the broadcast booth. Let's head inside, shall we? Paul Phua watching back the stream.
Oh, yeah, what's up, Paul? We'll talk to him on YouTube.
Leaderboard. Jake Schindler in first. Almost 4.4 million in chips, more than half the chips in play. Tim Adams at about 20 bigs. Paul Phua and Christoph Vogelsang are the short stacks. A look at the payouts presented by GG Poker. $880,000 to fourth. A 400K pay jump from fourth to third. Up top, $3.2 million. The blinds are up. 40K, 80K with an 80K big blind ante. Brent, that means there's 100 bigs on the table and still 4 players
That's
left.
it.
We're going to get
go
moving
fast, right? And it all starts right here. The tractor, another good one. Ace queen suited.
Five. 160.
Good enough to min raise versus all of it. Wow, with the 7-5 of hearts.
And you'd think, right, Vogelsang, ace queen suited, we just move it in pre off that sort of stack sizing, but he's absolutely trying to induce action with this sort of holding.
Well, ace queen 4 is decent. for Christoph Vogelsang. Unfortunately for him, Phua effectively swings and misses.
Easy now decision for Paul Phua. Happily check fold. Vogelsang will collect this pot. You notice the earpiece in? I think he's listening to us as well, Jeff.
He probably is.
We should say hello to Paul.
Hello, sir.
Hello
How do you
there,
do?
Paul. Yeah. Hey,
Good to see
anytime you want to have us out, Paul.
Yeah,
you know,
we're down.
We're ready.
We'll travel.
Yeah.
We're here in Vegas, but we'll travel to come see you guys. With producer Aiden, we're bringing him too.
Gotta.
To Cyprus.
Gotta bring the producer.
We'd be
All
hopeless
the cards are marked.
with any equipment.
Quality not so good.
Well, Poker Go Hold'em's here. Did you know that?
Yeah, Jeff, I knew it. It's
You
right
did
here
that?
on
You
the
did-
screen.
Yeah, it's here. It is
can
available
download it
on your
now.
favorite device, Android, iPhone, computer, whatever you want to do. Have Brent Hanks guide you.
I doubled up last night playing.
Oh, congrats.
Right before bed.
That's
I got
great.
in bed at about 6 p.m.
What was the hand? We're out of time for this promo. Back to the action.
All right. Well,
at Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
I was playing Friday Night Poker.
Presented
in the
by
game.
Stormex. That is cool, actually.
Yeah.
Our 96th deck of cards in play today.
I think Jake was also watching the stream.
He probably was. What's up, Jake?
Yeah. Took off the Fonz jacket. Now
Jake,
he's just
whenever
back to
you
the
want to
snake
bring
mode.
us to Cyprus, just as kind of consultants, coaches, can run some hands by us.
We'll just be his crew.
We'll
you
be
know,
your
the
crew.
posse.
Just kind of walk in the background in his walk-up shots into the casino. That would work. He opens here with King Jack. And he wins with King Jack. Jake Schindler looking for his first career Super High Roller Bowl ring. Got close in 2017, but lost out on that title to the man to his right, Christoph Vogelsang. $400,000 pay jump from 4th to 3rd. Final four, guaranteed $880,000. Christoph?
He's done it again. Yeah, just
Unbelievable.
out like a light. If I'm Schindler, I might just grab one of those little drawstrings and yank on it.
That'll wake him up.
A little tusk pole. Queen 6 suited, blind versus blind against the chip leader. Might be good enough, Jeff, to just ram home. Certainly think it's a qualifier. Maybe we just give him the walk.
It's interesting.
It is. Paul, I think, is our short stack, but not by much, right?
It's very close between Phua and Vogelsang. But
I don't
you're
have
right,
the,
Phua is the shortest stack.
I don't have the the charts in front of me, but I think Queen 6 suited is a qualifier.
For sure.
When you punch it in.
But maybe in this ICM land specifically.
Yeah, try and ladder up another couple 100,000, and Christoph has done an amazing job at that.
That's a cool camera.
Yeah, I want one of those. What is that?
Well, you would destroy one of those.
I'd like to get my hands on that, though. I would.
Wouldn't it be good for the camera?
I would walk around our final tables and feature tables in the studio with that. I'd love to hold that camera.
Players would love that. King 9 for Schindler.
Could live commentate while holding that camera. A little.
Now we're talking.
A little Hank's eye view.
6s for Adams. Glance around the table. Time bank used for an additional 30 seconds to act.
And it's awkward, I think, for Adams. Normally just a pure shove over top, but we have Vogelsang and Paul Phua that are much shorter. ICM again coming into play. Money jumps are so real.
Does shove, though. Picks up some chips.
Did you notice Jake's little grimace and smile, too? Because he knows how brutal of a spot that is for Adams. Just hoping you get a snap fold instead of a snap call, no matter what the situation is.
40K, 80K, and 80K big blind ante. 8 million chips in play. Schindler with the majority of them in his stack. Ace 5 off for Schindler.
All in.
Just Rip City. Adams out. Out. Jake Schindler entered the day as the chip leader. Bit of a shaky start, but has rallied back. He's taken a commanding chip lead.
I'll take it.
Dominant. Oh.
Taking a look at the final event going on the exterior. Event number 9, 50K short deck. I believe it is a single day event, a one-day event. Up to 18 entrants, only 9 now remain. PGT points on the line. Current chip leader, Phil Ivey.
Oh, baby.
El Jefe in second. Kuhn is there. He's in fourth. Elton Sang, he's up there in third. No signs of Ali Imsirovic. I believe registration is closed, so he did not hop in that final event.
Ivy trails Imsirovic by 114 points on the PGT leaderboard. Phua, Queen Jack. 7 bigs, all of it.
If you want to check that out, by the way, pgt.com/live reporting. Can't miss it.
Jan's done a great job throughout this last week or so. So is Tim Duckworth, the commish, getting in there, writing some articles, I believe.
Event number 8. I was looking for those updates earlier.
Oh,
Was
yeah.
won by Elton Sang. Daniel DeVoris got second. He's got a first and a second here in the Super High Roller Series. Elis Persson third, Danny Tang fourth. Nick Petrangelo got fifth, and Chidwick cashed for sixth place. The min cash. Elton Sang took home $684,000. That was the $50K no limit hold'em event.
Well, Petrangelo needed something. His first cash in Cyprus.
Paul Phua now. King, queen off.
All of it.
How much is it?
Adams wants a count. He has ace-8 of hearts.
107.
Almost 8.
Very close. Probably going to be getting called here. I think so. Here we are.
Makes the call. Here we go. Phua all in and at risk with the king-queen up against the ace-8 of hearts of Timothy Adams. King, Jack 10. A pretty flop for Paul Phua. Adams now looking for a queen to make a straight. Does not find it on the turn. He'll need it on the river to eliminate Phua.
Ooh, survive.
Ooh, the river is an 8. And Phua is up to about 1.6 million, back up to about 20 bigs, and now it's Adams who's on the ropes.
You want red chips?
Just like that. Massive swing. Adams back on the short stack course.
Okay, then we party.
755, right?
好難啊！
唔難啦，你信我啦。
Okay.
我感覺你贏㗎啦，你放鬆啲。
我個推甩好犀利，推甩。
And it's come to my attention, Jeff, there is a Super High Roller Series leaderboard that's going on. Ivy is up top with the points race. Yeah, but what I did not realize is that there's a $25,000 championship bonus. So the leader of that race, Ivy, I believe, has it locked, as you just pointed out. He'll be receiving another 25 grand on top, a little cherry for the Sunday.
Schindler with 4s. All of it.
This is 920, 930, 940.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
PGT heads to Italy in late May, May 26th to the 30th. Partnership with Luxon Pay for PGT Italy from Casino de Venezia. Is that good pronunciation? Italian pronunciation? Probably
I think
not.
so, yeah.
Oh,
You nailed
like
it, Jeff. It rolls right off the tongue for you.
Venezia. That's much better. Schindler with 7s. Venezia. Thank you, producer Aiden.
Oh, I just realized my best ace hand is ace-8. I never have S9 as well.
Today.
Yeah. But I won jacks one time.
I was pretty happy to see ace-8 suited.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
Weird. Oh, you didn't even have S9.
Yeah.
Donnie Peters brought it to our attention that this may be the oldest casino in the world.
Oh, Casino de
where,
Venezia.
yeah, PGT Italy will be taking place.
That's cool.
That's fascinating. Thank you for that little tidbit,
Donnie
Donnie.
also says it's all about getting Phil Ivey at the end of the season PGT Championship to play for that $500,000 prize. Agree, agree, agree. Ace King of Spades for Vogelsang. When he wakes up, he's going to be thrilled. Close to it.
Oh, I think I heard
Oh,
call.
Schindler
He
snapped
woke
it
up.
off.
Yeah.
Vogelsang left one chip behind, so not quite all in just yet.
700.
But we are going to clash here with Vogelsang all in and at risk, with the Ace King of Spades up against Jake Schindler's Ace 5 of Clubs.
It's like 820, right?
6, 7, 8, 15. 8, 15.
Wait a second. Can you I think we should clarify. Yeah, we count. 600.
5, 6, 7, 8, 25 or
5.
5. Okay. That was 5. You count. Okay. 5, 6.
775.
875. No, it's wrong, right?
No, it's 815.
She was right all along.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, 815. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I apologize. All good. I'm really slow in this.
Important pot. Want to make sure it's right. That's
Yeah.
fine. Totally fine. 10-8 deuce, all diamonds.
Check, check.
3 on the turn. The wheel draw for Schindler.
Is there a penalty for checking the nuts?
That's great. Didn't expect that from Schindler.
That's great. Be great if we see a 5K bet and a fold from Schindler.
Right.
Not going to happen. Vogelsang hasn't acted yet. I don't know what. Maybe considering flicking it in for the chance of that occurring.
You act upset. It's a good hand.
Yeah, when you have the Ace King of Spades and see that run out,
right.
you probably aren't particularly thrilled.
Ace 5 of clubs.
Yeah, and Jake technically was not an all-in, did not have to show his hand. He can just throw it right in the muck. All-in situation, he would have had to flip it over. He did state his hand regardless.
Right. Well, just about a double up for Christoph Vogelsang.
You thought I woke up with it, I guess? Because I called so fast? Well, I don't know. On that board, on the river, I mean, I don't know. I didn't feel like I was winning most of the time. No, I mean, like... what? No, I'm not folding, but like, I mean, I could survive those two hands and make a money jump, right, Paul? So that's just why I did it.
A little insight there as to why you leave the one chip behind from Vogelsang.
Yeah, I'm just never putting the last chip in. So.
It's nice to hear him talk a little bit. You can sort of understand how he really is such a class act. And yes, he acts slow, maneuvers quite sloth-like. Dynamic talent.
Yeah, 8-15 double.
No! Yeah, there's no reason for me to show my hand though.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like it shouldn't. Just it was like a bet and then I checked that.
But it actually felt for me so weird to like check and like then
Yeah, the table was like, oh, you got to show or something. The floor said that or someone said that.
Yeah. I think it's understandable because it's like such a rare situation that you want to like go nearly all in and then. Like
yeah, I wasn't thinking when it was demanded.
Jake's right. To your point, he didn't have to show his hand.
No.
It was not an all-in in the call. Perhaps rules may be implemented in the future the more we see.
The one chip
just
behind.
one chip behind with such a like minute percentage of the actual pot. And you see both hands at the end, but.
Yes, and players on the shoulder finish showing on, and you have a break now.
King Queen for Vogelsang, he opens. Schindler has threes.
No, now is 8,000, 16,000. 8,000, 16,000. The registration will be closed.
Phua with sevens. About 20 bigs.
Wow.
It's the call.
Maybe a little surprising with the 2 sevens. I think that's perhaps good enough to just grip and rip. I'm concerned about Schindler flatting, no doubt.
Sure. Queen 9-5. Vogelsang is flop top pair. Seven's not the easiest hand in the world to play on many flops.
Yeah, here's why, right? You just have no idea where you're at in the hand. And for Paul, maybe he is just simply trying to connect with the 7. Otherwise, he doesn't really care. He's just done with it.
Schindler going to fire with the threes. This is a pressure point sort of bet for Schindler. Also recognizing, in all likelihood, a 3 is just a clean out.
in the event that we do simply just get called. You do get a lot of folds. Let's say the tractor had a hand like ace-jack, right? Probably would check fold this sort of board. Damn near drilled the 3 there.
Instead, it's a deuce.
Kudos to Christoph for playing king-queen like this, getting the maximum. Had he bet the flop, 3s, 7s likely hit the muck. He's now opened the door for Schindler to simply start bluffing. As we can see, Christoph is not going to fold king-queen. Doesn't have a diamond in his hand. This turn card, a little bit concerning. If we think Schindler could have any sort of backdoor equity, what if he had a hand like, you know, ace-4 diamonds? Taking stabs at flops in hopes of getting folds. Waves the white flag there on the turn.
Last 5 seconds.
Well, we've reached that point again where we've lost Vogelsang. We'll just wait for him to rise from the slumber once more. Perhaps part of the plan is to put Jake to sleep as well.
Interesting strategy. See if it pays off.
5 seconds.
350.
Sorry, how much? That's 350.
350,000. Vogelsang up to about 30 bigs.
Second gear now, Jeff, for the tractor?
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah.
Reaching max speed soon.
Paul was able to go enjoy a nice dinner during that hand. Prince of Poultry, Tim Adams, he went for a swim. They didn't miss anything.
Donnie had time in the chat to tell us about PokerGo's Discord. That's discord.gg/PokerGo. A giveaway in there taking place on Monday during the High Stakes Poker Watch Party. Discord.gg/PokerGo. Join the community.
Raise 160. Fold. Fold. 160. Fold.
What do you think he uses to fuel the tractor? A little bit of diesel? Or perhaps it's one of these new hybrid sorts of mobiles.
I could see that.
Like the Tesla version of a tractor.
A green tractor. Doesn't really need a quick operating speed. Just more function over mobility.
Yeah. So maybe no fuel at all.
There's got to be a little juice.
Clearly not much.
Not much juice.
All right, Paul.
A reminder that next Tuesday on this very channel, we will host a selection show of sorts. Probably need to think of a name for the PGT Heads Up Showdown. We will reveal the bracket.
I think you just said it. The Showdown Selection Show.
Oh, the
SSS?
The Showdown Selection Show.
Too many S's?
Yeah, too
We'll
hard.
work on it, Jeff. Yeah. Very excited about that event.
32 players, 25K apiece.
400,000 for first.
Ooh. Some of the biggest names in the game signed up.
I don't know who I'm more excited about. Why? I think it's, you know who I'm excited. Yes, I do. I know that. The big rig, Nicholas Rigby.
Nicholas Rigby.
The World Series of Poker this fall made a run. That notorious for the Deuce 3 offsuit, the diaper.
650.
Do you think you won a tournament down in Florida?
With that hand?
I mean, his winner's photo was the 3 deuce. I don't know if that was a bit doctored up or if he won the tournament with it.
What's the ideal heads-up matchup you're looking for, Jeff? Who do you want to see?
I want to see Negreanu and Hellmuth run it back.
Ooh, Negreanu-Hellmuth.
Yeah.
Fireworks.
I would love to see that.
I mean, I don't know. Is there... there's a friendship there, but there's also sort of a bitter rivalry, right? It's rocky.
I see the rivalry part more than the friendship. I'm not saying they aren't friends. I truly believe they are.
There's certainly a mutual respect.
Absolutely.
But there's also bitterness between the two.
No question about it.
I'd like to see Sean Deeb versus Hellmuth, maybe, just for the slow
Sean
roll.
Deeb's going to be great wherever he's aligned in the bracket. Donnie's told me he won the tournament with the King 5 suited, talking about Rigby. But then had to take the picture with the 3 deuce, which
it's on brand, right? You have to, yeah.
You got to play to the brand. Rigby's boy was DMing me trying to get into the broadcast booth. I'm like, that's not my department. You can hit up Hanks, though.
Wait a minute. Who?
You remember the Rigby rail?
And he wanted to get into the booth?
Yeah, wants to do some commentary.
Really?
During Rigby's match.
Really?
So that probably can't fly, but just message Hanks.
How many people have you given my number to?
No, don't worry about it. The actual heads-up showdown starts on Thursday, so Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, from 32 to a champion over the course of 3 days.
Short stack Adams,
Yeah.
King 7 off on the button. It's probably good, Jeff. I don't have the charts again.
Less than 7 bigs.
I don't have the expertise, but I have to imagine this is an all-in sort of hand.
Adams agrees.
Donnie Peters says, Hanks, naturally, Helmuth should have to take every winner photo from here on out with Queen of Diamonds, 4 of Hearts. The hand heard round the world. Now, I agree, but isn't Helmuth's hand technically the 2 black nines that he won the main event? I mean, or does the Queen 4 now
does
replace
it? Overtake it?
Right. Joe Rutten says the Queen 4 is not funny anymore. Oh, you must be a blast at parties.
Wow, come on, Joe.
Yeah. Boy.
Really?
Took the jelly out of your donut, Joe.
My.
Lighten up, pal.
Ace King for Phua.
$160.
160. Fold. Sure.
10-8 deuce. Schindler flops the gut shot. Pause ace high is best.
That texture, though, clearly favoring Schindler. Not phenomenal for Phua. Now, ranges do widen. The more shorthanded we do inevitably get. And buries the turn for Mr. Phua.
$180.
180.
Fires of 180,000.
Donnie Peters again in the chat says, if you guys are into NFTs, well, PokerGo is launching a new NFT project. Information can be found in the dedicated channels on our Discord server. Check out the link. And NFTs are certainly the talk of the town, I think, Jeff.
That'll be a cool project. I mean, combined, we know absolutely nothing about NFTs. But
Right.
It sounds cool. You should listen to the latest, whatever they call the podcast nowadays, with Donnie and Remco, and they bring on Sam Simmons.
Yeah.
To explain
Former
the NFT
president,
project.
by the way,
Yeah.
of PokerGo.
It sounds like a really innovative and cool idea.
Yeah, it's phenomenal what they're up to. Excited to be a part of that in some way, shape, or form.
You're a part of the NFT
No,
project?
no,
Okay,
I'm not.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to slide that in there like I had anything to do with it whatsoever, Jeff, and I don't even know what it stands for.
160.
160. Fold. Fold.
Ooh, King Queen for Adams.
Oh, wow, yeah, and our short stack This is certainly good enough. How shall we proceed?
It's 160.
Seven bigs behind.
All in.
All of it.
Oh.
I think we gotta. We have to call if we're Paul, right? I mean, the price is clearly right.
It's going to be, what, 8 bigs?
And he's got a great hand to make it with,
Yeah.
even if he thought he was up against ace-king, king-queen, ace-queen, right? Imagine you're live with Jack-10 suited.
660. 2 to 1.
500K more and a 940K.
660 minus 180. 480 more.
He made it 160, so 500 more, but semantics.
Shot that hand lah. Oh, why did I raise pre-floor?
No, you can't muck the Jack-10 suited.
So far, so good. It's one of those spots I think you have to gamble. Tim knows it too. Can see the look on his face. I think he'd be happy with a fold.
Sure.
He'll take it right now and chip up to 940. And Paul knows he's probably 40%. Chance you're flipping if you're up against 8s, 9s.
So many hands dominate me. It's not shot that.
Wow. Wow.
Lays down the Jack-10 suited.
Adams will be thrilled to get that fold.
One only? Don't know whether I should call or not. Check. S10 against Jack-10. How many percent? No, I mean, what's the odds pre-flop?
You know what my motto is there, right, Jeff?
Never fold?
That's on your sweatshirt right now.
No gamble, no future.
Yeah, no gamble, no future. Stick it in.
Where could I get one of these?
I'll head over to shop.pokergo.com.
I think it's 34 point something. Yeah. The suited, you get a boost. But yeah.
Against S-Jack is very bad, right?
It's,
Yeah,
Against Jack only 20%.
that's true. I mean, pocket pairs you're doing well against, I guess, 50-50, right?
Yeah.
just count how much I have. So I just want to count my stack to make sure. And I got all these time banks. So.
Oh, a lot of time banks.
So you have more time banks than chips?
Call.
King 10-8. Not sure what Adam's other card is. Oh, it's a pair of 8s for Paul. A 9 of hearts on the turn. So at the very least, Adams has an open-ender.
Could have, I mean, a very big hand. Obviously,
Sure.
we can't see what it is. Imagine if it's Jack-7 suited or 10-7 of spades. We just don't know. He sized it up, Jeff. 210. He must have some other equity card with that 7 of spades. Can't imagine he would do this with just a 7. I could be very wrong. Maybe Queen 7 would make some sense, right? Blocking Queen Jack. We may never know.
More cards? New cards again?
Replace that deck. Come on.
It was in play
Yeah.
for a good 15 minutes. Another look at the leaderboard. Jake Schindler, with almost half the chips in play, has slipped a little bit from his peak. Christoph Vogelsang has moved into second place. He's at about 1.9 million. About 15 bigs apiece for Paul Phua, Tim Adams. Look at the payouts. Final four. Guaranteed $880K, $400,000 pay jump from fourth to third. Up top, $3.2 million. And a look at the payouts presented by GG Poker.
Oh, a little nugget from Donnie Peters. Says every World Series of Poker, Tim Adams organizes a large World Cup of Vegas soccer tournament for the poker community. Usually gets 12 to 16 teams for a full day of competition. Tons of fun. I guess that is if you enjoy soccer.
You're a big soccer guy, yeah?
I would never attend, Jeff. No. Maybe a goalie.
Oh, yeah.
Goalies don't have to run, right?
You
Little
gotta
bit.
still be pretty active, though. Being tall probably helps.
Long arms, legs, can spread across that. They call it a net, a goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever Vogelsang is ready to proceed, he will defend with the 9-8 of diamonds. And he will flop an 8. Schindler bets 110K.
A tough spot for Vogues. Yeah, we got the 8. Not necessarily loving a turn 2 pair. Queen 10 could be present. Clean 8 about the only thing we love, but a pair is a pair after all. We know that Jake Schindler can and should be wide as our chip leader, attacking while also c-betting.
Turn is the 4 clubs.
And it's always about this turn, right? To get these bluffs through. If Jake thinks he's up against more jacks and 8s than anything else, maybe some sort of draw. Consideration would be to size it up upwards of half pot or greater and try and take this thing down right now while putting Vogelsang in what could be an 8 or even a jack in a world of hurt. He's going to knuckle it back.
Queen on the river. Will there be some opportunity here for Schindler?
Yeah, very interesting card. Bluffable at that.
Vogelsang checks.
I suppose King High has a smidgen of showdown equity against missed hearts of the non-paired variety. But you'd imagine maybe Vogues would have bluffed that on the river rather than checking it over.
And how about Jake Schindler? Sizing up 500,000.
Just awfully effective. Jake understanding what a horrible spot this is for some sort of jack or 8. Even if Vogelsang river to queen.
Last 5 seconds.
Lays it down. Schindler just world class.
They all are at this
True.
level, but you know, Schindler just is silky smooth, right? He has that presence. He reminds me in a way of Phil Ivey, just the way he handles himself at the table, the stare, the posture, the way he handles his chips.
Never rattled.
Just so calm.
You said this earlier, never gets too high, never gets too low.
Right. Has that right demeanor.
Hungry.
Yeah, hungry.
But after eating, want to sleep.
Last 5 seconds.
No. Yeah, I tried 2 times already. Good, okay. I mean, okay. Not very, yeah. Okay.
Talking about dinner plans?
Oh, they're going on a dinner break.
Yeah. Oh,
Looks like last
good
hand here.
line race, I believe.
They will go on a 1-hour dinner break. A couple minutes. Schindler with the ace-jack of hearts. Adams with the queen 10. Makes the call. King 6-3, 1 heart. 3 to the royal for Schindler, Brent, but blocked by Adams, queen of hearts.
Unfortunate, really. We won't see a royal flush before dinner break, Jeff. I don't even think we're going to see a turn card. Advantage Schindler. Extremely dry of the king variety. Adams just a little too short, I think, to fight. Could queen high be the best of it? Certainly. When you know you've got a little chicken dinner waiting for you after a hand or two, I might just be ready to eat, Jeff. He's giving this some thought. Wow.
Seems
is he doing
awfully hard to navigate.
Really does. He has a trick up his sleeve if he does decide to continue. A little deeper, certainly. Yeah, I'm floating queen high. No doubt. And that'll do it. All right.
So Jake Schindler will take a pretty healthy chip lead into dinner break. We will look at the leaderboard before we head off to dinner, perhaps brunch for us. Schindler almost 4.5 million, Vogelsang and 1.5 million in chips. Phua, 1.2 million. Tim Adams will have about 8 bigs, just 80 bigs on the table when we come back, playing for $3.2 million and a super high roller bowl ring when we return. You're watching Super High Roller Bowl Europe. We'll see you after dinner break.
One of the richest poker tournaments of all time. One of the toughest fields ever assembled. $500,000 to enter. No tournament has ever changed the landscape of poker until now.
I like tough competition and lots of money.
You're really getting only the best of the best.
You are forced to play at a high level. That's going to be awesome for the game of poker.
The 2015 Super High Roller Bowl. Game on.
It's time to see more fireworks.
That's what it is. I'm not certain.
10,000, 20,000 with a 2,000 ante. Scott Seaver with ace queen offsuit under the gun, and he raises it up.
More play. Negreanu next act has jacks. He could play this a couple ways. He decides to just call, which is very in tune with his style.
This is the famous Negreanu small ball.
Absolutely. Anytime he's not quite sure where he's at, he loves to call, and then he'll play after the flop. He's very comfortable playing after the flop, and he has position here, so he's got a lot of good reasons to just call.
It passes over to Kim in the big blind. Ace-7 offsuit. And we've seen him defend this sort of hand here before.
Yeah, he keeps getting great prices out of the big blind. He has hands that have some equity, and he's making good defends. Unfortunately here, he's dominated in a bad way, but normally this would be a pretty standard call.
Ace-6 queen. Top pair for Kim, but top 2 for Seaver.
This is a bit of a tricky flop for Dong.
Scott bets 65,000. And a laydown by Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, terrible flop for pocket jacks, and because he just called pre-flop, Daniel lost the absolute minimum there. And this is going to be a call here for Dong. There's no way he can fold a hand of this strength, and he'll reassess on the turn.
Oh, well, the 7 on the turn is a great card for Scott, as Kim now has a worse 2 pair than him. Kim checks.
Yeah, that's an absolutely terrible card for Dong. He's going to be putting a lot of chips in the pot now.
Scott is really good at finding the right bet size. He bets 175,000.
Yeah, it's a good size, and now Dong has to decide whether he's just going to call or if he's going to raise on the turn. Obviously, his hand is very strong and he's ahead of a lot of hands. He has to worry that if he does raise, he folds out hands the Seaver could have, like ace-jack or ace-10 that he's beating. So I think what he wants to do is just call, and then if he does raise, it would be on the river.
Kim calls. And the river is the 10 of clubs. Kim checks, and it's over to Scott Seaver, who now has to find the right bet size to get the maximum value here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what size he goes with. That'll probably be dictated by what he thinks of Dong's range. And for Dong, this is going to be a really tough spot. He has one of the stronger hands that he can get to the river with, but at the same time, Scott has a lot of value hands that beat him here when he bets. Scott can have ace-queen, he can have queens, he can have aces, he can have sixes. If he had a backdoor flush draw, he would have gotten there.
And even King-Jack made it on the river, so there are a ton of hands in Scott's range that actually beat aces and sevens here.
Scott makes it 375,000.
Call.
And a really quick call from Kim.
Huh. I guess Dong just decided that his hand was too strong to possibly fold.
Jason is one of those players who works really hard on keeping a good poker life balance. He spends a lot of time outdoors, he works out, and you might not know this, but he is actually a really solid country swing dancer. But back to his poker moves. He has Queen Jack of Diamonds on the button and is facing a raise from Brandon Stephen with Queen 10 of Hearts. He calls.
Yeah, great hand to call with. He's got position. He can hit flops really hard with this hand.
And it's over now to Max Altergott in the big blind. 8-10 offsuit, and he also calls. This is the first time we've seen Max here on the Super High Roller Bowl so far.
And it looks like first time's the charm. He flops a straight, Jason flops top two, and Brandon flops top pair in a straight draw and is somehow way behind. And Brandon checks his hand despite having the pre-flop initiative. And I like this check with this particular hand a lot.
Action on Jason Kuhn. He's picking up chips.
Yeah, Jason's going to want to bet, and he's going to want to bet big. He has a very strong hand, but it's vulnerable to a lot of draws, and he wants to protect it. Unfortunately for him, Max has already made this straight, and it's going to be very difficult to get away from this.
How much did you have started at?
I think 650.
Max is reaching for chips, and he raises it to 230,000. Action on Brandon Stephen. He finds himself in a pretty tough spot here. He liked his hand a lot before all of that action, and he does lay it down.
Yeah, and thanks to Brandon's nice check, he actually gets away without losing any chips after the flop. Now, when Jason pulls his chips back like that, that means he's either calling or raising. And it looks like he might just call, which is pretty interesting because it's for a big chunk of his stack. I would have to imagine that Jason's plan is to call and to get it in on any blank turn.
Well, the 6 of spades on the turn is not a blank.
No, it's not a blank at all. It completes the flush draw, which he had to be concerned about on the flop. And also, if Max has something like Jack-9, he's probably going to slow down on this card.
All in.
It's an all-in from Max. Big decision for Jason.
That hand's not very good, is it? It's not a very good hand. Doesn't really hit that board very well.
Good discipline fold by Jason.
Tom Marchese is under the gun with ace-king offsuit. He raises to 72,000.
It's got to be the first time he's ever folded king straight. Yeah. Folded in 8 seconds probably.
Seaver with king-jack offsuit.
It's a good hand, but it's not doing that well versus Tom's under the gun opening range. I would imagine that Seaver either folds or 3-bets this particular hand. And it looks like he is choosing to 3-bet here. Brandon really wanted to get in there with the Jack-10 suited. Such a pretty hand.
Back over to Tom Marchese now.
And Tom decides to just call here, and I like this a lot. he knows that the type of bluffs that Scott would have, he usually dominates, so he wants to keep those hands in. And also, he doesn't really want to re-raise and get it in before the flop. He's not doing that well versus the range of hands that Scott would actually get all in with him.
Well, ace 3-9, and that's a flop that you want to see with ace king.
Great flop for Marchese. This is the type of board that he can withstand a couple streets of pressure easily, so he's very happy that he just called pre-flop when this sort of board comes down.
Seaver fires into this pot.
And Scott chooses to go the smaller sizing, and I like this a lot. He's just trying to fold out stuff like pocket sixes or king queen. He knows that Tom's not folding an ace to any size, so he just chooses a smaller size and it gets the job done. Unfortunately, he's run into a really big hand.
Queen on the turn. Seaver now with a straight draw and a flush draw.
Yeah, that was one of the better cards for Scott to see. He picked up a lot of equity, and it'll be interesting to see how he plays this on the turn.
Marchese checks. Scott checks back. The 8 of diamonds on the river. Scott now has the flush.
Wow, that's brutal for Marchese. He had the hand all but locked up on the flop. And he has to imagine that Scott barrels some of his hands that have 1 diamond in it, so he might even find a hero call in the river if Scott value bets.
Pot of 743,000. Scott Seaver reaching for chips. He puts out a bet of 300,000.
This has got to make Marchese a little bit sick. On the one hand, his hand has shrunk a lot in size. But on the other hand, Seaver's line looks a bit like he bluffed on the flop, decided to give up on the turn, and then the 4th diamond made out in the river, and he was like, oh, I could get away with the bluff again.
Marchese rechecking his cards, and that king is still not a diamond. And he finds the correct fold.
Yeah, these guys are both just too good.
So Brian Rast has raised 10s from early position. David Peters with aces in the big blind.
Jack 10's ahead, right? Slightly ahead of up to which pair?
And he just calls. This is a really sneaky call, and I really like it. He's going to be calling out of the big blind a lot, so.
Well, he'll be glad he played it that slow and kept the pot small because, boom, Rast outflops him and hits a set.
Terrible flop for Peters. There's no way he's folding, but.
He's checked it over to Rast, and Rast bets 140,000.
And I can't imagine David does anything here but call. His hand isn't strong enough to raise anymore, and he definitely can't fold.
He does just call. Oof, well, if that was a scary flop, it just got worse with a 7 on the turn. It puts a 4 straight on board. It would be really tough to be confident with a pair here, even a pair of aces.
Not only that, but Peters knows that he can have a lot of jack type of hands when he calls out of the big blind. So his hand is actually weaker than the type of hands that he's expected to have here.
Well, Peters checks it over, and Rast is undeterred. He fires again.
Yeah, and despite all of that, Rast bets. And this is going to look pretty strong to David.
Peters does let it go. It's a good-sized pot over to the big stack, Brian Rast.
And by just calling before the flop, David Peters escaped losing a lot more chips.
So David Peters gets his aces cracked, but a nice laydown saves him from losing any more than 9% of his stack. Scott Seaver with ace-9 raises to 200,000 with the 3 shorter stacks behind him.
All in.
All in. Connor Drynan shoves 13 big blinds with a bigger ace.
Easy all in for Connor.
And
Ooh.
Peters picks up kings in the big blind.
Peters is probably not going to fold this one.
He's trying to decide how to get the most for his hand. Peters just calls, clearly trying to entice Scott to stick around.
Peters definitely wants Scott to put more chips in the pot, and calling is probably the best way to do so.
I'm gonna fold, but that's probably not right.
It's definitely right, as he sees when the cards are flipped over.
What did you have, Scott?
Scott being a bit coy about his hand.
I like how Kuznetsov just told Scott what he had in the previous hand. And now Scott's very tight-lipped when it's back on him.
8-5 queen, all clubs, and Peter's hand just got even stronger with the flush draw.
Not my flop.
That's a terrible flop for Drinan. He just lost the ace of clubs as an out.
Well, that might be his turn. The 10 gives Drinan an extra out. Only the 10 of diamonds or a non-club ace will save him now, or he is out in 5th.
Oh my god.
Wow. Red 10 on the river. What a card.
And I had the ace of spades also, so you had only...
I figured when you said 2 cards that don't matter, you were just being nice for me.
And I have the... Wow.
The blinds are still at 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante for the 4 remaining players. Even the short stacks have over 30 big blinds right now. Brian Rast with a huge chip lead and King 7 of spades in the small blind raises to 300,000. Scott Seaver in the big blind. Jack 9 offsuit, he just calls. Jack 9-10, and just like that, 2 pair on the flop for Seaver, although Rast does have a double gutter and an overcard. Scott Seaver with the stare down.
Yeah, Scott Seaver seemed to make it his policy to stare his opponent down right from the beginning of the hand all the way through the end.
Rast bets 275,000.
And Scott decides to just call. I think he doesn't want to inflate the pot too much.
Queen on the turn gives Rast the straight. That's got to be an ugly card for Scott to see, but he hasn't seen it yet. He's still staring at Brian Rast. Rast is cutting out a bet. 600,000.
And this is a pretty terrible turn for Scott to see. His 2 pairs shrunk up considerably, and he's going to call here just in case Rast has a flush draw or something that he's bluffing with still.
Queen on the river means Scott's 2 pair is counterfeited now anyways. This might save him some chips.
Yeah, I can't imagine Scott's going to be putting very many more chips in the pot.
I'm all in.
Rast shoves.
Oh, come on.
Scott thought for a moment that he might have made a full house if the queen on the river was a jack.
I'm not going to waste time. I'm not calling another queen.
And I'm not quite sure about Rast's bet. It had to have been designed to fold out the chop if Seaver had a king himself. But Scott can have a lot of full houses there, and it seems like a really risky gambit to take.
A lot of interested people on the rail watching, including a lot of the high-stakes poker community.
And this is tough for Rast. He has to just clear his mind and get right back into the mix. He can't be thinking about the last hand.
Well, the 8s have shown up again, and this time they're in Brian Rast's hand. He's raised, and Drinan has queens in the big blind.
All in.
Drinan moves all in.
It's like 3.
And unfortunately for Rast, this is a snap call. And in back-to-back hands, Rast might lose almost all of his chips.
I have 8s, he has queens.
It's a bad spot for Rast. He's going to need to get just as lucky as Scott did with his 8s. Rast isn't the shorter stack, so he's not at risk, but if he does lose this, he'll be down to fewer than 6 big blinds. 3, 3, 4 on the flop.
And that is no help to Rast. He needs an 8 and an 8 only.
Boom. 8s are not lucky for Connor Drinan.
And 8s are the hand. Maybe, just maybe.
Only a queen will save Connor, or he is out in 3rd. And he is out.
Oof. And that is just devastating for Connor.
Scott Seaver with pocket 5s raises it to 380,000. Brian Rast with the ace-9 of spades.
And this could get pricey. Both these players have very strong hands for heads up.
Brian makes it more expensive.
I'm all in.
Scott shoves the rest of his chips into the middle.
Wow, and this is actually reasonably close for Brian.
Scott must be happy when he doesn't get a snap call.
Absolutely. If Brian had a better pair, his chips would already be in the pot.
And it's a call. It all comes down to a flip to potentially decide the winner of $7.5 million and the title.
I have ace-9 of spades. He has 2 5s. Yeah.
Seaver's hand is ahead, but he has the smaller chip stack, so he is at risk.
And for Brian, this is a chance to get vengeance. He had him in the spot already once, and this time if he wins the whole tournament. $7.5 million, a shiny ring.
And Rast outflops Seaver.
Big flop for Brian. He is now way, way ahead.
Scott needs a 5 to win this pot. It has to be a 5. King on the turn. 1 card left. One last chance for Seaver. And the 6 on the river. Brian Rast is the first ever Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And what a deserving champion. After taking that bad beat, he just fought hard, came back, and now he has the title.
Scott gave a little shrug there. He's gone off to talk to his friend. Second place money's not so bad.
Came back from that. I sat there, I said, I'm going to come back.
Last year, Brian Rast outlasted a world-class field on his way to a Super High Roller Bowl title and $7.5 million in cash. This year, the Super High Roller Bowl tradition continues from Aria Resort and Casino.
This is a big pot.
Thought I had you crushed.
49 of the world's best and wealthiest poker players. A buy-in of $300,000 and a first place prize of $5 million. 4 full days of live poker. The Super High Roller Bowl from start to finish gets underway right now.
You ever find yourself opening up a little bit when you know guys are tired and a little bit less interested in competing toward the end of a day's play?
Absolutely. That's a really big part of tournaments, having the feel for those situations.
And recognizing also that people can be polarized when fatigued, where they either have it, because otherwise they wouldn't be out there stepping out, or they're just phoning it in.
Right. Taking a more conservative approach with their medium strength holding.
Exactly. Because they don't want to think as much, and there's a lot of thought that has to go into those gray area type plays, as we see 3 players in a raise pot pre-flop. And the flop yield is Queen 7-6 with a couple of clubs.
Goes without saying, that's a nice flop for Budiga.
Yeah, top pair with a king kicker. Nothing much for Anthony Gregg, who's checked as well as Pertouche. And Rainer Kempe checks his 2 4s. Here comes the turn card. Kempe picks up the bottom end of an open-ended straight draw.
That is a nice turn for Kempe. However,
2 flush draws on board for Pertouche now. He's got top pair.
If Budiga leads here, it really depends on how much as far as Kempe's decision goes.
And Pertouche fires 20,000.
Don't see Gregg continuing.
He lays the 5s down.
And I don't think Kempe has quite enough to continue. If you know an 8 is good for sure, it changes things somewhat. But an 8 could be no good. Pertouche has some combos with a 9 in it. However, 4s could be good at the moment.
Call.
This is reasonable.
Rainer makes the call. A 3, 4, and 8 would make his hand best. And it's a 3 on the end, giving him the 7 high straight. That is the perfect card for Rainer Kempe. A disastrous one for Pertouche.
And that's how you do it.
It's just that easy, boys. Look at Rainer sizing him up.
Kempe is a touch capped here. Can't really have 8-9. He can, of course. He could check 8-9 on the flop, but most of the time he would bet. So Pertouche is kind of asking himself, what are his 4 combos, and thinking about trying to get some value from this king-queen. which is reasonable because Kempe could have checked back some 6x, some 7x, and doesn't really have 8-9, where Pratush does have some 8-9 here. So I don't mind Pratush's value bet, but it is ambitious.
1,000 is the bet.
And you could potentially get your guy to induce here by checking with some sort of busted draw on the end.
Sometimes, and I think Kempe may find a raise here just based on, I feel Pratush may have given away the strength of his hand a bit based on his mannerisms. That felt very value-y to me. And that's not to say he did anything wrong, and it's much easier to make reads when you can see somebody's hand.
Oh, wow, look at this. You're exactly right.
But we've seen a lot of flat calling on the end with not the nuts. But Kempe really felt like this straight was good. That's logical. Pratush really only has the 8-9 suited combos. He's not taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 off. He might not be taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 suited. So Kempe really believes this straight is good. It is, and it puts Pratush in a very awkward spot.
80K to call.
If you're going to make thin value bets, you have to be prepared to face these decisions.
Well, Pratush didn't find the auto fold. He's asking for a count here.
No, it's.
But could Kempe really be bluffing for his remaining stack in this situation with just 80K?
Great question, Ali. It's so hard to say. we can't get into Kempe's mind or know one of the beautiful things about poker.
Oh,
Pratush thinks he could be. Maybe Pratush thinks that.
To turn these over.
And that's why you don't stand behind a horse. And Fedor.
And we come right back to a possibly curious Fedor Holes, and I love when we only get to see the one card. I really do.
Yeah.
Because start to imagine, what do you think Fedor does with the Jack of Spades? How about a Queen? Play along with Fedor. He knows that Helmuth has been splishy splashy, to say the least.
Yeah, and the deuce 4 offsuit here, 3-betting to 90K.
That's right. And it looks like Fedor is taking a flop. Excuse me.
Oh, it looks like he's going to charge him more to take a flop, isn't he? It's a 4-bet to 235,000.
Wow.
It's like a soul read.
I think after a little bit of Hollywooding, Helmuth is probably going to let this go.
What's going on here? I 3-bet the kid twice in 4 hours, and he 4-bet me both times. Are you in a hurry? You got a death wish? What the hell is going on here? This is sick.
Helmuth.
Nice hand, Fedor.
He's not scared to just get in there and limp. He's not scared to sometimes 4x pre-flop.
Right.
Blinds are 20-40. I've seen Berkey do things like make it 200. And I promise you that confusing your opposition generally is good. Sometimes the cost of that is making a quote-unquote bad play.
Being
unpredictable. Hard to read and hard to figure out.
Right.
These are all things that do aid you in the long run if you use those things to your advantage.
Kempe opening with Snowmen, the 110. And the cutoff. And the small blind of Dan Smith making the call in bad shape with the 2 6s. He'll be heads up and out of position.
We haven't seen too many vicious coolers this tournament, Ali. Like 8-6 deuce or something crazy.
And look at this.
I mean, listen, I just want the people to know, I swear on my life, I cannot predict the future. And that's just very odd.
You are a broom rider.
If that deuce came, I really would have been speechless. Because this is already one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me.
Set over set. One of the most horrific situations you can be in. I myself, on one of the few occasions in which I've played a higher stakes buy-in poker tournament, found myself in a similar spot against Gabe Kaplan. Cost myself a cool 20,000 on Poker After Dark. That one hurt. And this one's going to hurt as well for Dan Smith, who checks it. Over to Rainer Kempe.
Sounded pretty painful. To the great Gabe Kaplan.
165.
Right now, Dan Smith has major problems, and sometimes it's okay to spell out the obvious. Dan Smith, after this hand, could easily be crippled. He may elect to just start check calling, but even so, unless a 7 or 9 of hearts rolls off, Kempe has a lot of great cards to barrel, get check raised in all likelihood, and this is just so brutal for Dan.
And he's using a time extension here. Why do you suppose that is? He knows he's going to continue in the hand. Well, he's not trying to make it look weak, is he?
Of course, no. He's trying to decide whether to call or raise. I mean, there are times you are beat here, and again, being the relative chip leader versus another chip leader, this is an interesting situation because he might be well advised to simply call the flop. However, if he raises it, he does know that he will probably have to go with it. There are some extreme.
475,000.
475,000. Music to the ears of Rainier Kempe with 2 8s in his hand. A set. And he's got to believe he's golden here, right? He's not up against the 7-9 and probably not up against the 2 10s. Not impossible, though.
Not impossible, for sure. Golden is a touch more than what he's feeling, but he's feeling pretty good. It's one of these spots where
2 overs in the flush draw come to mind, maybe.
I don't think Smith
Queen Jack
check
of Hearts.
Yeah,
no?
exactly. I don't think Smith check raises Jack Queen of Hearts. The hand is too good. You kind of don't want to be forced to sort of fold it given stack sizes or decide you have to get it in because you've put yourself in a spot where
Kempe using a time extension.
Pot odds are just too good, and this is a really sickening spot for Dan Smith. And I just don't know how I just went out there and said we haven't seen a vicious cooler. I feel bad for Dan. Of course, me saying that did not influence the flop, but it's very weird. I'm having a very philosophical moment.
This is a situation where Rainier Kempe is that speeding commuter train and Dan Smith is that car stuck on the tracks.
In all likelihood, they will get it in. My only question, as crazy as it may sound, is there any way Smith finds a way to get away from this on the flop? Just given that we're on the bubble, he's such a great player.
And Rainier Kempe says, I'm all in.
Kempe's reached. Yeah,
Snap call by Dan Smith.
But you notice the trepidation in his voice. He called. He doesn't want to have to play this hand on the bubble.
So
Two relative chip leaders.
9 of hearts, all right.
It's looking pretty thin at the top of the screen next to the outs graphic.
He does have backdoor hearts. And of course he can hit that 6, but yes, 9% is pretty thin and just a deflating feeling for Dan at the moment. So brutal.
He's rooting for a heart on the turn. Instead, it's an ace, and now he has 1 out, 1 time to avoid a massive blow.
Unbelievable, really.
Really.
Set over set in this situation. Just horrifically cold.
Dan Smith can't connect with the 1-outer on the river. Set over set, one of the grossest feelings in all of tournament poker.
See 3 calls.
Berkey, undeterred by the outcome of the last hand, limping again, this time with ace-9 suited on the button.
And again, Kempe and Holt so range-oriented in their preparations and have a lot of ideas on what they'll do versus certain styles. Often that style is a player who generally min raises pre.
Kempe with a real holding. Second straight time he's raised a limp from Berkey.
And a call.
He's got 2 7s, and this time Berkey is going to call for his whole stack. Well covered by the chip leader, and at risk. He's behind with 2 overcards.
And just like that.
Is this kind of what Berkey was scripting? He was saying, I'm going to continue to do this until I get the right opportunity to try to double?
Yeah, I think A, it reduces variance, and B, Berkey was hoping that Kempe and Holtz to a degree would start attacking his limps, and he would have some reships, much like this, which is very reasonable. And it's a multifaceted approach, one that in the next level Berkey could stop limping and resume. So
if Berkey can win this pot, he will vault over Phil Hellmuth for 3rd and chips, but he's going to need some help, and the board is 7 high. Top set for Rainer Kempe, and a very uphill climb for Matt Berkey. If he doesn't get help on the turn, he'll be drawing dead and done in 5th.
Some possible sweats.
Certainly.
Needs a spade, 5 or a 6.
And he does catch the spade.
Wow. There it is.
Best case scenario. He now needs 1 more of those spades. 7 outs once for his tournament life. Rainer Kempe's thinking red card. The tension mounts. And here comes that river. It's a 4. 7's full for Rainer Kempe, and the end of the road for Matt Berkey.
Good game.
Good, Phil.
You definitely win best dressed.
Thanks.
All in.
Moving all in here with the ace.
Oh my.
And he's been called. What is he up against? The ace-10. Disaster for Eric Seidel. Is that Fedor humming?
Pretty odd spot to start humming. I know me on my off days, mood-wise, may have had a choice comment or two for Fedor the Songbird, but
no doubt about it. Maybe that's just the awareness that he
balances his humming range. The kids are really on top of everything these days.
Look, if Seidel's out of here, that's an extra guaranteed 1.1 million into Fedor's pocket. So
it certainly is, and for Eric, who's battled so hard, and for Holtz, what a huge equity pot this is.
Yeah, 9-9 Trey. There's some chop outs here.
There's always hope for the short stack in this spot.
It's never easy. Kempe's going to have to sweat it out.
Now picking up some more chop outs.
Yeah, the ace on the turn.
Notice that paint.
Can't win anymore.
Seidel cannot win the pot outright. That is correct.
Very, very insightful observation. He does pick up many chop outs.
9, an ace, a king, queen, jack. Instead, it's a 6, and that's all she wrote for Eric Seidel, who really fought hard.
You can't say enough about Eric Seidel. You just can't.
How do you normally celebrate, Nick? You make a big score. You got a go-to?
That's a good question, Ali.
First, you got to win one.
You know what? It's too late, and why don't you keep your little jokes to yourself?
2-time bracelet winner, 1-time World Poker Tour
There
winner.
you go. There you go, Ali.
I know.
Thank you.
I know who you are, buddy.
I also have won multiple tournaments in New York City underground clubs when I was 16, 17. Took down quite a few, like 4 or 5 player tournaments. They know what's up.
Oh yeah,
you guys know who I'm talking about.
Those Colossus events.
They remember. $25 buy-in, 6 of us vying for New York City poker history.
Right.
1.2 million.
I myself.
1.2 million.
What have we walked into?
Looks like both players with a pocket pair. Holtz making it 400K with the Ducks.
This is close-ish for Fedor.
All in.
Oh, and he says all in.
Wow. And just like that, Kempe
And a snap call from
a
Kempe.
4-to-1
This could
favorite
be
to
it.
take it down.
Fedor with 2 ducks. A 4-to-1 dog, roughly, against Rainer Kempe's 2
Just
eights.
for the spot of 2 Germans being heads up and the guy winning with 8-8, it's kind of it's kind of the cherry on top.
Not sure
said the guy's
Holtz
winning?
is seeing any cherries on
I'm
top at the moment.
You know, mentioning
Anticipating?
No, he's kind of got the step.
You know what? I won't be mad at you.
I know you won't. I know you wouldn't be. I know you wouldn't be.
Tend to believe Fedor there, but nonetheless, he's thinking deuce. 10-9-5.
Running hearts, of course. But if Fedor doesn't help, Rainer Kempe is our 2016 champion, Ali.
And the turn card is a 4, down to just 2 outs once for Fedor. Otherwise, Rainer Kempe is our champion. This is for a $1.5 million difference between second and first place money. Can Kempe seal it? Yes, he can.
And
Rainer
there it is.
Kempe is your 2016 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Wow, and I didn't expect this confetti shower. I was not told about this. Wow. Nobody consulted with me. Give Holtz the ring.
Oh, guck mal, ein bisschen bling bling.
It begins in this city, in this venue, at these tables. 56 players will enter this room, each with a singular goal, winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
I would say that the Super High Roller Bowl is the best tournament of the year, and I say that with confidence.
$300,000 gets you in. $6 million awaits the winner of the one event on Earth for the highest stakes with the toughest field for the biggest money. The 2017 Super High Roller Bowl. This is where it begins.
Let's play some poker, boys.
And back down to the fell.
This feels like last year.
Somewhat, perhaps. A suited connector is a nice hand to have in your small blind 3-betting range versus really any. Oh my goodness.
What about is it nice when this happens? Because this is a classic.
Wow. I mean,
Top set against a straight.
A cooler like this early, involving Phil Hellmuth, is really astounding.
What sort of run out can Hellmuth possibly get away from here other than 4 to a flush or a straight, perhaps?
The runouts that Hellmuth gets away from kind of slow down the action anyway, were it to be an 8 of clubs or jack of clubs. So,
Correct.
of course, that's nice for Phil. This, it goes without saying, is really problematic, and he does elect to raise the flop, and
oh boy.
Bottom, I'm as random seemingly as Phil can be. When he raises 7, 9, 10 with 2 clubs in a 3-bet pot, it generally indicates strength of some sort.
Correct.
Whether it's...
What's the bottom end of that strength, though?
And Phil, most of the time, would call here on the flop with king, queen of clubs because he doesn't want to have to either get it in or simply incinerate that equity. And Bonomo elects to call, which is...
And he picks up a flush draw to go with his 10 high straight on the turn. Not that he's concerned about being up against jack 8, of course.
Does Phil find that pot control-y check button somehow with 3 10s? I don't think so, although there are vulnerabilities to this hand. Sometimes...
And a lot of cards on the river you don't want to see.
You do want to protect against a lot of cards you don't want to see, but you have to think about the overall scenario in the tournament. Everything comes into play. There are some benefits to checking here, but it's very hard.
60,000.
Justin could easily check jam here, given that he could pick up a variety of draws. 7x of hearts. This is going to be, in all likelihood,
You may want to put the greens on the bottom.
an all-in from Justin. And wow.
Yeah, I mean, could King Jack of clubs factor in here?
Wait, I'm giving too much information.
Certainly you fear King Jack of clubs, or King Jack in general, if you're in Phil's seat.
Although check raising the flop with King Jack in general, less likely, I would imagine, no?
Could happen. Same thing from Justin. You fear running into a straight. My God. There it is.
And it's all in the middle.
Oh my God. I escaped.
Oh man, it's going to be hard to pair the board.
Oh my God.
Elmuth needs a 7-9 or queen here.
Wow. Threw him out. 30 minutes, go get that.
10 will work as well.
We'll go take your time.
15. I guess maybe I should have 3-bet you before the flop. I knew you were going to 3-bet me light a lot today.
That's what I do.
I know. Wow, what a flop for you. It was amazing.
That depends on the river card.
No, I said what a flop for you.
Oh my God, wait till people get this update.
And the 3 on the river.
Guys,
oh my God.
Try to outplay me, the best player in the world. I'm just going to re-race Phil with 8-6. He's going to flop top set, and I'm going to flop a straight.
And the stack sizes begin to increase as the field condenses. I'm sure we'll see some even bigger pots.
Wake up cards.
Ace-10 suited for Czar Rast. That was his online handle.
It was. I've tussled with him many times, both online and live.
You were the takeover.
I still am the takeover,
You still
Ali.
are, okay. I haven't rumbled with you online in so long.
Yeah, I'm around from time to time when I duck out of the country and get that itch.
Of course, online poker no longer available except for specific states here in the U.S. We're talking New Jersey, Nevada.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
A little bit shocking. Certainly disappointing for the big fans of the game.
Everybody's suited here.
Nice guy.
And the board, 2 clubs. Queen 8-6. Rast with the nut flush draw. Heart with the flush draw and open-ended straight draw. And Katz with a pair of 8s.
Serious connection to the board via Rast and Heart. And given that Kevin is sporting a 20-some-odd BB stack, slightly more, I believe. Very likely to be going in here versus Rast.
I'm all in.
All in.
And sure enough.
Of course, the correct play for Kevin.
Call.
And Rast says, I have to call. He happens to have the best hand, and it's got Kevin in pretty rough shape.
A 2-to-1 dog for Kevin, and rough shape indeed.
You still got a bunch of...
Oh, I know I got out. I just didn't want to see that.
Yes, that's true.
It's-
You want to see ace queen.
Don't forget about the red 9.
Or the red 7.
9.
Just put it straight out there. Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Just anything with a club.
Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Got a wrap. A wrap of outs. It's a hold'em wrap. Minus the club.
That's not my specialty.
Not really mine anymore either. But this is
And here's the turn card. It's a
He does hit
5.
that straight, so now it is Brian over a 4-to-1 dog hunting for those clubs. Only 7 of
You're
them.
lucky dealer. You good.
That's my girl.
Down, let him feel it.
That's my girl, huh? Come on, Mad Dog.
And at least there's a...
Hold on, Mad Dog.
Here comes the river. It's a 7, and Kevin Hart.
Hart retains life.
Kicking that. Kicking that.
111.
Oh, boy.
I believe Vogelsang wakes up with
Can you
aces.
please be quiet? I'm
You
asking
can't.
you very nicely.
You
You
can't
can't
say
say
anything.
anything. Carrie, you can't.
Where is that in the
Can
rules?
you call the floor,
Floor,
please?
you really
can't
even
say a word.
That's not a rule in poker.
Yeah, it is.
What, talking?
You can't talk right now. Only heads up.
Everybody's getting a little testy, Ali.
Well, listen.
A lot of money hanging in the balance.
That's right.
Stress getting to folks.
Kernick and Kuhn are about
Why
to
you allowed
throw
talk
down.
turn of hand? What's the rule?
You are allowed to talk. Even with three-handed, him left.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Can I have 30 extra seconds? Because I've been trying to get him
Yes,
to
he
stop talking.
should.
We've been like calling him before.
Absolutely, he should get extra time.
I've used the time. I spent 2
You
minutes
should
trying
have
to
as
get
much time as you want.
1:15
when he called for the floor. It was at
There is
1:15 when he called for the floor.
discussion
I
in
looked.
multi-way pops. Even if a player is all in, it's
Okay.
still considered a multi-way
Not a word.
pop.
My apologies. I was
So,
wrong.
How much time was left? So Justin's already used the time extension, so he has until 1 minute.
Here,
Can I say
I'll give
something?
him one of my banks. I'll forfeit it.
Can I say something? There was a bunch of talking, so he really should almost start over.
So a reasonable,
said that.
Well, let's not get carried away. How many time banks are we going to make up here? You know,
Yes.
Justin, would you
That's
agree
fine.
Reasonable? Okay, 30 seconds starts right now.
So it's 648 more to call, right?
648,000 more to call. Yes.
I call. Call. You got aces?
Yeah.
You got aces. How do you wake up with aces there? All right. Just need a red queen, I guess. Damn, that's a good spot for aces, huh? This is my first all-in. All-in call, it is.
So it's sixes against queens against aces for far and away the largest pot that we have seen thus far in this year's Super High Roller Bowl, with not one but two players at risk in Vogelsang and NLHE carry Cats.
The 648, or whatever it was that Addamo just called now, also close. I need some help from the players at home, the very experienced players in these situations. I'm just not sure. My knee-jerk reaction here is that Addamo did not even need to call that initial 20 bigs, but certainly it's okay. And a lot of drama heading to this flop as Addamo picks up some sevens.
8, 9, 10, and NLHE picks up some jacks.
Hefe, jack and queen hunting.
Justin did also.
Yeah, I can't worry about
Notice Vogelsang has 50% to win this hand. He's fading sevens, jacks, queens, sixes.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
Just the smallest of favorites against the aggregate hands.
What a nice card to see if you're Christoph.
Sure.
What a massive, massive pot this is for him in terms of real-world dollar EV.
Right,
I mean,
2.263 roughly.
Oh my. Dramatic river. Rip his lip off there, Christoph. Easy.
Here comes the river. It pairs the board and
Vogelsang
two aces
holds.
And that is it.
Deflating for Carry Cats to wake up with two queens and ship out of the small blind.
We know not what either player holds, simply that Schindler was the open raiser and Kuhn defended. Jason has checked it over to Jake, who is going to continue to the tune of 75,000 into the pot of 230.
Hey.
C2 is all in. C3.
And I think it's a snap call from Schindler
Might see
here.
some straight draws from Kuhn.
Well, it's a bottom set for Jake Schindler.
With a pair of eights, by the way. You do see a straight draw for Kuhn, which makes a lot of sense.
7-9. And Addamo, the first man over there to root against Kuhn. No, that doesn't appear to be the case, but
the hovering over them is a bit odd, but they're all good friends.
It's been fun run either way, boys. I prefer to get there and be a pain in your but sometimes you don't get to.
Hard not to like Jason Kuhn.
that is the truth. You kind of root for him here, you know? The pain of the money bubble looming over him.
It's hard not to root for him, especially given how many chips Schindler has, that he'll be okay. And
right. Can Jason Kuhn hit a 6 or a jack to complete a straight, make the best hand, and stay alive, or will he be the dreaded 8th place finisher? It's the latter. As the deuce rolls off, and your pick to win it, Nick Schulman.
He definitely, definitely made me and a lot of people proud with his stellar play as always.
Yep.
Tough to bubble. Tough day for him.
And we are one bust out away from drawing the curtain on tonight's action and setting the stage for the podium finishers.
All in.
Oh, this looks like possibly a bit much given the stack of Shalabal, but of course ace-10 of diamonds is
Call.
quite ahead. Oh my goodness.
I got aces.
Vogelsang
And
with the
this
call.
this is why you don't do this when another player at
it's
the
aces.
table. Oh my God, and Vogelsang pacing because he wasn't really expecting this situation, and Shalabal just counting his lucky stars.
You know, Sukernik has kind of shown this propensity to be willing to just gamble it up and ship it and kind of intimidate. And
It got him here so far, and Sukernik has really played very well in a lot of spots. I think he overextended himself here given the stack of Shalabal, but onto the flop we go.
And could Shalabal be laddering up yet again?
This is a major ladder up here.
Here comes the flop. Leon's thinking diamonds, only one available. A king out there. A dangler for that running Broadway. We got to put a diamond up there just to keep him drawn live, don't we? Or a runner to a straight.
That's right, and
Christoph's thinking, just put the 4 of clubs out there.
Yes.
Here comes the turn. It is a diamond.
The suspense is always there. It's just never easy. Yeah, that's it's a very expensive card that just rolled off for Vogelsang, worth about, I don't know, hundreds of thousands in equity, probably less, but crazy.
Can Sukernik snap aces?
What is that king of diamonds worth?
Here it comes.
There
Oh,
it
it's
is.
the 3.
Okay. Good game. Good game, man.
And Sukernik finishing in 4th place.
Incredible showing for Sukernik. Round of applause warranted.
Schindler now with Jack-8 suited.
Call.
Limp right in there.
Yep.
Check.
Christoph, as usual, taking his time, regardless of his range, and then making his decision, which is a check, and 10 trade deuce on this board.
Both players, of course, sort of connecting to this board as Schindler has some backdoor possibilities and swirling around that 10. And Vogelsang, top pair, 7 kicker. A very good hand playing heads up. First, this smallish bet might Christoph raise simply to get some chips in the pot, which was
10 seconds.
with which what figures to be the best hand.
Call.
No. Onto a turn.
Ooh, look at that.
Has to be the most fun turn card in the deck, Ali. Christoph makes 10s and 7s. Schindler with a gut shot and a flush draw. A very standard spot for Jake, of course, to
400,000.
continue betting. One assumes Christoph will raise here.
Raise.
And this is one of those spots,
1,500,000.
Nick, where that lack of time extension really looks to play in, as Christoph is check raised to 1.5 million, another 1-1 for Jake to call.
And I think Schindler's call here is quite standard and will be getting made. I don't think Schindler comes over the top here.
10 seconds.
He calls, perhaps has some river bluffs in mind if he misses, but
Call.
see what this river brings. Schindler finds himself as a 3-to-1 dog.
Don't look now, there's 3.5 million in the middle. This is a big one. And the river pairs the board with a deuce, and not necessarily your favorite if you're Vogelsang, as any overpair now has 10s and 7s beat, but it was a limp pot pre-flop.
That's right, and I think Vogelsang feels quite confident with these 10s and 7s. You're absolutely right. Of course, overpairs now do counterfeit the 10s and 7s, but still certainly bet for value here.
2.3 million.
2,300,000.
2.3 million from Christoph Vogelsang.
That's mashed potatoes and gravy.
Yes, it is. And deuce of clubs, of course, not the river Jake Schindler was looking for.
10 seconds.
All in.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, Sally.
All in.
Wow. Christoph with only 30 seconds to decide here. I think 10s and 7s is good enough, but man, a lot easier from up here. I did not see that coming, Ali. Schindler, all in.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Call.
And Vogelsang makes the call.
Schindler's bluff does not get through. And that's it.
Good game.
We have our champion, Ali. Wow.
Yes.
It's one of poker's most exclusive tournaments. A $300,000 buy-in feeding a massive prize pool of over $14 million. 48 elite players came to test their skill in a 4-day battle of strategy, aggression, and endurance. This is the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl.
I don't think Chewy's ever been in a market.
Ace-9 in Ivy's hand this time. He makes it 6,000 here on the flop with top and bottom pair. Petrangelo sticking around as the third heart rolls off and gives him the flush. That was a dramatic pause that I put in there, as though it wasn't self-evident.
And I think Petrangelo's considering leading as he defends the big blind here.
Yeah.
The 7 of hearts is rich with possibilities regarding Nick's range in form of the 8-10 and all the flushes and some 2-pair combinations. And the idea behind the lead here is that Ivy gets very pot control-y on turns with his ace-X, and we want to simply build the pot with our flushes and charge certain hands that have equity. And oh my, Ivy rivering 9s full of aces. Petrangelo's hand absolutely strong enough to lead here, and he will. And of course, Ivy will be raising either in the form of a shove. He goes so big that it looks like Ivy will shove this river. And Petrangelo is going to go into a tank, probably think aloud as he often does, and we will probably get some inner workings into his poker mind.
And he
graces
has
us with his thoughts.
Well covered here.
He does.
Oh, and Ivy.
I like this.
Yeah.
Why not? You know. This is going to be a difficult laydown for Petrangelo. He might make it, but it's going to be tough. Is Ivy doing this with King of Hearts 10? Is he doing this with
the dry
Ace
nut
7?
flush?
Does Ace 7 ever do?
Jake Schindler, Paul Phua, Christoph Vogelsang, Timothy Adams, your final four as the sun is set on the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Northern Cyprus. Welcome back to final table coverage of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. A look at the leaderboard. Jake Schindler at almost 4.5 million in chips. Christoph Vogelsang in second. Paul Phua in third. Tim Adams in fourth. Second, third, and fourth have less than 20 big blinds. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks in the broadcast booth. Brent, expecting some action in this level, to say the least?
Inevitable, Jeff. There's only 80 big blinds on the table. You know, still Schindler's world. We're all just living in it right now at the moment. And, you know, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, it's whoever had the healthiest dinner that's going to bring it home.
Excellent point. That's why we bring you in for the analysis. Well, you mentioned the blinds, 50K, 100K with a 100K big blind ante. Final four guaranteed $880,000. A 400K pay jump from fourth to third. And ace jack for Timothy Adams. Using a time bank here.
Yeah, well, we all know what's about to happen. Maybe trying to sell it a little bit.
Yeah, with about 8 bigs. All of it. Oh, ace first card.
My.
It's a queen behind it, and here we go. Blind versus blind. Adams runs into it. It's the ace-jack for our two-time Super High Roller Bowl ring winner. Up against Paul Phua's ace-queen. Don't blame me for standing up. This is a big pot.
Johnny.
Queen, 7, deuce, 2 diamonds. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw for Adams. He'll need runner in some variety. 6 of clubs not going to do it. Tim Adams with another 4th place finish at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. And Brent, that is 4 straight Super High Roller Bowl cashes for Adams.
The resume remarkable for the Prince of Poultry. Tim Adams, as classy as they come, as talented as it gets. You said it, Jeff. Incredible showing once again by this stud from Canada.
One of just 2 players to have multiple Super High Roller Bowl rings. The winner of Super High Roller Bowl Australia and Super High Roller Bowl Russia bows out in 4th for $880K. Another look at the payouts presented by GG. We're down to 3, and that means a minimum payout of $1,280,000. And our next pay jump is worth $800K. And Vogelsang has found himself another pay jump.
Another ladder for the tractor. You just can't get rid of Vogelsang. Locked up a podium finish here. Only 2 titles on his resume with more than $25 million in earnings. Can he take down number 3 here today? He has his hands full. Schindler all in.
That just works for Jake Schindler. Almost in cruise control at this point.
How about Paul Phua?
Yeah.
You know, everyone can say, oh, yeah, the businessman from the Triton Series, co-founder. He plays a very high level, high-stakes games nonstop across the world. This means a lot to him. Serious competitor.
And we'll pass the $23 million mark in career live tournament earnings when today is all said and done. That is quite impressive for the Triton co-founder. As Jake Schindler looks for his first Super High Roller Bowl ring.
Jeff, when the players were at dinner break, you pointed out something else about Vogelsang that I am, again, shocked to learn. I keep bringing up that he only has 2 career titles. How many second place finishes does he have? Can you fill us in on that?
Sure. What'd you guess?
I thought it would be like 10 to 15.
You would just assume it'd be huge. He has
Right.
more than $25 million in career live tournament earnings. It's 4.
Unbelievable.
Been heads up just 6 times.
Unbelievable.
Tens for Schindler. Small raise out of the small blind, but nothing doing for Paul Phua.
Schindler making it look easy. Yeah, we have a nice hand that time, but you think back again before dinner break what he was doing, how he was maneuvering, nonstop pressure, able to get away and accumulate, understanding these massive pay jumps, leaning on the shorter stacks, applying pressure left and right.
And very prepared in case it starts raining inside the casino.
Wow, the Fonz, he's back. Needs a little more hair gel, I think. You know, slick it back some, Schindler. Come on.
King 3.
I could see him rolling into a local diner and just kind of
posting up at
arms
the bar.
up, posts
Yeah.
up.
Ooh, jacks for Paul Phua.
All in.
All in.
All of it, and Matt will get through.
Milan in the chat says when you talk about the best players, you never hear Jake Schindler's name mentioned. I beg to differ.
I don't know.
Daniel Negreanu has stated over the last couple of years that he put Schindler at the top of his list. Now that clearly can change and alter during this solver era that we are in. A lot of great players, but Schindler certainly would considered to be one of the best.
Schindler will move into at least 5th on the 2022 PGT leaderboard. With a win, he would move all the way up to 3rd. Nine 3 suited for Schindler here. After Plowman raised button. How about this? From Jake Schindler, just max pressure being applied. Knows that short stack and Vogelsang is lingering, and that's just well done by Jake Schindler. Just pouncing.
My goodness.
White chips were 25K a piece, red chips 100,000 each. 50 bigs out of the 80 in play belong to Jake Schindler.
Yep, 8、8、6、8、7、8、8、8、9，嗰個剩翻100出啲，總數800啫嘛，都唔係好多㗎。
10-9 off for Vogelsang. Just gonna hope for some chaos. Blind versus blind, and perhaps an $800,000 pay jump.
Schindler just continues the assault. Any two will do. Any position. He will play perfectly with this stack, applying pressure, accumulating. Vogel now going to be in the big blind, under $1 million when these chips go in.
Now the ace-4 diamonds. Clicks the all-in button. Vogelsang will squeeze a pretty one, but not one to call it off for.
How much do you have now?
825.
Vogelsang stack dwindling. $825K in chips, 8 big blinds. Ace-4 diamonds for Paul Phua. Fascinating dynamic here, knowing Vogelsang is short, knowing Schindler can just put so much pressure on him.
It really is, and you saw the 3-bet a minute ago by Schindler. Paul looking at Vogelsang's stack. Still not going to pass with ace-4 suited. Let's see if Schindler does it once more.
10-4 suited.
Same sort of situation, right? Suited hand. Certainly we can defend from time to time, but perhaps pre-flop optimal to just attack. Does he really think that Paul Phua is opening light twice, looking to fold? Another sort of mind game being employed.
So we'll just defend here at the 10-4 suited. King, King, Jack, 1 spade, no diamonds. Pop bets them in.
I love this out of Phua. He has clearly played a ton of these tournaments and understands your C-bets do not have to be half the pot or 3/4 pot. You can down bet all day.
And all the way down to the minimum.
Jake also understanding that Phua has adapted so well.
That's got to feel good if you're Phua just to pick up something.
That's a huge pickup for him, Jeff. We know Vogelsang under 800,000. Paul now back over 2 million.
Some real separation created now between not only the 1 and 2 spots, but the 2 and 3 spots as well.
Big blind pendant.
5 deuce ain't gonna be the one.
The tractor has stalled out. Just can't find a hand, can't find a spot.
Makes it 250, Paul with queen 10. And Vogelsang with 7 bigs. We'll make the call.
Schindler, a lot like Mayweather here. Just jab after jab. Scientific dismantling going on. And my goodness, Paul.
Flops the stone cold Nutter Butters.
An immediate adjustment by Schindler as well. No pair, no draw, just king high. Perhaps not going to place another chip in the middle. His whole plan was just to win it pre-flop And if we connect post, great. We proceed. Otherwise, we just get out of the way.
Shows the queen 10.
So hard to swap nuts, you know.
Yep.
That's true. Just in case you didn't know.
Yeah.
Poker Go Hold'em's here.
There it is.
Free to play online poker. It's available in the Android store, the App Store on your computer, pokergohold'em.com. Play with Negranu, Helmuthus, Foundiare, Maria Ho, Brent Hanks, the voice of the game.
Hall of Famer Maury Escandani's in there. He's playing. El Jefe himself. He's
Love
got
that.
himself
5 reds, right?
a little account. Jeff, working on getting you in there.
6, 7, 5.
Let's do it.
Just me, you, and a bunch of Hall of Famers, buddy.
Vogelsang running bad here in this 50K, 100K level.
Wow. 10個 big blind 小盲好多牌推7成。依家係剩翻5個 big blind 咧。等佢哋兩個去練。
The 4 deuce
gosh.
now.
Just no chips. 4 deuce off.
I guess I'll stick.
Brutal for the tractor.
直直攞一鋪，女10 flop nuts 啊頭先，屌冇 no action 開8 9隻女10。
You have like
來啦來啦！
how many rows do you have? Check it out.
The sun set already. It's our time at night.
Paul,
Quẩy
you
mà.
12 red.
Red hả? 10 red.
10 red.
How about now?
I think it's
Queen
good
9,
enough.
yeah, with 5 bigs.
I think it's good enough. If not now, when?
Hmm?
5.
It is now. Puts in
5K
500K. Schindler has 6s.
All in.
Ooh.
Rips it.
Oh, pretty one for
Phua with
Paul,
a
too.
Pretty,
Yeah,
pretty
can't
one.
call.
Short backhand. Jack and suited.
A celebratory fold by Paul, and here we go. Vogelsang all in and at risk with Queen 9. Jake Schindler with pocket 6s. The final 2 from the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl collide here in Europe.
Pocket 6 Queen 9我攞10隻同牌喎 Jack
Crowd assembles.
50 啦跟住 OK
Ace 8-4, clean flop for Schindler.
死仔嚟
Vogelsang needs a queen or a 9 or running cards to make a straight. Ace on the turn does create some counterfeit outs. Vogelsang needing a queen, a 9 or an 8 to stay in this tournament. The river's a 5. Vogelsang's day is done. Christoph.
Nice playing with you, man.
Out in
Almost
third
mess
for almost $1.3 million in his 4th career Super High Roller Bowl cash.
Yeah, a first place, a third place, now more than $26 million in career earnings for the tractor.
And that means we are heads up for the title, for the ring, for $3.2 million. We'll get all set for that. Schindler versus Phua. When we come back, you're watching Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
Poker's most prestigious high roller tournaments is back. With a $300,000 price of admission and a $3.6 million first place prize, luring 30-day fight on the felt. But only one will follow in the footsteps of Brian Rast, Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, and Justin Bonomo as the next champion. Their journey starts tonight at the 5th installment of the Super High Roller Bowl.
Is protect yourself at all times. I got to bet yes.
That was grimy. And I feel like it's grimy in a cash game. But to say you got me or you got it or I can't call or any of these sorts of things.
If you look somebody in the eyes and you're like, you got me, and then you get a read and you're, no, you don't call. Yes, it's a little grimy, but at the same time, I wouldn't do it. I'm not advocating for angle shots, but it is protect yourself at all times.
So fair or
I would
foul?
always say, foul in an icky moral way.
Fair in a technical way?
I don't know if it can be defined with just the fair and foul. It's gross, but it is protect yourself at all times. Make sure they fold if you're out there, if you're not sure.
Mikita's not looking to protect himself as he has flatted Negranu's 5K Open with 2 9s, or perhaps it is in the interest of protecting himself, or his chips rather.
I can really do it.
Not looking to bloat it pre.
I was thinking like either bet in the dark or check in the dark, but none makes sense. Bet in the dark would be sick. Neither makes sense.
Like throw out 15K, that'd be sick.
15, just bet pot in the dark? I don't know, man. I have to look, see what comes. Okay, we've got some to work with here, right? You and me. Let's go. We got 6s, we got 7s, we got 8s, we got straight draws, we got flush draws, we got all kinds. So what we got to do here is put one blue chip in. Go ahead.
5-9.
I can think of a card that would create some spiciness.
Or more. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Definitely.
Hey,
and that, of course, the king of clubs.
Okay, I know. I'm not asking for advice.
And the next table to break.
Yeah, I did, though. Oh, man. You don't like that bet?
So,
I can't ask
table
for
is the next one break. It is the next one. Okay. In the event that we break it.
Against the rules. Rules.
Bad's ways his options.
You should. 16.
Comes with 16.
Fine. 16,000. This guy, I knew it. I knew this frickin' flop.
Daniel calls. No, Daniel under the gun
do it to me, man.
Kind of
Come on,
wrapping
I
a
got
big
good
pair.
cards.
He can have some of the stuff like this, but
Give me what I need.
does have some big pairs here, given this line. And
wow.
In she comes.
And Negranu knuckles, by the way, turns the stone nuts, and it's going to look a lot like he's worried about the 4-liner here with his range.
Of course. Negranu can have 10-10. He can have the Jack-10 suited.
Feel it. So good.
I think Bats bets this, Nick.
Right now.
It's a great hand.
10 seconds.
We see.
Yeah, buddy.
It's a little under a 3-1 dog running into the absolute disaster bazooka of the world.
You think he just checks back so he can call all bets on the end?
Aces, kings, and queens are now bowing out. We might be well served to check.
9s full on the end.
The turn
Mikita,
brought it away.
The turn and
the river brings it back in, and yeah, tough one for Daniel.
Switch it up now.
It's actually going to be tough for Daniel to give Mikita credit for a boat. The nut straight is strong here.
Not that many boats, Ollie. Exactly right. It's very strong.
I played good cards.
That's right. That's some very
pretty good cards. Good card.
60,000.
That's really bad news for me.
60?
Ooh, I was going to do it to you really, for real, on the turn.
Yep.
I was really going to do it to you on the turn. All right, I need a minute for this one.
If he folds this, Ollie,
you bet on the flop?
I'll be pretty blown
16,
away.
16, 32. So none of that matters. You either got it or you don't. Question is, what could you have that?
10 seconds.
It is under the gun 1.
Full house makes a lot of sense, right?
7-handed.
I'm going to use one of these because I'm going to take my time. So, full house. Which full house? Let's see. 7s or 8s? 7s or 6s? 6s or 7s. You would check back the turn for sure. 60,000 now. I think my hand might be too good to fold, but ho-hum.
Let it go one time, Daniel.
What do you have, though? Raise me on that flop. Not that, because you bet that. Yeah, I think you just have a full house, bro.
Whoa.
Or a really solid, crazy next level bluff. Or maybe you just have a 10.
That's the thing. Weird.
See the deer.
10 seconds.
come with this
I still haven't made up
fold?
my mind yet, so I'll use it.
No, he comes with
All
the
right,
second
take
time
it. Sure, why
extension.
not? So, it all in 6. I raised, that was the button, so I was under the gun here. I don't have. Budyakovsky, good player. Good player. Bet less, I would have paid a long time ago. Now,
60 into
I'm
47.
gonna try to win, like you said. You know? But I'm trying to win. Otherwise, I wouldn't use 2 of those.
We are heads up for the Super High Roller Bowl Europe title. Heads up for $3.2 million, for 600 points on the PGT, and for a Super High Roller Bowl ring. Welcome back to the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. We're in northern Cyprus. We're looking at the payouts. This look presented by GG Poker. $3.2 million to first, $2,080,000 to second. Jake Schindler taking the chip lead into heads-up play against Paul Phua. Jeff Pott alongside Brent Hank. So, Brent, here we go. Heads up for the ring. Let's do it.
Anything can happen, Jeff. We've done this time and time again. Heads up is just a different animal. See if Paul can get a little heater going. Still 23 big blinds. Yeah. Plenty of depth.
Almost a 3-1 chip lead for Jake Schindler as we kick off heads-up play. We're still at 50K, 100K with a 100K big blind ante. And Schindler has 4s right off the bat.
Difficult hand to maneuver with post-flop. Just limping. I think it was either limp or simply just rip it in pre-flop with a small pair.
Maybe he had plans if Phua just raised there instead. He'll check and see a jack-high flop.
And here comes, these are fun bets, right? This sort of 2 4s on this texture, blind versus blind. What Jake can eliminate is Paul never has 10s, jacks, and unlikely 3s. Probably would have shoved all 3 of those hands pre-flop. So in the event that we do get called, 4s are clean outs, obviously. And anytime we get check raised, it's just an easy fold.
There is that check raise.
350.
350,000.
Really giving this some serious thought. Maybe we have the 4 of clubs in our hand. We can take one off.
We will continue here. 1 million in the pot. To start off heads up play, Queen of Clubs on the turn. Phua adds a gut shot. Schindler does add that flush draw.
Well, and if Schindler thinks that Paul had a hand like 8-9, Queen 9, maybe Queen 8, everything comes home. Obviously, clubs get there.
Don't we get any more time back for heads up? No?
No.
Tournament director heads up.
I can't tell.
Yeah,
Is
you
he
did give us-
out of banks?
No, I mean.
Usually not, but whatever.
Oh, usually not, then no. Okay.
Usually it's 6, but if you want, we
No, it's okay.
So Paul said, if you usually don't, then no more.
Check.
And now he checks.
Jake the Snake.
A lot to think about.
What are
here
we
for
up
him.
to? Yeah.
Check, check. 7 of diamonds on the river. Paul's jacks are good.
Check.
Paul checks.
Wow.
Schindler coming for it with 650,000.
I mean, this is filthy by Jake. For Paul, it's like, what are we now beating? This guy called my check raise. Everything comes home on the turn.
8-9 king nice flush.
Yeah, he said just what you said.
Wow.
That's sick from
Holy
Jake Schindler,
cow.
ladies and gentlemen.
My gosh.
Understandably difficult for Paul to find many bluffs there. Whew!
Holy kid. Jake Schindler. What a superstar.
Finished second at the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl. Schindler 27 and 30 lifetime heads up. Paul 4 and 5.
麥登打唔打27、26嗰啲啊？係啦，之前黏唔黏啊？唔黏啊？啱啦，抌咗。即八嘛，佢黏噶嘛，都吞嚟咁啊！個吞點打？又花又射，我即起打我走咗呢度。
Schindler has had some big wins in his career. Won a 100K WPT event, a 100K in Barcelona, 25K PCA. But this perhaps would be the signature victory on top of the resume. Paul flops a 5 here.
I believe looking for his second $3 million plus score. Yeah. You mentioned that runner-up finish to Christoph Vogelsang back in 2017 at the Super High Roller Bowl.
Paul also looking for his second $3 million plus score. Finished in second place at a 100K Triton event in London.
Sure.
Unless we see Schindler do the unthinkable once again and run an elaborate glove. Paul Phua has
350.
a massive hand here. Look at this. He's got the best pair with the best heart. Schindler just 4 high and a deuce high flush draw. A bet designed to put a ton of pressure on an 8 or a 5. Even if we do get called, we're hoping that that deuce of hearts is live, and he's
Mission
going to win it
accomplished
again.
again.
Holy cow.
Jake Schindler has been impressive throughout the entire day. And finds himself close to a title. Phua down to less than 15 bigs.
Goal.
And Schindler checks. King 5-4, 2 clubs. Paul flops the flush draw. Paul bets, Paul wins. Schindler with ace-7.
All in.
Good enough. Paul limps in, Schindler checks the 6-3 suited.
Check. Andre.
Paul takes that one down. There is the Super High Roller Bowl Europe ring. The 14th to be awarded.
Is that right? 14 rings now have been distributed? Wow.
To Brian Rast, Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, Justin Bonomo 3 times. Isaac Haxton, Kerry Katz, Daniel Dvoras, Tim Adams twice. Victor Malinowski last year right here. And Michael Addamo. an illustrious group to join.
Check.
Another 4 on the turn.
Well?
Well?
Good looking 4.
So pretty. I'm going to stay locked in on it. Uh-oh. There we go. Are we back?
150.
Phua bets 150K. Well done by Phua with just 5-3. Regain a little momentum. Schindler with that patented smirk, and we move on. Jake Schindler entered the day as the chip leader. Phua was in second. And has a pretty one here in the form of the 10-9 of hearts.
All in.
All in.
Says all of it. The waters are getting a little choppy in northern Cyprus. We're paddling through.
Yeah, bear with us.
Hit a couple bumps. That's why Jake wore the rain jacket.
He knew.
The storm was brewing. Schindler with what I believe is ace-9. Not sure if it's suited. What do you think Phua has?
King 3 of hearts,
maybe
I
10-3
think.
or no?
Yeah, we'll get this situated here, folks. Bear with us. It happens from time to time.
Ace-9 of clubs for Jake Schindler. King 3 of hearts for Paul Phua.
Yeah.
And Schindler limped in. Phua made it 350. Is it go time?
I think so, Jeff. Part of the limping strategy for Schindler.
Glance over to Phua while he reached for chip, says all of it. Phua folds the King 3. Nice pickup for Schindler. Okay, so we're going to hop out real quick. We'll be back as soon as we can with more Heads Up from Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Okay, we're back just like that. Much better. Much better.
There we go. Nice job, Jeff. That was all you.
That was producer Aiden.
Oh. Producer Aiden, the guy knows how to work the magic back there.
He's been with you guys for the last week and a half or so.
Yes, he has.
Excellent work in dealing with these kind of technical issues that pop up from Cyprus. Handles them very well, works very hard. He's in here at 3 a.m. every day. That's early.
First one here, last one to leave.
Yep. So bravo, Aiden. Pleasure to work with you. Aiden Perizzo. I like to call him Perizzo. And he's like, I'm not Italian. Okay.
Check.
Queen 4-3. Phua flops a pair of queens.
100. Check.
Phua checks turn.
How much?
250.
Phua check calls turn. Six on the river, 1 million in the pot. Phua with 900K behind.
Check.
Just 9 high. Schindler does not have showdown value. Question is, does he decide to simply give up if we think Phua is calling a high percentage of the time?
No give up in Jake Schindler.
900.
Gonna put Phua to the ultimate test for every single one of his chips.
What bluff? More bluff.
Again, hard for Phua to nail down too many bluffs.
4.
Wow, it worked again.
Oh, knee flush.
I think. Oh, I thought he said full.
4.
4. Oh.
Time bank used for an additional 30 seconds to act.
It's just, you know, Jeff, it's one of these things where you've got top pair, a large chip deficit. Sometimes you just have to pay him the money. Your hand is too good.
Sometimes on the emotional level, you're thinking he can't have it every time.
Right. You know, this is probably pretty thin by Schindler, but he's pressing the envelope.
sees the door open.
The 5 also just a key card in the hand, right? We blocked the straights. Also, you know, missed backdoor clubs. I think the longer he thinks, he certainly should decide on a call here.
Another time bank used. Not going to get much out of that man. Facing a decision for his tournament life. And lays it down. Schindler does it again.
Wow. Schindler just in the zone right now, getting all these bluffs through. Paul giving him a lot of credit for not bluffing in these spots. Schindler's eating it up.
And now Phua under 10 bigs. Queen 4. He shoves. Schindler calls with Queen Jack. Here we go. Phua all in, at risk and way behind. With a title on the line, along with $3.2 million, along with 600 points on the PGT,
9 big blind, what do you do?
along with a super high roller bowl ring.
I folded top pair last hand. What you have last hand?
Schindler entered the day as chip leader. Will he end it as our champion? King 8-3. No help to Phua. Looking for a 4. Can he find it on the turn? He cannot. He'll need to find it on the river or this tournament is over. River card. Schindler earns his first ring.
Nothing. Okay. 哇，上一鋪錯咗。
A well-deserved round of applause for Jake Schindler. He is our super high roller bowl Europe champion. He wins $3.2 million.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he deserves this ring. Woo! A runner-up finish in 2017. Not today, taking home the title, the ring, $3.2 million. Give it up for Jake Schindler.
Just a masterclass from the very beginning of this final table, from the very beginning of this tournament. He's the champion of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Took him 5 more years after that second place finish, but he got the job done. What a showing. Thanks so much to our crews in Cyprus and in Vegas. Thanks to Brent Hanks, most importantly. Thanks to you all for watching Super High Roller Bowl Europe. See you soon.